Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry was Forbidden Knight in Star Wars? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. My name is Harry Potter and I'm 9 years old. I've lived with my Dursleys since I can remember, and these have been 9 miserable years. I never knew my parents, as they died in a car accident when I was young, or so Uncle Vernon says. For some reason I still haven't figured out. I always wake up dreaming of a green light and laughter that sends shivers down my spine. Lego afternoon. Another time. Damn Dudley, once again he locked me in the bathroom. I always end up missing the bus. I thought as I sprinted non-stop toward the school's main building. The moment I arrived at Surrey School, I ran into classmates from my own class who were also late. But given the reputation my uncles had instilled in me and my cousin Dudley's threats against anyone approaching me, these students kept their heads down and didn't even acknowledge me. It's nothing. Everything will change when I get to high school, I think, as I sink into sadness, my gaze fixed on the school gate. After entering the main building and making my way to the classroom, I noticed the teacher staring at me with a disappointed look, his eyes fixed on my disheveled clothes and messy hairstyle. You've become a pushover. Punctuality and personal care are crucial, he says as I enter the classroom, where the students burst into laughter at my antics, making me feel even more humiliated. If it weren't for Dudley's old clothes, I wouldn't look like an adobe. I thought to myself during those brief moments, while I just say yes, sir, and take my seat in the classroom. Like I didn't have enough to deal with the constant teasing from my uncles. Now even the teachers and students at school are busy reminding me of it. I think to myself as I pull out the books from the old backpack I inherited from Dudley. We had been reading the poetry book for hours when most of my classmates were already zoning out. Then I heard footsteps approaching the classroom. As I looked up at the door, the teacher kept getting lost in his loud reading. Once shook heaven and earth, we remain who we are. The same temple in our heroic hearts. The professor was reading this when the door suddenly swung open, and the school principal burst in, interrupting his daily reading. For a split second, everyone froze in shock. It was highly unusual for the principal to enter a classroom without prior notice. The principal approached Mr. Hates and whispered something in his ear, prompting him to sit down with his head bowed. Good morning, everyone, the director announced, turning to us with a smile. As always, when a guest enters the classroom, we all stand up and respond in unison. You can sit down, the director begins. I have some good news for you all. Your art teacher, Mr. Howard, has convinced the local cinema to organize a free movie screening for everyone next week. After a few seconds of silence, the class erupted in approving murmurs from all the students. As always with anything funny, Auntie Petunia and Uncle Vernon were once again. They'll let go, because if they don't stomp the fun for their precious Duddykims. This is George Lucas' latest film. Attendance will be mandatory. If you can't make it, I hope you'll at least bring a medical certificate, the director says, as I open my eyes wide with a glimmer of hope. As always, I missed the bus home due to Dudley and his crew of troublemakers, forcing me to walk back. By the time I got home past 5 in the afternoon, Aunt Petunia immediately gave me my first lecture. Where have you been, kid? Your homework is still unfinished. You need to take out the trash, clean the garage, and water the plants. Sorry, Aunt Petunia. It won't happen again, I reply while lowering my head. Better bend your head and not go against my aunt, or she'll throw more chores at me. Quickly go inside to drop off school stuff and get back to work. Your uncle be here by 7 p.m. Better finish your homework before he arrives, or you'll know what happens next. I rush inside and head straight to my closet, where I toss Duddy's old worn-out backpack. Then I step out to the backyard to get started on my chores. Let's see if I can make it. Maybe this will be the 3rd day this week without dinner, I think, as I get to work on the kitchen counter. Finally, it's the day of the outing. I'll go to the cinema for the first time. It's going to be the best day of my life, I think, with a big smile showing off in front of. I turned my face as we approached the school's main gate, waiting for the bus to take us to the cinema. Though it would have been different if it had been Uncle Vernon, he would never have gone on the excursion. He had only reluctantly agreed to join his. My strange cousin was on the outing when our art teacher showed up at Privet Drive number 4 asking why I wasn't going. Luckily, Uncle Vernon couldn't come up with a decent excuse and eventually agreed for me to join the rest of the class. Let me tell you, kid, if your teachers spill any weird stuff to me, even the smallest hint, your summer vacation will be locked up in storage. Uncle Vernon had warned me that morning before I left home for the school bus. The problem was that strange, inexplicable things kept happening around me. Before Christmas, a teacher confiscated a comic I'd managed to save from Dudley's room. Then, as if by magic, the comic reappeared in my backpack when I left school, only to vanish from the teacher's private locker. My uncles were furious a whole month in the storage room without stepping out, and they accused me of being a thief in front of all the neighbors. Not that I care much about it anyway, I'm already used to their lies. We arrived, getting off the bus one by one. The art teacher's raspy voice pulled me out of my thoughts once again. Before I even realized it, we were already in the cinema hall, and Dudley hadn't been able to hit me once. Since that's the case, I decided to sit as far away from my cousin as possible to keep my luck rolling right next to the art teacher. As the movie began, the lights in the cinema gradually dimmed. The Phantom Threat. Long ago in a galaxy far, far away. I see things before they happen. That's why I'm known for my lightning reflexes. It's a Jedi trait. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear breeds anger, anger breeds hatred, and hatred breeds suffering. 2 hours later, all the students from Surrey Primary School were buzzing with excitement after watching the movie and marveling at its special effects. Gradually, we boarded the buses that would take us back to our respective neighborhoods. Being a Jedi must be awesome. Being able to defend yourself against anyone who tries to hurt you. I think this while imagining myself wielding a lightsaber. So absorbed in my thoughts that I barely notice when I step off the bus in Surrey and Dudley, where their band members push me hard from behind. What's up? Abnormal? Did you really think you could get away from us by sitting next to the teachers? Dudley says, hugging me with his friends and clenching his fists. Well, let me tell you a Potter-style lesson. I watched my cousin's 3 members from Dudley's gang when I impulsively threw my backpack at them and took advantage of the chaos to dash away. For several minutes I sprint through the gardens, then turn at Magnolia Street corner and head straight for number 4's door. My eyes dart sideways as Dudley follows me at a brisk pace, shouting furiously. Thankfully, I'm almost at the front door now. I just need to get inside and lock myself in the closet, I thought desperately as I stretched out my hand and rushed to open the door, only to collide head-on with an obstacle halfway down the hallway. Then what? What's all the fuss about, kid? Uncle Vernon asks, his face flushed from the collision. Dudley comes up behind me and slams the front door shut with a mischievous grin. He's been trying to hit us both, Dad. Dudley lied to his father with an air of never having broken a single plate in his life, while Uncle Vernon began to grow irritable and take on a purple tone. "So is a lie. They had the plan to slay me." He roared in fury at my cousin Dudley's lies. But as always, when something happens, they never believe me. "You dare call my son a liar and try to take him away after what we've done? For your son," my uncle shouts, slamming his right fist shut with a thunderous clang. Oh no, but there's nothing else to say. The blame falls back on me again. I just hope this time it won't drag me through another week in the storage room without getting out. "I'll teach you not to hit my Dudley, engendro dla naturalness," Uncle Vernon shouts as he throws his fist at me. For the first time in years, I feel panic and fear for my life. It's over. I'm going to die. Dead at the hands of my uncles. At least I'll see my parents, I think, as panic grips me, raising my hands in a futile attempt to defend myself. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if time had frozen. Suddenly, an emotion began to surface from within me, like a strange tingling sensation spreading around my body, and fills me with a power I never knew existed. Without warning, Uncle Vernon is sent flying backward by an invisible force, smashing through the kitchen door and shattering it to pieces. I hear Aunt Petunia's choked-out scream as she approaches to check on Uncle Vernon's condition, and I gaze at my hands as if seeing them for the first time in my life. What had happened? Could it be that strange sensation still lingering in my body? I thought, staring in disbelief at the mess I'd created without wanting to. It felt like something from a movie, as if I could use force to protect myself. Dudley, grab the phone and call emergency services. Run, Aunt Petunia shouts as Dudley picks up the phone, still stunned by what just happened. After a moment, Aunt Petunia turns her head and stares at me with a look of hatred. She says something I'll never forget, words that will echo in my mind years later, as if they were burned into the very fabric of my soul. You're just like your parents, an abnormal with powers meant only to harm others. You don't belong here. Once you leave this place, never come back. This isn't your home. Suddenly, the heat seems to be rising in the hallway, as if someone had turned on all the radiators and stoves in the house at once. A warmth that only I seem to feel. I look around and notice the walls taking on a reddish tint. A vibration starts spreading through the entire house, and like an earthquake, the whole building trembles for a few brief seconds, and before I can even think about what's happening, the heat and the vibration of the house disappear. I need to get out of here. If they find me, they'll lock me up for hurting Uncle Vernon. I thought frantically as I stared at what I'd done to my uncle. For the second time today, panic and confusion overwhelmed me. Aunt Petunia's words began echoing in my mind. Just like your parents, an abnormal with powers, I felt that same sensation gripping me again, and one thought kept circling through my mind. Escape. The world started spinning out of control, and when it finally stopped, I realized I wasn't at the entrance to my grandparents' house anymore. But before I could examine it more closely, I felt my breath hitching up as energy drained me, numbing my consciousness. My vision grew hazy, sinking me into a deep slumber from the sheer exhaustion of what had just happened. Clarification. The heat and vibration Harry felt in the house hallway were actually the protective barriers of the magical walls disappearing, as Petunia had explained. Meditation and powers. Disclaimer. Neither Harry Potter nor Star Wars belong to me. I wake up gradually, parched and still feeling a lingering sense of exhaustion. I lift my eyes and take a few seconds to adjust my glasses properly. While scanning my surroundings, my eyes lock onto the stone-walled room I'm in. Rising from my bed, I approach what might be called a window, a space that feels like a castle or temple. No matter how far I gaze, all I see are gardens, mountains, and forests stretching endlessly. The door opens behind me, and a voice pulls me out of my reverie. Behind me stands a 60-year-old man, at least, dressed in a traditional robe, speaking a language I can't quite make out. I'm sorry, but I don't understand, I say, glancing at the elderly man standing before me. For a split second I thought he wouldn't respond, but a smile lights up his face and he replies in my own language, though not with any difficulty. My Master Sonam of the Yenrong Kun Temple, we all saw you appear here, as if brought by the Buddha himself. In a luminous orb replies with an odd accent.
I'm Harry Potter.
Can you tell me where I am? The last thing I remember is being at my aunt's house in London. I reply to the strange teacher, asking a few more questions as I go along. In your language, how to put it, the old man murmurs. Ah, Himalaya, the temple of Yenrong Kun. He finishes with a smile. But that's impossible. I was in London, and my uncle, but for a few seconds the gravity of what I've done torments me. The words from my aunt still echo in my head, and tears start streaming down my cheeks. No, explain what you did. I need to know, only then can I help you. The teacher says as he brings me an apple to eat. Now that I think about it, I'm starving. Over the next few hours, everything came out, every comment. Every bit of my life as if driven by something I can't comprehend. Every strange thing that happened to me, every insult from my uncles, and when I finished speaking, the old man just looked at me and said, if there's nothing better you can stay here with your powers. We can help you and your family from today on. 3 months later, I sit upright on the vast plains of Mount Kailash, completely still as the wind gently brushes against my face. My eyes remain closed, fully focused on my breath. You must find your center, the teacher says during the afternoon meditation. Only through this can you truly become one with the universe. The words of my teacher slowly come to me. The center. I've been meditating in the Himalayas for nearly 3 months, trying to uncover the origins of my powers. Stay focused, my disciple. Don't let your mind wander with distractions. My master says as I try to regain my composure. the serenity of meditation. I find myself visualizing candles in my mind again, as if guided by some mysterious force. For reasons I can't quite explain, this mental image makes it easier to focus. I picture the flame glowing and swaying within my thoughts, with colors dancing across its surface. White, yellow, orange, red. Red keeps echoing in my mind, like the walls of my grandparents' house. My teacher always says I'm not evil for what I did, that my actions were just reactions to situations I couldn't handle. He tells me I'll eventually use my powers to help instead of cause harm, and meditation is just the first step. Concentrate and free your thoughts. Disciple me teacher says this as if he had read my mind. But for a few seconds my mind stops being the Reno words, no colors come into view. I can fully feel my senses, like the wind brushing against my face, the songs of native birds. Pajaros, the name, immediately springs to mind. As I imagined it, the light flickered on, and I felt a warm sensation spreading through my being, just like that day when my uncles. For a moment, images from that day flash through my mind. I lose focus and open my eyes in terror. But when I look down at the ground where I was sitting, I realize my teacher is staring intently at me even though I'm floating about half a meter above the ground. Ah! I screamed in shock as I tumbled to the ground. Thankfully, my instructor used his innate agility and stopped me from falling. Like I've been telling you for months, disciple, focus is the key, my master repeats as he slowly lifts me from the ground, shaking my dusty robes. I was able to use my powers without hurting anyone. I respond emotionally. Just like with muscles, you control your powers, don't forget that. That's enough meditation for today. Dinner time, and without saying another word, the master turns back toward the temple. For the first time in 3 months, I've managed to use my powers without hurting anyone, and without getting angry or scared. After all, as Yoda said in the movie, fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hatred. Hatred leads to suffering. 9 months later, a year has passed in the Himalayas with my masters, and my abilities have grown remarkably. Initially, I could only levitate myself, but now I can mentally move objects by simply focusing enough to find my center. My masters call this telekinetic power the ability to manipulate elements through mental focus. Fortunately, my abilities aren't limited to telekinetic powers. For the past 2 months, I've developed a new skill that lets me read and sense what other animals or people are feeling. It all started during a silly game with my disciples where everyone had to guess each other's thoughts. When I noticed something unusual, I focused intently and began seeing words or ideas in my mind that weren't actually mine. To understand the world, you must first understand yourself. My teacher told me when I shared this story, and he was absolutely right. During a week of using my new power, it spiraled out of control. My mind started blending thoughts and emotions from other people and animals, which led my master to teach me a technique called deep meditation. Thankfully, a month ago I regained control of my powers. While occasional mental confusion still occurs mostly due to my own carelessness and a lapse in my empathy, my master's term for it, these moments remain manageable. A great power demands a great responsibility. These were the words from Spider-Man's comic I found in my cousin's second quarter, and they're profound ones. Every time I let my powers slip, I keep repeating them like a mantra. My mind returns to the conversation of the other disciples. Using my limited Tibetan vocabulary, I try to join in their discussion about bandits looting a nearby village. One villager's son fled into the forest, and after 3 days of relentless searching, they still haven't found him. Disciple, come with me, I hear my master say as I rise. After a nod, he gives a brief bow to his companions before I follow him. After a few minutes of silence, I noticed we had left the temple and were heading to the outdoor gardens. As soon as we crossed through them, the master stopped and slowly turned to look at me, gesturing for us to sit on the ground. We both assumed the lotus position. I shouldn't have asked for this, he says, his face heavy with guilt, especially since I don't think you're ready yet. But we can't find Jayatsoth boy who fled the village when it was looted. Do you want me to use my powers to find it? I slowly asked my master. This isn't a request, it's a plea. We're running out of options. The search dogs won't arrive until tomorrow at the latest. It might already be too late for the young man, my teacher explains, visibly embarrassed by the request. For a few seconds, I gazed at my teacher's face, the one who taught me everything he knew, the one who sheltered me when I needed it most, the one who gave me reason to keep living. Then I let out a loud cry, "I'll do it, but I don't know how to do it." My teacher looks at me and after a few seconds, guides me toward a caravan parked a few meters from the outdoor gardens. Outside the caravan, you can see the silhouettes of two people, a woman and an elderly man with visible pain in their eyes and faces. The mother and grandfather of the missing child, I think briefly as we approach. "This is my disciple. Please deliver this object to him," my teacher said as he addressed me. After exchanging a bow and arrow gesture with him, they hand me a grotesquely carved wooden figurine, probably some kid's toy. I sit on the grass beneath our feet, glance at my teacher briefly, close my eyes, and imagine a flame igniting within me. Like my first meditations, I feel the flame spreading around me, while mentally visualizing the toy I'm holding. For a few seconds, I feel my energy, what I like to call power, enveloping the doll, and images start popping into my mind. A stone colossal, I'm atop. There's water beneath it, a colossal waterfall. Behind the waterfall, a cave to hide. Fear, chill, hunger, help. Startled awake, I jerk my eyes open as my powers fade away. My muscles relax, leaving me slightly drowsy, the same feeling I always get when first using new abilities. I stare intently at my master while he helps me sit up, speaking in a slightly weary voice. I saw a giant rock towering above a waterfall. Below it lay a cave entrance where he was found. But the entrance was in such a weak spot. As I finished speaking, my master grabbed me and I fell unconscious for the first time in a year. I wake up to the sun's rays on my face. When I open my eyes, I realize I'm not in my shared bedroom, but in my master's quarters. As I climb into bed, I notice someone gently placing my glasses and a glass of water in my hands. "Thank you," I reply as I focus my gaze. My teacher sits down on the bed and smiles at me. "You've pulled an amazing feat. If we'd waited just a few more hours, Gyatso wouldn't have made it," he says, his voice tinged with pride. "Will he recover then?" I asked my teacher. "Yes, he'll be perfectly fine in a few months, just with a broken arm." "I think it's time to take your training to the next level," the instructor replies. "What do you mean, teacher?" I asked, confused. "Tomorrow we'll be heading up to a cabin on the mountaintop. There, the two of us will just sit and meditate, trying to figure out what more your powers can do," disciple the master replies. "So are we going to train to control my energy?" "That's right, disciple. What was your name?" "The power, I saw it in a movie," I say softly as I blush. "We'll train to explore the limits of strength and uncover more about yourself, my disciple. You'd better say goodbye to your friends now, they won't see you again for at least a year." Visions of the past. Disclaimer: neither Harry Potter nor Star Wars belong to me. Farewelling my friends and fellow disciples at the temple proved more challenging than I anticipated. During my 9 years at Yenrong Kuan Temple in the Himalayas, I forged stronger bonds with those around me than I ever did with the Dursleys. They've become my sanctuary, my way of life, and let's be real, me family. The climb up the mountain to the cabin my teacher and I were heading to was no walk in the park. We spent 2 grueling weeks battling icy slopes and snow-covered trails that had been forgotten by time. Though we ended up with some scrapes from falling rocks and trees along the way, it all paid off in the end. We've been in the cabin for 2 weeks now, and my mentor keeps pushing me to test my so-called divination abilities, what we like to call it. Visions of the Force, as we both do. So far, I've only managed to visualize sounds and images, incoherent elements, colored lights and shouts, among other things. My teacher, and by extension myself, believes my cognitive abilities allow me to visualize 3 types of time: past, present, and future. For now, since what I visualized to find the young Gyatso was the past, we're focusing on that aspect. However, we're trying to focus on the past of my life, attempting to visualize memories from my first year of life, when I was with my parents. During the first week, I couldn't visualize anything after meditation, but in the last week I've managed to visualize some sounds and images. It's still unclear whether what I'm feeling are part of my memory or I possess a portion of my powers, but I sense that once I master this power, it won't matter whether they're part of my memory or not. Focus not on yourself or your surroundings, but on your power. Don't dwell on it, let go, and let your power guide you. Master reminds me with a sigh. I have to admit that even without any of my own abilities and being something new to my mentor, the words and wisdom my mentor has accumulated over the years are incredibly helpful. They come in handy when I'm stuck and don't know how to keep going. Let me go, I thought as I relaxed my muscles and entered deep meditation. For a period, maybe hours or even days, you can't really tell when you're in deep meditation. I let my powers flow freely. Just by thinking, show me your past, I feel my energy surge beyond my body, as if connecting with something greater. For a moment, I observe, to put it that way, as if the whole world resonates with my power. Then, for a split second, I feel pressure in my chest, like I'm out of breath. And I open my eyes, shattering the meditation and waking from the trance, terrified by what I've experienced. What's wrong, my disciple? Why did you abruptly break the meditation? He asks anxiously, placing his hand on my man to calm me down. It's not advisable to take several minutes to fully refocus your thoughts and abruptly break out of deep meditation. Your mind is too fragmented, and it takes several minutes to regain enough concentration to speak and think clearly. Sorry, teacher, I explained, still trying to make sense of what happened. When I let go of my powers, it felt like connecting with the world, like everyone was a giant ball of energy. This force. It scared me because I lost control. I see. Then does the world also form part of this energy, even if it's unconscious? My teacher asks me as he brings me a little water. I think so, I reply, realizing how parched I am after meditation. Was the force concentrated in a specific point? The teacher asked, intrigued. No, I believe it's more like a kind of network, as if everything in the world were connected to the force in some way, to varying degrees. I'll explain as best I can. My teacher gazes at me thoughtfully for a few seconds. Years ago, when I was a disciple like you, my own teacher would say that there is life present in every human being, plant or animal, in every plan, in everything and everywhere, manifesting itself in infinite forms. Even things like stones that aren't physical? I asked, curious about the answer. In the stones, even in the creations of the Western world. My teacher responds to my question. So what I've felt, could this be the life of the world? Perhaps it's possible your powers and strength help you connect with this energy, my master speculated. So that's true. Why haven't my powers worked when I tried to see my past? I asked my teacher curiously, not quite understanding why my powers had failed. Perhaps the problem isn't in your abilities, but rather in the way you approach it. Connect with the energy of the world. When you let go of your power, did you try to command it to reveal your past, or did you simply inspire it? My master asks me. I pause for a few minutes, focusing on the meditation I've been practicing and trying to recall every sensation and thought that crossed my mind during those moments. My teacher, as always, is completely right. The frustration of not seeing any visions in the past 2 weeks has been weighing me down. When I finally connected and let go, it wasn't about suggesting it, but rather organizing it. I ordered it. I respond somewhat embarrassedly to my teacher. Well, it's normal to feel stressed about meditations, my master replies while reading my facial expressions. Nothing's wrong. You're still young and learning, plus we're in uncharted territory. We've never had the privilege of having someone with your skills before. It was only natural that we'd face challenges along the way, my mentor concluded with a warm smile. So if instead of ordering it, I suggest it, would that work? I asked my teacher with growing excitement. A grain of sand can't control the sea, disciple, the master replies with his signature cryptic phrase. Once again, I focus on my teacher's words, particularly that cryptic phrase he shared with me. I imagine the master is drawing a parallel between the sea and the entire world. Every human being, animal, or plant is like a grain of sand, while each drop of water represents the air we breathe or the soil we tread upon. I can't control the world's power like a grain of sand can't control the sea, would be destroyed. I respond to the implicit question posed by my teacher. Exactly, my disciple, your reasoning is sound. Would you like to try it again? My master asks gently. I simply rest my head and resume the lotus meditation posture. Closing my eyes, I calm my breath. 1, 2, 3. After a few minutes, my senses fade away, and I drift back into deep meditation. My thoughts focus on my power, which expands within me like a protective shield, enveloping and safeguarding me. When I'm confident enough to master my powers, I let them go. I allow them to spread across the world, just like in my last meditation. I feel my powers connect with the world. For the first time in my life, I'm completely at peace. I can feel my body, heart, and inner energy in full measure. Even with my eyes closed, I can see my master. I even sense the trees, the wind, and animals hidden by day feel their hearts and emotions as if they were mine. Beyond the valley where we stand, I see my fellow disciples from those days, and even the young Gyatso playing by the river near the village. I realize I'm contemplating the present in its entirety, the connection with the force within every cell and particle of the world. My thoughts focus on what I wish to uncover, my past. But this time, I simply contemplate it without any intention or order, like a request, like a plea. The world starts spinning, then pauses for a few seconds, and images flood my mind. A country house half destroyed with hedges and shrubs everywhere. A plaque with golden letters, son, the night of October 31, 1981. Lily and James Potter lost their lives. But even as I try to keep reading, the world keeps spinning. When it stops spinning, I see more images, this time different from the previous ones. A small parlor, a tall man with black hair and glasses. A little boy is laughing, there's a loud noise. The man runs away, and the sound of a child's crying can be heard. A voice rings out, Lily, grab Harry and run. It's him. Run. Escape. I'll hold you back. A woman with red hair is locked inside the room. A blast opens the door, another voice off, a woman. No, Harry. No, Harry. Please don't. More incoherent voices, a green light, the woman collapses to the ground. The cries of a child, more words, another green light. And the world spins around me again. This time I feel disconnected from it all. My powers have returned to my body after completing their mission. With a wave of exhaustion, I open my eyes to find myself drenched in sweat like I'd just been working out non-stop. Night has fallen outside, and hunger gnaws at my stomach. As I grope for the door, someone behind me grabs me and helps me stand up. Calm down, disciple. Returning from a 3-day meditation isn't easy at all, my master says as he guides me to a chair by the table. 3 days? I ask, stunned, my stomach still growling from hunger. First eat and drink, then talk, my teacher says while pounding a spoon into a vegetable puree. It had been ages since I'd felt this intense hunger. Ever since escaping the Dazlis, I never needed to eat again. The temple always kept my stomach full. After a few minutes, I started noticing my strength returning, and the food and water began to work their magic on me. 3 days, I mumble as I finish my meal. I can't believe I only managed to use my powers for a few minutes, at most an hour, when I tried to help the young Gyatso. But hey, that's what you get when you have to travel to a more distant past. I saw my parents. I say to my teacher, tears threatening to spill from my eyes. Tell me, my disciple, and I shall help you, my teacher says with patience. I saw the day they died. I don't fully understand it. My father and I were in the living room when someone came through the door. He went to try to stop them. It was like he knew something bad was about to happen. Is that even possible? I suddenly ask, cutting through my story mid-sentence. Just as hair color or eye color are inherited from parents to children, it's possible that your abilities and connection to power were also passed down from your parents. The master responds, urging me to keep going. Though I never saw it clearly, I believe my father died. My mother tried to protect me, but the masked man burst into the room and she collapsed dead. The next thing I remember is myself crying, with a green light flickering. That's how I ended my story to the teacher. While it answers many questions, others keep popping up. The teacher mumbles thoughtfully. Their names were James and Lily. I saw them as if they were part of another second vision. I whispered, though loud enough for my teacher to hear. One thing is clear, my disciple. Your parents died to save and protect you. They gave their lives to safeguard what meant most to them in this world. My master says with a gentle tone, you need to rest. We'll continue tomorrow. I don't have trouble falling asleep, but as I start drifting off, a thought comes to me. My parents loved me and died protecting me. Fight for the mind. Disclaimer. Neither Harry Potter nor Star Wars belong to me. Something's not right. That's the first thought that pops into my head when I connect with the world's power and life force. For a whole month, I've been meditating, using my powers to scrutinize my past. I've witnessed my entire life unfold before my eyes since the moment my parents died. Like a detached observer, I've relived every word, every insult, and every punishment from my uncles. To see the future, you must first understand your past and overcome it. My mentor keeps repeating this truth throughout the month. At first I didn't quite get it, but now I've realized that my connection to my powers largely depends on my emotions. To envision the future, whether my own or someone else's, I need to learn how to detach from them. I must find that exact moment, that point where emotions aren't obstacles but allies. We all need a way to walk. That's what the teacher always tells me. A path to walk, I mumble while trying to decipher the meaning of another of his famous cryptic phrases. The more I reflect and revisit my past, the more I realize certain details don't fit together like missing puzzle pieces. For years I believed my uncles hated me, that they despised me. But when I examine those memories through the power of my psychic abilities, I finally see that there's something more, something I've come to fully grasp, as if it were a necessity or obligations. The word comes to my mind as if it were my own thought, yet I know it's not, though it originates from within. May realize the force whispers it to me. Sometimes when I'm completely at peace and connected to the world, I feel like I can hear the force speaking to me, though in an incomprehensible language. The words from the movie that came to me seem like fragments of a memory. Myceliums are microscopic life forms residing in all living cells. Without myceliums, life would not exist, nor would we know the force. They constantly communicate with us, conveying the force's will. When you learn to silence your mind, you'll hear their voice. My thoughts are once again drawn to my uncles, and everything clicks into place. The reason they took me in, the reason they gave me shelter, though I must reluctantly admit it was out of obligation. They did it out of duty, though I can't tell if it was someone's obligation or some sense of duty and respect for my deceased parents. In my memories, it's hard to discern all the emotions reflected in their gazes. One thing is crystal clear. In my childhood memories and visions, the punishment and insults I endured weren't hatred, but fear. Though hidden beneath layers of helplessness, it's there as unmistakably visible as a lighthouse illuminating a ship on a clear night. Am I being scared? I ask myself. The force's response isn't entirely clear this time. It doesn't form a word, but rather an emotion. The answer isn't a simple yes, nor a straightforward no, but rather a blend of both. If it's not me, then do they fear my powers? I ask myself again. This time, a simple yes enters my mind. The answer, once again forced upon me, makes me feel partly guilty. After all, when I fled from my aunt and uncle's house, I used my powers, though unconsciously, to hurt them. You're just like your parents, an abnormal with powers meant to harm others. You don't belong here. Leave now, never come back. This isn't your home. The words Aunt Petunia said to me at that moment still flash through my mind with the same intensity, as if they were burned into my memory. While I didn't fully grasp it then, I can sense she harbored some resentment toward my parents and their powers. Why? I ask myself as I delve deeper into the connection of power, like trying to find an answer to the question that's been haunting my mind since I arrived in the Himalayas. I sense the world beginning to spin, and I realize my powers are trying to show me a vision. I relax my mind and let myself drift, until images and sounds start popping into my head. Two girls with strikingly similar features appeared to be arguing at a train station. I'm so sorry, Toonie. I'm so sorry. I think I want to go to some stupid castle to learn how to be a... You think I want to be a phenomenon? That's where you're headed, a specialized school for phenomena. I feel the world spinning again. It seems the universe still hasn't finished showing me everything I want to know. When it stops again this time, the stage is different. It's raining, graves are scattered everywhere. A woman with red hair approaches another woman with dark hair. How dare you come here after killing our parents? The woman with red hair starts crying. It wasn't my fault, they were followers of the Dark Lord. It's your world's fault and you're part of it, never come back. The world keeps spinning, carrying me toward my next destination. As it turns around me, I realize the visions I see are fragments of my Aunt Petunia and mother's past. But before I can decipher them, The world stops spinning and I'm thrust into another vision. An elderly man and a woman in peculiar outfits are walking down a dark street. Lily and James the First can't believe it. They say he tried to kill the Potter boy Harry but couldn't pull it off. I came here to deliver Harry to his aunt and uncle, the only family he has left. Harry Potter can't live there. Much better than let him grow up far away from everything. A scar on the forehead. Scars can be useful. The bundle of blankets from the stairs of house number 4. Gradually, the images and sounds fade away. The world settles back into stillness, and my mind quiets as I reconnect with my powers and resume meditation. I realize that my aunt's resentment and the fear I felt didn't come from me, but rather from the relationship she had with her sister, my mother. For some reason, my mother was also special. She seemed to have some kind of gift or skill. Though at first my aunt appeared to envy her, that envy gradually turned into resentment. In the second vision, years later, through the lens of my aunt and mother's perspectives, my aunt blamed her for the deaths of my grandparents. What's intriguing is that my mother labels them as followers of the Dark Lord, which makes me think there are more people with my powers worldwide. Unfortunately, instead of using them to help others, some people use them to cause harm and, in this case, to commit murder. The third scenario was the most problematic. Both the elderly man and woman seemed different, not just through their clothing. It felt like they were part of those with special powers, but I don't understand why they had to leave me at my grandparents' house, let alone kick me out the door like some stray dog. Was it really that hard to just knock on the door? Did the old man fear my uncles wouldn't accept me? Did they know the woman or the old man who were sentencing me to 9 long years of suffering? I ask myself as a wave of frustration begins to wash over my thoughts. I realize my frustration with the situation is once again clouding my judgment. I take deep breaths and force myself to release emotions, feeling the innate calm that comes from being connected to the power. When clarity returns to my mind, I realize I've finally answered most of the questions that I've always had. It not just that, but I've confirmed I'm not the only one with superpowers, though the full extent of those others' abilities remains unclear. My mind is focused on deciphering the vision and trying to make sense of the images and words in my head. In the vision, the old man says the scars can be useful, and I realize I've never really taken the time to examine it more deeply with my powers. Maybe it's not just a simple scar. I think as I let the curiosity I feel run free, I begin to focus on myself, starting with the easiest task. Feeling my hands, feet, sensing my breath and heartbeat, channeling the energy I possess toward my scar. It's an oddly surreal sensation. I can see myself completely closed-eyed, meditating, with my teacher patiently waiting beside me to finish my meditation. It feels like being in 2 places at once, as if seeing yourself through a mirror. I refocus my vision and energy on the scar, and for a few seconds I feel nothing, like it's just another part of my body. Something's wrong, I think as I examine the scar. With no way to act on it, I sense a second presence in my mind, like a parasite feeding on me. The scar feels dark and shadowy, clinging to me even though it doesn't belong to me. It's connected to my core of power and my very consciousness. I try to break free from this trance, to speak with my master and ask for help, but I realize I can't. The presence is trying to escape, I think desperately, while desperately trying to find a way out of meditation. I can sense the parasite's presence, shapeless and undefined, like nothing more than smoke. Though lacking the strength to fully materialize, it possesses enough power to fight. I realize it's not trying to escape, but rather seeks my body. It's attempting to claim and dominate me, craving to control both my physical form and inner power. I try to fight, but desperation takes over and I realize I'm fighting a losing battle. I hear someone screaming, a relentless cry. It's me, or more precisely, my physical body is screaming and writhing in pain. Then, like a voice from the afterlife, my master's voice comes again to help me. Focus not on yourself or your surroundings, but on your inner strength. Don't dwell on it, let your power guide you instead. Without thinking twice, in a blind leap of faith, I let myself go, offering my powers and ceasing to confront the presence of my mind, focusing solely on connecting with the world, with the power. It feels as though my body is about to be consumed and possessed by this dark presence, but a memory flashes through my mind. Harry, no, please Harry, no. My mother's voice pleading for my life. I think briefly as determination begins to overwhelm me, and I start regaining control of my emotions. I'm getting back on track. I keep thinking this as absolute calm washes over my mind. Indeed, my powers have connected with the world's energy. The entire globe begins to resonate with my power, like an orchestra where a new instrument joins in. My emotions, those feelings of anguish and fear, are no longer significant. Calmness fills me completely, and I can sense the force waiting for my suggestion. Get lost. I think, steering my thoughts toward the parasite in my mind. I feel the power of force beginning to surge through my body, like an unstoppable torrent from a river's mouth. The presence in my mind desperately clings to my flesh, much like an octopus gripping its prey with suckers. But this time I'm not alone. The whole world's strength is here to aid me, and this battle I'm determined not to lose. After what feels like an eternity, I realize the parasite has lost control of my body, not just escaping my mind, but being destroyed by its own power. I'm not sure what this presence is, but one thing's clear: the force is furious at it. After a choked-out scream from what appears to be a man, the parasite is completely eradicated. The force retreats into the world as I fall unconscious again. Clarification. The presence in Harry's mind has been completely eradicated, and the Horcrux within him has been entirely eliminated. The letter that won't arrive. Disclaimer: neither Harry Potter nor Star Wars belong to me. Tomorrow marks my 11th birthday, and I'll celebrate with fellow disciples. These past few months have been transformative, especially since I eliminated that mental parasite. Now that this parasite no longer drains my energy, my connection to the power has deepened. I can now visualize visions and wield my abilities without needing to meditate deeply anymore. But let me be clear, it wasn't a walk in the park. The parasite removal left me completely drained. I was bedridden for weeks and couldn't use my powers until a month later. Thankfully, my mentor kept me company, as always, feeding me when I couldn't move and telling bedtime stories to help me drift off. When I finally had the energy to tell my mentor about the parasite and the visions of power I'd experienced, we spent days and nights deciphering every image, sound, and hidden implication of what happened. We have concluded that the parasite was some kind of malevolent consciousness, and by the wrath of power, when it was eliminated, something that shouldn't have existed and goes against the life of the world. I've tried to gather more information about the parasite through multiple meditation sessions, but all I've managed to grasp is the phrase, echo of evil. This is precisely why both my master and I concluded it was a dark consciousness. Despite all the speculations and theories, one thing remains as clear as water. It's better destroyed than dwelling on it in my mind. The evil was in your mind. No matter how powerful you were, it was your pure mind that destroyed the parasite. My teacher said this when I finished explaining the inner battle I'd fought to prevent the presence from taking over me. I gaze up at the sky, watching dawn pierce through the mountains. As we trek through rocky terrain, the first rays of sunlight gradually emerge through the treetops. We'll reach the temple by dusk today, disciple, the master says to me, as if reading my mind. 8 days ago, my mentor and I embarked on our descent journey to Yenrong Kun Temple. Thankfully, it's summer, no need to worry about snow or chilly nights. The cold didn't bother us much either. In January, a heavy snowfall hit the cabin where we were staying. The snow was so deep that we couldn't go out for a week to collect firewood to light the fire. That's when I discovered my other superpower, pyrokinetic control. This ability lets me create, manipulate, and extinguish flames at will without needing any extra materials. I must admit, I was genuinely scared at first by the power. It's highly unpredictable and easily swayed by my mood. One night, I woke up terrified from a nightmare I can't recall. When I tried to start a small fire to warm up some tea, instead of lighting a flame, a spark appeared and destroyed one of the chairs before I could even control it. A great power demands a great responsibility. These lines from the Spider-Man comic keep echoing in my mind as we descend toward the temple. Just like with my power of empathy, each ability requires different levels of control. In this case, fire, unlike what I thought when I first started using it, isn't purely destructive, and anger isn't the only way to manage it. The sun's fire doesn't kill, it gives life, my master told me when I tried to master his control. Now, after intense meditation and breathing exercises to master my powers, I've come to believe fire embodies energy and life like a sun within us. This fiery force can warm frozen homes or illuminate darkness where it dwells. The sun has already hidden behind the clouds, leaving only the full moon's glow to light our path. Thankfully, the sky is completely cloud in sight, allowing us to see the moon and stars in their entirety. Yet despite this breathtaking view above us, my attention remains fixed on the temple walls we're approaching. Finally, we've arrived at the moment. I say this while showing my impatience as we step through their doors. Even after all the meditation we've done, he still can't wait. Me, Master says with a slight smile. Excuse me, teacher, I apologize while blushing over the comment. Don't apologize for feeling impatient, but don't let it overwhelm you, disciple, the master responds. The temple, my home since leaving my uncle's, the only place where I learned the true meaning of family. For every disciple and teacher, there has shown me that family doesn't require blood ties. Given that, by this time of day, all the disciples would have likely fallen asleep by now. I let the master guide me into the Upasatha meeting room, where I see the teachers rising to greet both the master and me. After several minutes of respectful greetings, I inform my master that I need to retire to rest. With his approval, I allow my feet to carry me back to my quarters. I didn't think I was this tired, I mumble to myself as I drift into sleep. Once inside my bed, I wake up jolted and disoriented, sensing something, a seismic shift in the world, as if the forces have shifted. Peering through the window, the darkness still lingers outside. It must be past midnight. I just turned 11. I cheerfully think as I climb into bed. It's clear that whatever I felt must have been powerful enough to rouse Menno. I'll probably never sleep again. Slowly I rise and approach the wardrobe where I store my robes. After rummaging through my belongings, I find a set of meditation candles. They still smell like jasmine. I draw a circle with the candles and sit in the center, seated in a meditative posture. With a brief thought, I summon my powers and light the 6 candles surrounding me. 1, 2, 3, I begin counting while calming my breath, drifting into meditation. After several minutes, I connect with the world's energy, feeling its power expand my senses. What happened? Like it were a suggestion, I ask the question I want to know the answer to. Dozens of incoherent voices flood my mind, and I try to let them carry me away, as if from an old, broken radio. The words come flooding into my thoughts. Change in destination. I'm spending a few more minutes meditating, but the voices still don't make sense. I'm not entirely sure what's changed, but one thing's clear. The force is disrupted, jolted, and complacent, if there's no better word. I release my emotions and fatigue to the force, trying to focus on the source of its happiness. Why are you so complacent? I ask myself. I feel as if the same sensation of vision has enveloped me, but this time the world isn't spinning. I sense it's not a glimpse of the past, but of the present. Standing upright in full tunic, I find myself surrounded by thick fog wherever I look. Gradually, the mist begins to take shape. Stone walls begin to materialize, strange objects scattered about, paintings that seem to move, books everywhere, and a table with 2 chairs. I realize I'm just an observer, completely invisible and detached from my surroundings. A creaking sound catches my attention, and I see 2 people enter through a door and settle into the chairs. They're the old man and woman who left me where the Dursleys are. I think as I watch them. How could it be Albus? I thought Ravenclaw's cool spells might actually find the young Harry Potter, says the woman, her face showing unmistakable worry. I'm not entirely sure, but if I had to guess, I'd say either Mr. Potter's under some spell or something like that. Advanced protective measures or not available in Europe. Though I lean toward the second option, replies the silver-bearded old man. Are they looking for me? After abandoning me 11 years ago? Why now? I think as I stare intently at them. But if he's outside Europe, that means the woman in the strange green outfit starts stammering. Right, Minerva. The Quidditch wand's magic only works in Europe. Beyond that, its powers can't reach. Still, I'm not sure even after what happened to the Dursleys, young Harry would want to return to England. The old man replies, his face clearly showing the years he's lived through. Magic? Do they call their powers magic? I mumble as the conversation continues. We made a mistake, Albus. The blame isn't solely yours. I was there when we left young Harry with his grandparents. Besides, even if he returns to his relatives, they won't be a problem anymore, right? Asks Mrs. Minerva to the elderly man named Albus. Exactly. Vernon Dursley will spend the next 15 years in prison for abusing a minor, and Petunia will still serve 7 more years for letting them happen. When they want to get out, young Harry won't have to see them again ever. The elderly man named Albus replied, his eyes filled with guilt. I still can't believe it. Treating Harry like a slave, living in a tiny storage room with nothing to eat for days on end. Will you force him to come to Hogwarts if we ever find him? Asks the woman named Minerva. No. We've already done too much harm to young Potter. Even if it means condemning the rest of the magical world, I just want. May Harry find happiness wherever he may be. Should he ever return, I hope it's through his own foot. The old man replies, they didn't know. They didn't realize they were condemning me to years of suffering with the Dursleys. And since the Dursleys are now behind bars for what they did to me, I won't have to see them again. As the vision fades away, I find myself lost in thought again in my own quarters. It's strange how one thing became crystal clear during the vision. There exists another world inhabited by people with supernatural abilities. Yet for some reason they call their powers magic, and they've even uttered the words. I've experienced magical spells multiple times. Yet despite sensing the presence of the elderly man, Albus, and the woman, Minerva, in the Force, I feel no connection whatsoever. It's as if they can only harness the energy within themselves and cannot access the world's true power. Why? I demand from the world's core. This time, the words come to me with greater clarity. They don't know how, but without the connection of strength, how do they know which path to take? How do they follow the will of power? How do they know who to help? I keep asking myself, still lost in meditation. I sense what might be called a disappointment with the power in the questions I've posed, and more words keep whispering into my mind. They don't know. They don't guide them. They don't help them. This answers many questions. Without the connection to the world's power, they're merely people with extraordinary abilities that remain limited. Like children without parents. They have the potential to be great souls with the power to revolutionize the world and build prosperity and peace, but I doubt many will actually do it. Sadly, without connection to the world's energy and strength, they're easily corrupted. There's still one more doubt lingering in my mind, so I'm sharing it with you. Why are you so pleased that they didn't find me? Asked the world's power. As if I had asked the right question, it feels like the Force is smiling at me, yet it chooses not to answer and keeps the great secret hidden. After a moment, I decide to vent my frustration through the Force, and hear the voice of my master. Expanding my powers, I sense through the Force that dawn has already broken. I've been meditating all night, I think, as I gradually emerge from the meditation trance and open my eyes. Are you all right, disciple? My teacher asked, his voice tinged with concern. Yes, I was immersed in a vision of the present. I must tell you what I saw, Master, I explain as I stand up and begin gathering the extinguished candles on the floor. First, we'll have breakfast. After that, and when you've met up with your friends, we can talk, the teacher says as we leave my quarters for the temple's main dining hall. I'm sure you're eager to chat with someone closer in age. The journey continues. Disclaimer. Neither Harry Potter nor Star Wars belong to me. The reunion with the other disciples and masters was truly unique. It's uncommon for a mentor to accompany such a young student to the mountain meditation caves typically. Disciples who accompany their mentors in secluded locations for meditation are usually over 13 years old. Even though the students and teachers knew I was different, they never made me feel out of place when I first arrived. They always treated me like just another student, no matter how I appeared. Something I'll always be grateful for, I think, as I finish breakfast with my coworkers. I must admit my Tibetan language skills have improved remarkably over the past year. Now I can hold a complete conversation without even thinking about it, as if it were my native tongue. The disciples kept insisting on hearing my adventures, so much so that the teachers decided to extend daily practice sessions by a couple of hours. When every disciple finally returns with their master, I realize it's already noon and mealtime is approaching. My teacher approaches where I'm seated, and with a gesture, I follow him through the temple corridors. We're heading toward one of the inner courtyards of time. After several minutes of footsteps echoing in our ears, we arrive at a small courtyard covered with blue flowers and settle into a stone bench. Tell me what you've seen, the teacher asked. Disciple. I saw the same two people who abandoned me at my uncle's door talking about me. They seem to have tried to use their powers to find me. From what I understand, they call their abilities magic and live isolated from the rest of the world. This group of people, including both my parents and the hooded man who killed them, consider themselves part of a magical realm. I tell myself while thinking how absurd it sounds that my powers are magical. Have they tracked you down? The teacher asks. No, apparently they use something called the Ravenclaw quill with certain limitations. As long as I don't go to Europe, I'll stay out of their radar range, I respond with a sigh of relief. We always knew, from your visions and your aunt's words, that there were more people with powers similar to yours. But when we talked about it, we thought if it was true, there would be evidence showing how these people could help make the world a better place. It's pretty confusing, the contemplative teacher mused. This group of people can only harness their inner energy. I've examined their powers through vision and don't sense any connection to the force. They can't channel their emotions into it. Without this connection, they don't feel the world's weight on them. They don't help others, which explains why we've never found evidence of them. This is my theory, explained to the master. That's true enough. Having power like yours and not using it to help the world is utterly selfish, my teacher said with evident disappointment. Great power comes with great responsibility, murmurs in the silence of the courtyard. Exactly, you're right, disciple. Did you discover anything more in your visions? The master asks as he gazes into my eyes. I've also discovered that my uncles are in prison because of what they did to me. Tell him, not quite sure how to feel about it. We both fell into complete silence, the only sounds being our breathing and the birds singing outside. Honestly, I'm not sure if I want to join this magical world. It sounds like they only care about their own universe while leaving the rest of humanity out. That seems like a pretty arrogant attitude in my book. I watch my teacher, lost in thought as if he's trying to find the right words to ask a question. After a few seconds, he opens his mouth and asks another question. Have you thought about whether you'll return to England? No, I think the Force doesn't want me found right now. I need to keep training, though I'm sensing I'll have to move on to another place soon. I respond with the best I can. Got it. In that case, you'll need to keep your training until the time comes for you to leave. We'll do everything we can to help you. You know that already. Speaking of which, Master Xian has been unwell for a week now. Could you try helping him? If that's the case, I'll do whatever I can, I reply as we rise and head toward Master Xian's quarters. Healing Master Xian had been an uphill battle. He was battling a spreading infection that had already reached his internal organs. Had we arrived a week later, my powers might have been useless against this relentless disease. I must admit that healing the Force is one of the most complex abilities I've ever mastered. It's not just about connecting with the Force and suggesting the word heal. You need to consciously guide your power through every cell of their body, one by one. You encircle the infected cell with your power, and the cleansing and strength take charge of healing it. This means you'll need to repeat the process thousands of times. Even with 8 hours of daily treatment, it took me 5 full days to achieve sufficient healing for the medicines prepared by the temple masters to take effect. Now that I think about it, I believe that if I ever studied biology and medicine, I'll likely figure out which cells need treatment and which can heal on their own with proper medication. I've also pondered without success where my next destination might be, but the Force remains elusive in revealing its location. Yet I can say with absolute certainty it won't be England. For now, I'll keep my worries at bay and continue enjoying the peaceful life of the temple. This extra time here will also allow me to practice my healing powers on injured animals I find in the forest or treat wounds from nearby villagers. I'm not entirely sure how it all started, but rumors of a healer have been spreading through the villages near the temple. People from all walks of life come seeking help with injuries, though many are poor and can't afford medical bills. Others arrive with illnesses or wounds that doctors simply can't treat. Last week, a woman came in with high fever and red spots on her skin. For hours, I did everything I could to treat her, but the more cells I healed, the worse she got. It was an endless battle. Just 6 hours later, the woman passed away from her illness. I felt her energy, her soul, the vital force every living being possesses within, merging with the very essence of existence itself, as if her spirit had become one with the entire world. It was the first time in years I'd cried. Knowing someone had passed away is one thing, but feeling their life slipping away from their body and despite your best efforts, you can't stop it is something else entirely. I'd been cooped up in my room all day without stepping out. When my mentor came to bring me some dinner, he gave me a tight hug and left me alone in the room with another of his great wisdom pieces. All things perish, even the stars fade away. Being connected to the force grants you extraordinary clarity and meaning, but when it comes to death, it also makes you feel like life is leaving your body and merging with vital energy. But I think I've come to understand that death is just another part of life, a phase we all must eventually pass through, and the only thing I can do is heal those who are wounded as much as possible, so that it happens sooner rather than later. For days I've been immersed in medical manuscripts and books compiled by temple masters and local villagers to assist me. While the number of people seeking my help isn't large, an average of 10 to 15 individuals visit each week. Since there's no fixed schedule for me, the doctors have created a customized routine. I start with breakfast and spend hours meditating in peace, then attend to patients who come in, always prioritizing the most critical cases. If there are none to treat, I switch to studying medicine and biology to get better prepared. Of course, starting at 6 p.m. unless a patient needs me, I take a break and spend time with the other disciples. For example, yesterday we were jumping and swimming in a nearby lake until sunset. As I envisioned when I first started using the power healing technique, gaining deeper knowledge and understanding about what I'm doing proves to be incredibly useful. It not only helps me, rather than simply identifying symptoms and diseases, I focus on precise treatment by concentrating my attention on the most critical aspects. For instance, when treating an infection, I first target the source of the infection before gradually addressing other body parts. Cure has opened up an incredible path for me. I've realized that through sheer determination, I can alter a patient's body to some extent, slowing their breathing, boosting white blood cell production, and even inducing a kind of healing coma while treating them. This is particularly crucial for young individuals or those with severe injuries. The potential for a healing trance allows slowing the spread of viruses or infections within the human body. Moreover, during this trance state, they experience no pain. I hear voices and cries of agony in the temple. Rising to leave the study hall, I face one of the temple's masters carrying a woman bleeding from her abdomen. What happened? I asked as I helped the teacher lay the woman down on a makeshift bed of cushions. She was shot in the abdomen with a firearm. Apparently, a bandit tried to rob her on the way to Mampa City. They brought her in a car, about an hour after the shooting, the master says as he helps me tear open the woman's robe and we begin cleaning the wound with clean water. An hour? I ask in astonishment, while the teacher merely nods. Then there's no time to waste. I say as I close my eyes and settle into a comfortable position to use my powers. I place my left hand on her forehead, focusing my efforts on inducing a therapeutic trance. 1, 2, when I realize it, I've connected with the power. Seconds later, the woman stops moving and screaming in pain. The trance works and will last for hours. Just in case, I leave my left hand resting on her forehead to monitor her condition. The first thing I need to do is remove the bullet from the woman's body. The trick is to pull it out without damaging anything else. I extend my right hand and gently touch the wound with the palm. Focusing intently, I use my strength to visualize the abdomen. To my relief, the bullet hasn't damaged the digestive system and fortunately resides in an area that poses minimal risk. I feel my hand tensing up as I gradually use my telekinetic abilities to extract the bullet. I contract specific muscles in the woman's body to widen the opening for the bullet, even shifting her kidney a few centimeters away to prevent contact. I can feel the bullet grazing against my palm, and slowly pull back my hand a few centimeters to facilitate its exit. Here it is. I think as I open my eyes, the bullet lodged in my right hand. After removing the bullet, I'll begin the healing process for the affected area. I tell the doctor as he picks up the bullet from my hand and repositions it over the patient's wound. It's already the new year. I think as I enter my bedroom and lie down on the bed. It's February 19th in Tibet, and today marked the start of the celebrations. Much has happened over these past months since the injured woman was recovered from the bullet wound. The monks decided to establish a medical clinic at the temple. Anyone regardless of financial means can come for medical assistance. Most disciples help out in the clinic, cleaning linens, feeding the patients, and more. There are also other, older disciples who are studying medicine through the books I provide and the information I can offer them. It's more useful to teach someone how to plant than to feed a starving person. That's what my teacher always says. So right now there are 7 disciples working as healers alongside me at the temple. While none of them possess supernatural abilities, I'm deeply grateful because there are few cases they can't handle on their own. Last month, I only had one patient with acute bronchitis that the other disciples couldn't cure. Even though I keep healing as many people as possible to improve my skills, I'm thankful I'm not the only one here at the temple. This will make it easier for me to leave when the time comes to resume my training. I think as I slowly close my eyes and rest after a long day of festivities. It's time to go. I think as I open my eyes and wrap up my morning meditation. For several days now, I've been feeling the urge to leave the temple and continue my training elsewhere. At first I thought it was just my own anxiety, but after meditation I realized it's the power that's driving me to keep training in different places. While I'm sure I could keep living in the temple and ignore this inner drive, I don't think it's the right choice. Stepping into the medical clinic, I find within minutes that the only 2 patients are brothers suffering from plant allergy. They're already receiving treatment with a Tibetan medicine created by the temple's masters. After greeting the disciples in the room, I proceed to fetch my master. Stepping out of the room, I settle into a bench and close my eyes. Moments later, I feel the vital force of my master. It looks like he's deep in thought in his room. I think as I head to my master's quarters. Before I even realize it, I'm standing at the door of his study, and the master lets me in. The moment I step inside, I see candles lit and catch a whiff of burning jasmine wafting through the air. I feel sorry for disturbing you, Master Meditation. I apologize by closing the door behind me. Don't worry about that, my disciple, the master replies without giving it a second thought. I've been feeling this way for days, but I think it's time to move on. I explained to the teacher. I see we knew the day would come. Let's help you prepare everything for the trip. Shall we? Do you know where you're headed? The teacher asked. No, but I've been dreaming about swords for days, and I'm pretty sure it's not in Europe. I reply as we exit the master's room and head toward mine. In that case, you'll need to bring your best tunics. I'll help you prepare everything, the teacher replies as we enter my quarters. I realize how quickly everything passes. Before I knew it, I'd already prepared my tunics and packed my personal belongings, which only included a few candles and some medical books I hadn't finished reading. The other disciples greeted me as usual when we reached lunchtime, but after seeing me in my finest tunics, they sensed I was heading somewhere. A few minutes later, while we were eating the last meal I'll have for a long time at the temple, I updated them on the latest developments. After exchanging many hugs, we said our goodbyes. My master accompanies me to the inner meditation gardens. Since it's late in the day, there won't be anyone around, so I can use my powers for teleportation. I have to admit I'm a bit nervous. This is my second time testing this ability. The first time wasn't even conscious, I just used it to escape from my uncle's house. Remember, come back anytime. We're still your family. If you ever want to come back, you'll always have a home here. My teacher says with eyes full of tenderness as he gives me a big hug. You're the family I never had. But through it all, I'll remember you. And I'm certain I'll see you again, I respond as tears stream down my face. It's time. You can't put it off any longer. The longer you wait, the harder it gets, the teacher says, pulling me away from his embrace and stepping back a few steps. I sit in silence before my teacher's words, the one I've come to see as my father figure since childhood. Though I never truly had a father. Now I realize we need no further words to connect. Slowly closing my eyes, I immerse myself in meditation, extending my spiritual energy to connect with the world's vital force. As emotions dissolve, calmness envelopes me, leaving only one thought echoing through my mind. Move forward. Like a tornado sweeping through the world, my body starts spinning as every particle shifts with such force that I barely have time to think. Then I suddenly freeze mid-spiral, eyes snapping open to see where I'm standing. One thing's crystal clear. I'm no longer in the temple. Vast green fields stretch in all directions, where I can see dozens of workers working in what appear to be rice paddies, similar to those near Mampa City in the Himalayas. I realize none of the workers are looking my way, so they probably didn't notice I appeared mysteriously. But before I could take a single step, I hear a voice behind me and quickly turn around to see an elderly woman staring at me intently. "What's your name? What's your gift?" "One." The old woman asked in a language I couldn't understand. Her eyes locked on me. "Oh no, I don't get it," I think as I introduced myself in both my native language and Tibetan. The old woman didn't flinch when I spoke in either English or Tibetan, so I figured she couldn't understand me. I always knew I'd have to go somewhere other than Europe to continue my training, but never imagined I'd need to learn a third language. A line from that movie keeps echoing in my mind. They keep talking to us, conveying the Force's will. That's it. I'll use my power then, I think as I close my eyes and expand my abilities. A few seconds later, I can feel the full force of everything around meth workers in the fields and the presence of the elderly woman before me. Gradually, I open my eyes while I maintain my connection with the active life force. As I raise my hand upward, the elderly woman places hers on mine. Trusting in this power, I sense our minds beginning to form a kind of mental bond. Thus, I decide to send a thought to her. "My name is Harry Potter. I've traveled from afar to continue my training, though I don't know exactly why this place became the perfect spot for it." I say through the mental link I've formed using my power. I sense surprise and nervousness in the elderly woman. I'm certain this is her first experience of this kind, and I'm not sure how to explain that my powers transported me hundreds of kilometers. Since I'm confident she saw me appear out of nowhere, I'll keep avoiding any mention of force until I can explain it better. "My name is Koana Haru. I saw you appear out of nowhere in a radiant glow, as if sent by the gods themselves. You must.
I'm tired.
Come on, you'll be welcome to join us for dinner," the old lady says with her voice, but thanks to the mental link, I can perfectly understand what she's saying as if she were speaking my native language. After those words, Koana lets go of my hand and I decide to follow her through the makeshift dirt path. I'm not sure why, but I can sense this woman has another reason for going with her. She wants something and thinks I might be able to help. When I first arrived, I sensed a certain desperation in her feelings, but now I perceive a wave of hope emanating from her. As I follow her through the rice fields, I use my strength to sense why she's leading me to her home. One thing is clear. It's not dangerous, but something urgent. In the distance, I can see what appears to be an entire village completely without modern technology, featuring Japanese architectural ceilings that slope downward and tilt in 4 directions. It feels like I'm in Japan, I think, as we head toward the village. I was so lost in my thoughts that I barely noticed when we entered the village. Luckily, the old lady's house was the 3rd building in sight, so we didn't bump into anyone around the area. After watching Koana remove her shoes to enter the house, I followed suit with my flip-flops, leaving me barefoot. The elderly woman led me to one of the rooms. As soon as we opened the sliding door, I saw a child, not much older than 5 years old, lying on the floor, eyes closed, babbling incoherently. The woman simply gestured at the child with her hand. Thought I could cure him, so he actually saw me appear in a halo of light and believed they sent me to heal the child. I thought as I let my backpack slide from my back and slowly moved closer to examine the boy. I can see the child's body is overheating, and while the foot and part of the leg appear bandaged, it's causing significant pain. As I do when treating a sick child, I position myself near the child, place my hand on their forehead, focus on my breathing, close my eyes, and expand my senses to connect with the vital energy. I can feel the child's pain, the old woman's despair, and my own physical exhaustion from teleportation, but I release all my fatigue into the force and stop focusing on the child's and the old woman's emotions. I place my hand on the child's leg, and as if it were a crystal-clear image, I can visualize every cell, muscle, and bone in their body. It appears their leg has fractured at the peroneal bone level and isn't healing properly. Before attempting to treat it, I use my powers to induce a healing trance. The child, whose fever I can sense gradually subsiding, finally drifts off to sleep. That'll make the healing process easier, I think, as I visualize the broken bone again. The bone issue he's been dealing with is tricky because the area has so many bones and muscles that it's hard to treat properly. I need to be careful now, or once it heals, he might struggle to keep his balance or even run properly. Gradually, I extend my powers and begin to shift the muscles, focusing on realigning the bones to their original positions. Mentally, I confirm that every bone, even those tiny fragments that had been Lucius, in its proper place. I start sending impulses to each cell of the fractured bones, moving slowly but steadily until I sense the bones gradually reconnecting. Learning Japanese isn't easy, but the good news is that my strong connections help a lot. My empathy allows me to connect words and concepts through their underlying meanings. When I first arrived in the village, everyone was quite surprised to see a Westerner. But Koana has embraced me like family, treating me as one of her own. From what I've gathered about the Koana family, their granddaughter Yuri passed away years ago, and the rest of the family relocated to one of Japan's major cities. According to rumors from some villagers and the elderly woman's own sentiments, the new family now works by seizing land from farmers who owe debts. They've become westernized and haven't had any contact since then. Now only the elderly woman and one of her younger nephews live in the house. The 7-year-old boy I treated, named Hikari. "Hey there, could you go buy some apples?" the old lady asked me gently. Tenyo, that's what they call me in the village. Took me days to figure out what it meant. God's chosen one. I've tried explaining through every means possible that no deity has sent me here, and that I'm only here to learn, nothing more. But I'm afraid they haven't believed me, and most villagers still call me by that name. It didn't help that last week I used my powers to heal Hikari's leg. Unfortunately, due to rumors about me arriving in a halo of light and Hikari's miraculous recovery, which I'm sure Hikari excitedly spread among all his friends and acquaintances, the villagers refused to call me by my real name. The day after Hikari was revived, one of them called me. I went to the healers to see if they could really help with a patient who had fallen while repairing the roof and had a broken skull. Naturally, I couldn't refuse. After all, as the master used to say when he was in the temple, having power like yours and not using it to help the world is utterly selfish. It's 5 p.m., and I'm heading to one of the village shops. To be precise, it's a small wooden shack barely bigger than a public restroom. One of the village elders sells fruits in this tiny cabin more as a hobby than a real job. From what I understand, 4 of his children work in rice paddies, and one of them must be a famous samurai. Every morning at 5 a.m., I wake up and spend 2 hours meditating until 7 a.m., when I start helping Koana prepare breakfast. After breakfast, I attend classes with Hikari. I must admit it's been quite unusual to have classes in a school, especially since I haven't had a regular class since age 9, and the language barrier doesn't help either. Fortunately, the professor is fluent in English, which is why he's helping me catch up on my language skills and writing abilities, something I'm truly grateful for. I've been meditating on strength for an hour today, my 12th birthday, and I feel something's about to change. But unfortunately, strength remains completely silent about it. Over the past 5 months, I've focused solely on learning the language and keeping up with my classes, though I've occasionally helped with nursing duties when they're unsure how to handle certain cases. Yet I feel my powers haven't advanced much since arriving here. A voice whispers through my meditation, and as I gradually open my eyes from the trance, I see the old woman trying to speak to me. "Excuse me, I was meditating and didn't hear you." I apologize as I rise from the ground. "Tenyo, Sensei Kaido has agreed to teach you martial arts and swordsmanship. He says you're old enough now that you've turned 12, the old woman tells me. Seriously? I'm so grateful," I reply as we exit my room and head to make breakfast. "He'll be waiting for you at 5 today in the dojo to train with the rest of his students," the old lady tells me as she approaches the cafeteria. I realize Hikari has already woken up, but I'm so caught up in the excitement of learning something new that I barely notice when she congratulates me. Thankfully, the aroma of food pulls me out of my thoughts, and I thank Hikari for her congratulations with a smiling as we prepare to go on an excursion to one of the nearby waterfalls. The classes with Sensei Kaido turned out to be more challenging than I initially imagined. Thankfully, I'm not scared of the hard work. The moment we arrived, all 8 apprentices were already running around the dojo for nearly an hour. Once Sensei Kaito believes we've mastered the basics, he spends the first hour teaching martial arts techniques and demonstrating a new kata, but only if we've perfected every kata we've learned. If any of the katas aren't done correctly, we'll have to redo them all over again. This has created challenges among some fellow trainees who struggle to master katas perfectly, as the instructor only teaches new kata sequences after everyone has mastered previous ones. Fortunately, through my empathy skills, I've managed to prevent conflicts by assisting those facing difficulties during our limited free time, which unfortunately remains scarce. I often volunteer to pair up with trainees who struggle the most, making sure those arrogant learners don't push others out of the dojo. While we often learn sword techniques after practicing katas, by the time we get to this stage, we're usually too exhausted to master any complex moves. That's why instructors typically start with basic wooden sword drills focusing on fundamental skills like evading attacks and blocking strikes. Before you can run, you must learn to walk. That's the timeless wisdom Kaito-sensei often shares. We just wrapped up this week's 5th training session. As I headed home for dinner and some downtime, I felt like 5 figures were following me from behind, trying to hide from my sight. While walking, I channel my energy and connect with the power. It's amazing how I can now do this without needing any tools, from deep meditation to harness certain powers. And I can clearly see who the 5 people following me are. They're the 5 arrogant apprentices following me. Their agitation makes me think they're trying to get into a fight with me. I mumble as I keep walking down the deserted street. I can distinctly sense the real samurai swords in their hands, likely borrowed from their parents or grandparents. They're not just trying to scare me, but actually aiming to hurt me. I take a deep breath and resolve to channel my frustration, fear, and anger into the force, calmly filling every part of my being with it. I hadn't been walking for more than 2 minutes when I sensed one of the trainees had emerged from his hiding spot, charging toward me with sword in hand. But before he could reach me, I took a deep breath to recharge my lungs and let the momentum carry me forward. I could feel it just like that day when I left my aunt's house, as if time would slow down and everything would play in slow motion. But this time I'm determined to try something different. Instead of using my telekinetic powers for defense, I'll focus on enhancing my agility and strength through my abilities. Once again, I channel my powers into my body, surrounding every muscle and bone. I can feel my strength and speed multiplying fourfold. The blade was mere inches from striking my head, but my powers made my muscles more agile and powerful than those of an ordinary person. I dodged the strike while grabbing the apprentice's hand with my left hand, sending a single thought with force into his mind. Sleep. The apprentice fell unconscious to the ground. 2 more apprentices rushed toward me, ready to strike, but I lock onto my own legs and use my powers to propel myself through a mid-air half-turn leap nearly 2 meters high since I'm now above their heads. The instant they landed from the jump, the 2 apprentices were already facing away, their hands stretched out behind them. Their minds sent the same thought. Sleep. I sense a warning throughout the force, like a watch-out shout, and realize I've forgotten the other 2 apprentices. Just in time, I turn around to see 2 blades hurtling toward me, powerless to stop them. Right at that moment, just as both blades were about to strike me, someone yanked me backward and with another sword stopped the 2 apprentices. Kaito-sensei, I think as the day's exhaustion and my overuse of powers to boost endurance and agility through sheer force finally overwhelm me. My vision gradually fades, and I collapse unconscious on the ground. I can feel myself regaining consciousness as my thoughts start to surface. The assault by my dojo classmates now feels like just a bad dream, a nightmare. I open my eyes slowly, feeling heavy eyelids and throbbing muscles. As I try to sit up, I notice someone helping me to my feet. Are you okay, Tenyo? A male voice asks. My vision starts to clear up as I open my eyes, fully visualizing Kaito-sensei and the elderly woman, Koana. I'm in my bedroom, sprawled on the bed. It's already daytime. At least the sun is streaming through the open windows. I guess I must have slept through the whole night. Yeah, a bit tired, I reply with a slightly raspy voice. The effort required to boost muscle agility and endurance drains me more than I ever imagined. Not only does my body ache, But I also feel an intense hunger, though I suppose that's to be expected since I've been pushing my metabolism higher through strength training to stay active.
Del ataque.
What happened to the apprentices? I asked, smiling as I accepted a glass of water from Koana. They're with their families now. I've already explained to their families what happened. After attempting to harm you and the behavior they've shown toward other trainees over the past few months, they won't continue training at the dojo anymore. I stopped those 2 trainees who tried to. Those were the ones who attacked when you lost consciousness, Kaido-sensei retorts harshly. I can almost sense Kaido-sensei's disappointment with the other trainees' attempts. I also notice that Koana's lingering fear still lingers on her skin. I try to focus on my own thoughts and push aside those from the master and the old woman, but I realize this task is far more challenging than usual. My empathy is spiraling out of control. I need to meditate urgently, I think, with a tinge of desperation as I decide to formulate my next question. I understand. I hope none of them got hurt by using my powers, I ask, a clear look of concern in my eyes. No, the teacher snapped. The only thing you've wounded is their pride and self-worth. What's next for the dojo now? I get it if you want to deny teaching me after what happened. I start speaking when the master interrupts with a gesture of his hand. Nothing will happen. You'll keep training like the other 2 apprentices who didn't attack you. Though this time you'll be training alone. I must say your leap over the apprentices' heads was impressive. Plus, I've never seen anyone move as fast as you did. That's an incredible feat. The master replies with evident curiosity in his voice. I feel Kaido-sensei's emotions again, this time sensing both curiosity and duty towards me. This must have been influenced by how the trainees used the techniques I taught to attack me from behind, an utterly disgraceful act that goes against the culture I hold dear. Scoundrels, these are the words. Koana's thoughts flash through my mind before I can even activate my powers. I need to meditate, I say suddenly without addressing anyone specifically. Then we'll leave you here, Kaido-sensei replies. Koana mentioned your meditations tend to be quite lengthy. As he and the elderly woman rise, they head toward the door. I'll leave you some fruit if you're hungry. I'll bring the dinner in a few hours if you'd rather have dinner alone, Koana says softly as she closes the door behind her. A few minutes later, I've already eaten 4 apples and my stomach isn't as grumbling as when I first woke up. Still, I decide to put off eating more fruits for now. I need to focus on regaining control over my powers. Closing my eyes, I adopt the lotus meditation posture and begin regulating my breathing, synchronizing with the world's energy flow. I can feel fear, anxiety, my discontent with fellow apprentices, and exhaustion overwhelming my mind. Yet through the power of strength, I gradually release these emotions, reclaiming the calm that strength always brings. I sense myself regaining control of my abilities once more. I've been meditating for about an hour, and it feels like the sun has completely disappeared from the sky. I sense someone entering the house. Though there are several walls between us, I can visualize Hikari through the force, always brimming with energy and curiosity. This time, though, I feel something more coming from him. It looks like he's got something on his mind, I think, as I try to understand his feelings. She's talking to her grandmother about something that worries her and makes her feel sad. I focus more on her emotions and sense, whose worries are centered on me. He's deeply concerned about my health. Last night, when Master Kaido brought me home unconscious, I was fully awake. It's better if he gets out of meditation and goes to dinner. Hikari will be calmer if she sees me eating with them, I think, as I begin to emerge from my meditative state, stepping out into the dining room after getting up. Using force to boost my speed, reflexes, and strength has become almost subconscious now. I can do it with just a thought. Since Master Kaido started training me privately, I've discovered new limits in my powers. I can jump nearly 3 meters high, run 4 times faster than an average person, and see attacks in slow motion, which allows me to stay ahead of them. After the apprentice ambush, when I first started training, I could only fight for a few minutes using my powers. Now, after several months of practice, I can actually hold my own in a battle with active powers for nearly 20 minutes. But the master hasn't just focused on enhancing my physical abilities. I've also begun developing my precognitive powers in combat, what I like to call battle meditation. Right now, with a bandage covering my eyes, I'm relying on all my remaining senses and abilities to dodge my master's wooden sword strikes. Left eye feel his voice whispering through the force as I thrust my wooden sword to the left to block Sensei's blade. The two blades clash in a sharp turn, but before I can strike the master with my own sword, my perception shifts again. I catch the force whispering to me once more up, but this time, I'm too slow to react and take a blow to the head from Kaido-sensei. The sword must become an extension of your being, as if it were part of your own body. If you use it merely as a tool, you'll never stop all attacks. You must trust that your instincts guide the blade. The master says this as I reposition myself in defense, my half-wooden sword raised high. As I let go of my strength and feel my powers amplifying my senses, I reflect on Kaido-sensei's words, much like what the master used to tell me in the Himalayan temple. I must learn to trust that my powers can guide my actions, especially with the sword. Only then can it move as swiftly as reflex. But I fear this won't be easy. Through the darkness I can sense a desperate cry, feeling an evil presence trying to claim a pure soul, a human being with innocent heart and mind. Suddenly I wake up startled in bed, completely drenched in sweat. I realize what I just saw isn't some random nightmare, it's a vision revealed to me by the force in my dreams. When I finally catch my breath, I check the clock and realize it's nearly 5 a.m. Since June means it's not too cold yet, I decide to head out to the house's inner garden for meditation. To my relief, both the old lady and Hikari are asleep. Without thinking, I use my powers to keep quiet as I make my way to the garden. Sitting comfortably in the spot, I channel my energy to try to figure out what's going on. 1, 2, 3 I begin to narrate while drifting into a meditative trance, connecting with the vital force. The moment I enter this state and ask the force what has passed, I feel the world spinning around me. I realize I'm being transported to a vision of the present, much like the one I saw 2 years ago. When I find myself observing the thick fog enveloping my surroundings, gradually taking shape as it settles around me. I see myself standing in a stone-walled corridor, like a mere spectator. The stone walls and a gate stand before me. The door suddenly swings open, and out emerges a boy with reddish hair, not much older than I am. He wears what looks like a long tunic, with a lion embroidered on the right side of his garment. He seems troubled by something, but before I can dwell on what might be happening, I spot a woman in peculiar attire and a pointed hat emerging behind him. That's the lady I saw in my vision last time. I think her name was Minerva. I mumble as their voices start coming to me like echoes from the past. We haven't been able to locate your sister, Mr. Weasley, Minerva said to the young red-haired boy. A message has appeared on one of the walls near the Great Hall. It seems your sister was kidnapped by the Chamber of Secrets monster. That can't be true, Ginny. She can't, the red-haired boy stammers. There's no doubt about it, Mr. Weasley. We'll notify your parents immediately, as well as all other students' parents. This is the end of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Minerva said in a low voice. But what about my sister? What about Ginny? Don't they plan to rescue her? He asked in a boyish tone, his face showing confusion and anger. Both the former directors and the heads of the houses have searched the castle dozens of times, but we've never found the Chamber of Secrets, the woman said with a tremor, tears streaming down her face. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until Hogwarts closes. Maybe then the Aurors will find something. But can't Professor Dumbledore find her? He asks in a fiery red. I'm afraid Professor Dumbledore, has been expelled from Hogwarts by the school council's order. Even if he were to return, Dumbledore had already registered at the castle 50 years ago when the chamber last opened and nothing was found. Minerva replies as her vision blurs again in the mist, and I can sense it has ended. I sense the force urging me to return to Englanto, rescue the kidnapped girl, and to use my powers to help the red-haired boy's sister, named Ginny, who appears to have been abducted in some kind of secret chamber. Yet amidst the hundreds of questions swirling in my mind, one stands out more than the rest. Before leaving meditation, I decide to ask the force this crucial question. If I return, will they find me? He asked. I'm certain the force will respond with a resounding no, whispered in my ear, though I suspect they won't find me if my stay in England isn't too long. There's no time to waste then. Besides, I must trust the Force as always. I get up and head to my room, dress in my temple robe, and quickly scribble a note in Japanese explaining that I had to leave, but hoping to return before. If I've calculated the time correctly, it should be around 9 or 10 p.m. in England by midday. Stepping back into the garden, I expand my powers and connect with the Force to help me teleport to where I need to go. The world starts spinning at breakneck speed, and I feel my body's molecules shifting through space. But just as I'm about to reach my destination, something goes wrong. Some form of energy barrier is blocking my path to destiny. I choose to trust the Force. Within seconds, my molecular body dissolves into ethereal form, becoming smoke-like. I cut through the barrier walls and materialize precisely where the Force intended me to appear. As always, when I use the teleportation, I land on the ground. Stepping up, I find myself in a vast, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars rise along its walls, each carved with coiled serpents that stretch toward the ceiling. The grayish-gray floor is soaked with water carrying a distinct putrid odor, like some kind of sewage. It looks like I'm back in England, I say as I hear a voice behind me. Turning around, I find the red-haired boy's sister, Ginny, lying on the ground, and a tall guy wearing a snake emblem on his clothes, pointing at me with what looks like a small wooden stick. "Who are you? How did you end up down here?" asks the Chico in his robe with the snake emblem. Before responding, I assess my surroundings. I'm in a camera booth, where the kidnapped girl named Ginny lies on the floor clutching a book. She's still alive, but her mind has retreated into her body likely due to her weakened physical state. I try to sense the boy standing before me, though I'm not sure what you are. I need more time to examine him through the Force. "My name is Tenyo. I came here to rescue Ginny. Get away from her and I'll take her back where she belongs," I respond using the name I've been using in Japan. The boy looks bewildered, utterly confused about how I ended up here and who I am. Seizing the moment of his confusion, I close my eyes for just a second, like a single blink, and with sheer focus, I see that the man before me is connected to the book she clutches in her arms. But before I could continue with my conclusions, the young man in the robe spoke to me again. "I don't think you get it. You won't take the girl anywhere. I need her life force to return," the boy replies, still jabbing at me with the wooden stick. However, those few seconds while he spoke gave me more than enough time to finish analyzing him. He's not human, but a parasite, much like the one that had been attached to my mind for years. I can sense the same malice and the same kind of power emanating from. The book uses the girl's life story to solidify its connection with the real world. "I'm not sure why you resorted to using Ginny's vital force, but I won't let it happen," I say, using the Force to make my words resonate through the camera. "Then I'll have to kill you too. How cruel. I'd loved torturing you to find out how to get through the castle's protective barriers." The parasite-shaped youth replies without a trace of remorse. "I doubt you could harm me yourself or have already done so upon arriving Harrieri, not human. You're an echo, a fragment, a parasite feeding on what isn't yours," I respond, deliberately showing no fear while attempting to project confidence through my face. Though I may not wield power now, I still command the camera's monster, the basilisk hidden by my predecessor. I am Tom Riddle, the last heir of Salazar Slytherin. I embody the past, present, and future of the most powerful Dark Lord in history, Lord Voldemort. Tonight I shall rise to conquer the world-size the presence as it whispers what sounds like whistles, while the mouth of the statue at the back of the hall opens. "Watch out," I hear the Force whispering as an imminent danger approaches. "Close your eyes," I repeat the voice in my mind, fully trusting the living Force to shut them shut. As always, I expand my powers and senses just like when Kaido Sensei trained me with eye patches. I can sense a colossal creature emerging from the statue. Though my eyes remain closed, I can fully visualize a monstrous serpent with yellowish eyes and massive fangs. The serpent swiftly approaches me, slithering several meters in mere seconds. Fortunately, my connection to the Force allows me to stay calm amidst this. In this situation, I channel my energy into my muscles and sprint after the pillars at a speed that surpasses any human's. The snake has failed. I feel as if in its desperate attempt to bite me, The snake couldn't evade the ground and crashed into it with its fangs exposed. One of them snapped, causing a pain I can feel through the force. I take a deep breath and focus on the broken fang in my mind. Formulating a plan quickly, I decide it's time to counterattack. With a single thought, I dart through the columns and end up at the snake's tail. The serpent is beginning to rise, its head turning as it focuses its gaze toward me. Even with my eyes closed, I can sense the giant serpent's power converging on its eyes. But it's too late for her now. She's been knocked unconscious by the blow that I let myself be swept forward by the force, leaping through the camera lens. In a split second, I zoom 5 meters ahead while using my psychic powers to summon the broken tongue. I land on the serpent's head as my hand reaches for the broken fang, summoned by my powers. With enhanced telekinetic abilities and strengthened muscles, I drive the fang straight into the snake's brain center. Oh. Hold on. I hear the parasite named Tom screaming, but it's too late for the monster. After a moment of silence, I hear a scream of agony from the snake. It begins to lose its balance, but just as I'm about to jump down, the force whispers in my mind, his eyes. I pull out the fang embedded in the snake's brain and pierce it twice more, once in each eye. With a small leap and a forward somersault, I land on, falling to the ground, as the snake begins to roll and finally collapses dead. I open my eyes once more. I can sense that the essence called Tom is confused, angry and, let's be honest, somewhat afraid in his expression. He's not sure what's going on and hasn't fully grasped it. It seems he's stopped pointing the wooden stick at me, and much of his confidence has vanished. She's dead, Tom says, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, it is. The serpent has taken more than one life, guided by people like you, lives that should never have been lost. I respond to the question that was never asked.
Impossible.
I don't know how you pulled that off, but you're not getting out of here alive, Tenyo. Tom retorted with a venomous glare in his eyes. I can feel the force receding into my body, and the exhaustion from what I've just accomplished starts to show in my muscles and limbs. After all, I had to teleport thousands of kilometers to get here, and it's been more draining than I expected. But before my connection with the living force completely fades, I sense another word whispered in my ear. Book, Tom. I'm afraid you'll be the only one who won't leave here today, I say as I extend my hand toward Ginny and use my telekinetic power to pull the book she's holding toward me. What? Wait, no, Tom stammers as he lifts the wooden stick. But it's already too late. At the exact moment when the black-covered book reaches my hands, the force takes hold. I control myself just as I did years ago when I eradicated the parasite in my scar. I can feel my own power and that of the vital force united. For the same purpose, to destroy Tom's echo, the fragment keeping him alive. The hand holding the book begins to glow like an alien light, completely white. I hear the heart-wrenching scream of the parasite vanishing from the camera and being eradicated by a purifying light from the force. Meanwhile, I sense life beginning to return to the unconscious girl named Ginny in the camera. I collapse onto the ground in a heap as the book slips from my hands, leaving me breathless. Though I still feel connected to my powers, I've lost touch with my vital energy. Realizing I'm losing consciousness, I overused my abilities. But just before I lose it completely, I hear a deafening explosion-like noise. Above me, a majestic crimson bird descends toward me. The bird perches before me, staring straight into my eyes. I hear a soothing melody that fills my entire body. Suddenly, I realize this newly arrived creature is helping me recover. Gradually, my exhaustion fades away as I rise and sit in the camera, watching the mysterious bird finish its song. Thank you, I send the thought to the bird through my mind without expecting a response. Stop giving them, prophetic child. The bird replies in my mind, jolting me awake as I realize it's forging a mental connection with my consciousness. Can you understand me? Who are you? Why did you call me the prophetic child? I ask through my mind to the red-feathered bird. What I find remarkable is that you can truly understand me. You're the first to communicate with us in this way since our creation. No one else has achieved this before. And the human world calls me Fox, and I am a phoenix. I came to help you after sensing your powers. I fear I still can't reveal what I mean by prophet's child to you. replies the phoenix named Fox through the telepathic connection. If you can sense the powers, why didn't you rescue the red-haired girl? I asked in surprise. I can sense your powers, not hers, the phoenix replies to my question. You've connected with the world's energy, and your abilities have evolved in a unique way. Are you talking about force? That energy that resides in every cell and molecule of the universe. I asked, trying to dig deeper. Strength? That's a strange name. Though I'd rather call it magic, at least you understand it better than wizards. Fox says to me in my mind. Even though battle has weakened me, I can sense Fox's presence like a beacon shining through the vastness of power. The phoenix holds the answers to most questions I've pondered for years. As I try to organize my thoughts, before I can formulate another question, Fox speaks again in my mind. You must go, prophetic child. The girl is about to. Awakening, you've regained enough strength. Plus, Albus shouldn't have found you yet the world isn't ready for your arrival, Fox says to me in my mind, showing a certain restlessness. Yes, I have to go back. They'll be worried about me. I reply as images of Koana, Hikari, and Sensei Kaido worrying about me flash through my mind. We'll meet again as the prophetic boy. The world has been waiting for your arrival since the prophecy made after the destruction of Atlantis itself. Wishing you luck until we meet again. Harry Potter, says the phoenix as it spreads its wings and approaches the girl, vanishing into a fiery blaze. The phoenix knows my true identity, and it seems to know more than I've ever told it. The prophecy's meaning still baffles me. When I return to Jaffn, I'll need to ponder this mystery. I've gathered Tom's essence from a book for further study. Storing it in my tunic now stained and damp from the battle with the giant serpent, that I close my eyes and gather my powers, almost restored thanks to the phoenix's aid. I visualize where I want to go and imagine the inner garden of Koana. Gradually, I feel myself becoming ethereal as the world starts spinning, and I sense the teleportation returning me to Jaffn. It took me several weeks of meditation to fully recover from the experience in the camera. During these meditations, I also uncovered fascinating insights while studying the black book that contained the essence of Tom. Tom declared in the chamber, I am the past, present, and future of the most powerful Dark Lord in history. After thoroughly examining both the chamber's memories and the day I destroyed the parasite in my scar, I believe these two presences were actually the same person. In some way, Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, had embedded a fragment of his essence into the scar in the book. Yet both echoes belonged to different eras. When I pressed the force about what these echoes and fragments were, it responded with the phrase, a divided soul. In my view, all people, animals, and plants to a lesser extent possess an essence called the soul. This essence allows us to merge with the force after death, uniting as part of its collective existence. However, in some way, Tom or Lord Voldemort managed to split his essence or soul into parts, and these entities can take control of others' vital energy to resurrect them in a certain sense. It's no wonder the Force was so enraged when I examined the scar. As the Master of Time from the Himalayas said, the soul is a cup filled with our experiences. Every living being has its own inseparable soul. Without the soul, the body cannot live, because I understand that separating or dividing the soul shouldn't be a natural act. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, it was this dark figure who murdered my parents when I was still a baby. I've also delved deeper into Phoenix lore. At school, I checked out the library and studied mythology books to discover these birds can rise from ashes, a powerful symbol of purification and eternal life. However, since Fox might have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, he could know more than I've told him. This would explain certain references like the one he mentioned about how the world has been waiting for my arrival since Atlantis' destruction. Tenyo, it's time for dinner. Come on over. Hikari calls out as she walks into my room, jolting me out of my meditation. If I say as my thoughts gather in my mind after abruptly ending my meditation, but next time, please call the door, Hikari. I say while getting up and apologize for barging in without knocking. Abruptly exiting meditation is never comfortable. For days, I've been dreaming about the Star Wars movie I watched when I was 9, and all my dreams are focused on one thing: the lightsabers wielded by the Jedi. Though I'm not sure if these dreams stem from my advanced training in Sensei Kaido, there's something about the Force itself that's trying to tell me something. I just wrapped up another training session with Kaido Sensei, Ever since I turned 13 2 months ago, he's been training me with metal swords. We've been practicing daily defensive and offensive techniques together. While I personally prefer defense over offense, my sensei always says I need to know attack techniques even if it's just to recognize them if they ever use them against me. Tomorrow at the same time, Tenyo. I'll wait for you at 5, the master says as we store the swords in the dojo's locker. Yes, teacher, I respond, catching my breath. Alright, you'll need to start thinking about designing your own sword. Have you got any ideas? The sensei asks me. My own sword? Seriously? I asked excitedly. Yes, it's about time. Soon there will come a moment when only practice can polish your skills. You've mastered the memory techniques, all you need is plenty of practice. The sensei replied to my questions. Have you been dreaming about laser swords for days? I whisper, my face flushing with embarrassment at what I just said. Are these your own ideas? Or are you just having a psychic reading? Kaido sensei, I asked with a hint of curiosity. I think it's a bit of both, but if that's true, I have no idea how to design and create a sword of that type. I still respond with some embarrassment. Well then, your powers must be giving you the answer, I suppose, Kaido sensei replies as we exit the dojo. Yes, I'll think about that. I respond with a thoughtful tone. Better hurry up, Tenyo, or you'll be late for dinner, my teacher says as we stroll through the village streets. A few minutes later, I arrived home and greeted Koana and Hikari. It looks like we'll be having rice with some meat for dinner tonight. Hikari starts telling us about her latest adventure with her friends. Apparently, they've been climbing a massive tree that he finds it in a nearby forest. I barely catch the conversation as I remain lost in thought about crafting a light sword, much like the one I saw in the movie. It looks like I'll need to meditate on the power and research the sword topic in the library. I think as we set up for dinner, he had been trapped in that dark, cold, and abandoned place for years. The world. One of his closest friends had betrayed him, and he'd lost the people most important to him. The sirens began to wail, creatures were closing in. He had to escape, couldn't let them stop him, not now, not when he had a mission to complete. I have to keep my promise, I must find him and protect him, he kept repeating to himself as he scrambled on all fours. Overwhelmed by panic, he knew with near certainty that if he were captured, he wouldn't come out alive from that place. A powerful tremor shook the island, but before he could look back, another fierce flash seemed to tear through the sky, followed by several lightning bolts in the distance. It looked like a storm was approaching, one of the worst storms he'd ever witnessed in his life. The dark stones were slippery as hell, the water started crashing down with all its might, and the wind was blowing like crazy, blinding his eyes. But he was already close, pushing himself to take deep breaths while sprinting toward the shore. He had to leave that island behind, he had to find it and protect it, he had to keep his promise, even if it meant giving up his life for it. In the distance, the island's shoreline stretched out like a silhouette, its edge crashing against jagged rocks as the sea surged with violent waves. He caught a fleeting glimpse of its reflection in a puddly, a large dog with sable fur and piercing eyes that glinted in the darkness, its slender frame suggesting it had somehow squeezed through the bars of the cell's confinement. But there was no time to worry about his disheveled appearance, he needed to focus on escaping the island. Without looking back, he fixed his gaze on the raging waves ahead. With a powerful leap from his 4 legs, he plunged into the sea and began swimming southward, hoping to reach safety. Tito escaped the most terrifying creations of the magical world, Azkaban. While battling the elements in the sea, one image kept haunting his mind, the reason he'd fled: a scrap of parchment. A newspaper delivered by Minister of Magic Oswald Cornelius Fudge himself. A paper he was now leaving behind in his cell. A paper with the headline, 5 years later, young Harry Potter still presumed missing and dead. His mouth was parched, and intense nausea threatened to make him vomit. Harry slowly climbed into bed, feeling the pillow soaked in sweat as morning light streamed through the window. He glanced around at the wall clock. It was past 10 in the morning and still lay there. He had experienced one of the most terrifying visions of his life, feeling the despair, pain, and loneliness of that creature desperately trying to escape from that strange island. But before he could examine the vision, almost like a nightmare, someone suddenly opened the door and burst into his room, jolting him awake. After a moment, he saw Hikari's small figure enter the room carrying a tray full of food and a large water jug. "Hey there, you're awake," Hikari says, flashing a big smile as she places the tray on my nightstand. Yeah, I had a bad dream, I say as Hikari helps me fill a glass of water. You must have had a terrible nightmare. We couldn't wake you up, we tried for hours and were really worried about you, responds Hikari, gazing at his concern in those innocent eyes. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention, I say to Hikari as I use my powers to calm him down, placing a hand on his shoulder and channeling a soothing energy through my abilities. Yeah, if your powers teach you bad things, it's better not to use them, Hikari tells me, surprising me with her words. Maybe, I say to Hikari while pondering how to finish my sentence, but having bad dreams doesn't mean anything bad. Sometimes dreams, whether good or bad, help us learn and teach us. Plus, thanks to those dreams, I can help others, I patiently explain to the young man standing before me. I leave the glass of water on the table and grab a couple of apples from the tray. Hikari brings over a knife to slice them into bit-sized pieces. With a thank you, I start chopping the apple and offer Hikari several slices. We then sit down to eat in silence. I almost forgot. We made a glass bottle in our craft class. I filled it with salvia for wounds. It's for you, says Hikari as she hands me a small crystallized glass bottle, just over 10 centimeters in size. Thanks, I smile at the little one while tucking the bottle into my belongings. I briefly notice several people entering the house, approaching my room. A few seconds later, Kaito-sensei and Hikari's grandmother enter the room. I can tell the grandmother looks surprised to see Hikari eating in the room. Hikari, I told you you'd let Tenyo rest, the grandmother began scolding the young boy. I gather my strength and force myself to stand. My body aches and feels weak, with my head still throbbing. I wave my hand to calm Haru, then wink at the young Hikari. Nothing happened, I say, trying to defend Hikari. Haru heard me wake up and brought me some food and drinks. It's not her fault. As I speak, I notice Haru relaxing, her worried expression fading away. Hikari, let's just let Tenyo and Kaito-sensei have their talk in peace, says the old lady as they exit the room. I'm glad you're okay, Tenyo. You were worrying us out, the teacher says as I collapse onto the bed from my aching body. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. It was a vision of power, I hadn't been meditating. It was my own power that revealed it to me, I tell the master, lowering my head. Don't be embarrassed. I'm sure it wasn't your fault, but your powers are new to us all. Just be more careful with them. Try meditating before you go to sleep to avoid these scares, the master says in a soft voice. Yes, teacher, I reply, feeling better. What reminds me of you? I want to talk about your powers, the teacher says, bringing a chair closer and sitting down before me, his gaze locked on my eyes. I understand your powers are part of who you are and who you want to become. I know you want to help people, but I ask you to be careful when using them in front of others who don't know you have them. Kaito-sensei's words conjure images in my mind of my uncles, the words they told me, and how they treated me. But the images of those apprentices who tried to harm me months ago also come flooding back. I see their eyes when they attacked me, and I can sense something I couldn't quite put my finger on back then. Fear and envy whispers in the silence of my room. Well, Tenyo, many people fear what they don't understand. But there are others who want exactly what they don't grasp. To use it for their own purposes, I'm not asking you to stop using your powers to help. I'd never say anything like that. I just want you to be more quiet, my master concluded. I close my eyes and focus on my master's words, even though I don't like them. I understand what he meant, just as I understood the words Fox the Phoenix told me back then. The world isn't ready for your arrival. At that moment, I thought it was just about the magical world, but it seems Fox's words didn't only refer to that secret magical society. You're right, Sensei. The world isn't ready for my powers, not yet. I say as I open my eyes, the determination burning in my gaze. Well, why not visit the city? I know you're having trouble crafting your sword. You could travel to Tokyo and check out the Katana Museum. Even if it's just for a day, you could stay overnight there to get away from everything. That always helps, right? The master says with a smile. There's no direct bus service between the village and Tokyo, so I have to take a detour to Ije-Ueno town, which is about 5 kilometers away, to the south of our position. Following Kaito-sensei's advice, I decide not to use my powers to go to Tokyo, since I don't think I'll be very stealthy if I'm teleported through the middle of a city and in front of hundreds of people. I've been walking for nearly 2 hours through old muddy paths, with recent rain suggesting autumn is returning. Once I reach Igeweno town, I'll take a bus and be in Tokyo in just 8 hours. My grandmother insisted on giving me money for the trip and accommodation. I'm carrying a backpack with spare tunics and plenty of fruit to last me several days. I've decided that even if I go to Tokyo without using my powers, I'll return by teleportation since a one-way trip is already expensive, and I don't want to accept more money than what my host family needs. They've done more than enough by sheltering me and providing a home all this time. Tokyo Bus Line 6. Departing in 20 minutes. Buy your ticket before entering. I heard someone shouting as I walked into the Igeweno bus station. I head to the bus counter and pay 7,300 yen for a one-way ticket to Tokyo. Thankfully, it's weekend. Nobody would think anything out of a young person traveling solo to the big city without an adult. But if this were a school day, my lone journey would have drawn more than a few curious glances. Once I'm on the bus, I close my eyes and drift off to sleep, though my mind keeps circling back to last week's vision, the creature trying to escape that strange island. I expand my powers and enter a deep meditation trance, connecting with the primal force, then decide to ask about the vision. As always, the force dodges giving me specifics about it, but I sense that this animal isn't just a simple. The dog's thoughts were extraordinarily complex, almost like those of a human. It was then that the vision began to make sense. The one fleeing the island wasn't a dog it was a man, likely from the magical society, trying to escape that island. Excuse me, we've arrived. I hear through the meditation as I open my eyes and feel the bus driver jostling me to wake me up. Excuse me. I dozed off. I apologize in perfect Japanese as I grab my backpack and head toward the bus exit. Nothing's wrong, it's just normal. It's been a long journey after all that. May your stay be pleasant, young lady, the driver says, closing the bus door behind me. It feels like I'm in Tokyo, I think, my eyes wide open as I gaze at the towering skyscrapers rising above me. I securely fasten my backpack to my back and head toward the train station entrance. As Kaito-sensei instructed, I'm supposed to get off at the Hachiko exit. 15 minutes later, I arrive at my destination and step out onto the platform. The moment I emerge, I'm greeted by a small dog statue and massive TV screens broadcasting commercial ads. The noise from the commercials is overwhelming, growing louder with the bustling crowd around me. I decide to ask a woman carrying a baby stroller through Shibuya District, where the Japanese Katana Museum is located, and ask her for directions. Though she warns that the museum closes around 4 p.m., it's already past 7 p.m. I check the time on the large commercial screens, and my stomach growls in protest, signaling that
I'm starving.
Looks like I'll have to find somewhere to spend the night and wait until morning to visit the museum. After asking the woman again, she details how to reach a nearby hotel. I decide to check out the shops before heading there. I slip through the crowd and start noticing the number of stores around me. But soon I realize someone's following me. I sit down and warn them, but unlike other times, this doesn't feel dangerous at all. In fact, it feels completely the opposite. I turn around and look for the person following me, but I see nothing. Yet the force keeps insisting. I briefly glance down and spot a black dog ahead, too thin with amber eyes staring straight at me. My dream animal. The person who escaped from that island, I think, as I crouch down and the dog approaches me step by step, placing a hand on its dirty fur. Ayudale. I can hear the force clearly, as if I could only perceive its voice. It seems to scream through me like a force through my powers. As always, I choose to let the force guide me, and begin forming a mental connection with the dog. Hey there, why are you following me? I ask the dog, striking it directly in the head with force. I notice the confusion in the dog's mind. He doesn't understand how I manage to speak directly to his thoughts, nor does he know how. He tries to talk to me through his mind. After several failed attempts to communicate with him mentally, I notice he gets frustrated and growls in frustration. As the dog struggles to speak, I use my mental focus to identify who exactly this dog is. After a moment, an image of a tall adult with long hair and a gentle expression comes to mind, a broad smile playing across his face. I can sense how his expression shifts, how the smile fades away as despair and pain overwhelm him, leaving him unable to hold on to any positive thoughts. Como? Harry? The words of the man/dog suddenly flashed through my mind. It seems he finally figured out how to communicate his thoughts through the mental link I've created with his mind. It's better if we find another place to talk, so you can get back to your original form. I respond through our telepathic connection. You need a bathroom and something to eat. You smell pretty bad, I say with a smile, while the man/dog barks and puts on a fake show of indignation. Note: apologies for the delay, I've been swamped with work and barely had time to write. I haven't abandoned the story, though I still have several chapters planned and parts of upcoming chapters already drafted. Huge thanks to everyone for the reviews. Conversations with Sirius. Disclaimer: neither Harry Potter nor Star Wars belong to me. As soon as we stepped off Hachiko's Main Street, both the man/dog and Yo decided to head straight to the hotel the woman at the train station had recommended. The man/dog seemed content with helping the animal, while I could sense a jolting wave of protective vibes emanating from them. From the outside, I observe Kurumi's small hotel. The building's exterior is painted blue, making it look more like a row of buildings than a proper hotel. As I approach the entrance, I spot a sign featuring a dog illustration and a Dogs Allowed notice, paying tribute to Hachiko. I remember reading about this in some old local newspapers. Hachiko was a dog who, after his owner's death, continued going to the station every day for 10 years, waiting each afternoon for his owner to return from university, just as he had done all his life. Looks like we'll have no trouble at the hotel, they allow dogs, I say to the man/dog while barking in approval. I enter the reception area and, speaking Japanese, request a room for both myself and my pet to spend the night. To avoid awkward questions, I explain to the receptionist that I'm visiting my uncle and aunt, but their car has developed an issue, and they won't arrive until tomorrow. Though not entirely believable and going against my principles of manipulating people, I decide to reinforce the truth of my story by using my powers. After paying 1,300 yen for the night, the receptionist hands me the keys to room 206. Come on, let's climb the stairs, I say to the man/dog, briefly turning around. We silently climbed the stairs, and through my powers, I could sense the dog's exhaustion and hunger. Once we reached the second floor, we headed to the room and closed the door behind us. As soon as I slammed the door shut, the man/dog transformed into a man wearing ragged, worn-out clothes. I observe the man and sense his conflicting emotions: solitude, happiness, hunger in a fleeting blink. I close my eyes for just a second, like a quick blink, and tap into my powers to connect with the world's energy. Focusing on the man before me, I perceive no danger emanating from him, but rather the exact opposite. Though clouded by his pain and despair, his presence in the power radiates pure clarity. This isn't about someone trying to hurt Maquette, the opposite. Harry, thank you, you're alive, I wasn't sure if you were. He would find if the spell still works after all these years, the man says, keeping his distance as tears stream down his face. The man in front of me was trying to find me, though I'm not entirely sure why or how he managed to make it to Japan. If what I think is true, this is a fugitive. The number-printed clothing on his right pocket proves it. I've also sensed their powers, though diminished, similar to those in the magical world. But now isn't the time for explanations. I need time to meditate and focus my thoughts. Let's start with the basics, I said to the man in front of me. Take a shower first, then we'll have something to eat and we can talk more calmly. Well, yeah, I think that'll be the best option, he says as I lead him to the bathroom and turn on the shower in front of his confused face. Well, by the way, what's your name? He asked gently. Sirius Black replies with a creaky voice. I'll call the hotel service to request more towels and some clothes for you to change into. Luckily, the hotel is half as expensive as I expected, so I have enough money to buy some tunics. Though I'm afraid you'll need to wear my second set of tunics tonight. They're smaller than yours, so we'll need to find something else for tomorrow's outfit, I explain while exiting the bathroom and heading to the room phone. No need, I can put on my clothes, Sirius says through the bathroom door. You'll feel more comfortable in clean clothes and this will only apply tonight, I reply while calling the reception desk and ask if they can bring me more towels. I pull out my clean tunic set from my backpack. The good news is these are always longer than regular clothes. Plus, even though Sirius is an adult, he's barely half a meter taller than me, so he should fit perfectly in my tunic, at least for sleeping. A few minutes later, with a light tap on the door, the hotel staff handed me a set of clean towels and explained they were meant for bathing my dog with a smile and with some help from strength to avoid arousing suspicion. While the water keeps dripping from the shower, I decide to enter the bathroom and leave my clothes on top of a vanity, along with the towels brought by the hotel staff. I quickly exit the bathroom again and grab some fruit pieces, only to realize how. I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything since Haru made me breakfast this morning. It's been nearly 30 minutes since Sirius entered the bathroom. I hear the shower water turn off. Then I see him emerge from the shower and slowly get dressed. The moment he emerges from the bathroom fully dressed, I notice his eyes soften. Though pain and desperation still linger on his face, he appears more relaxed and content after showering in clean clothes. Through the tunics, his ankles and forearms peek through, making the garments look too tight and giving him a slightly comical appearance. At least he'll feel more comfortable in his prisoner's uniform. I thought briefly as I observed him. Catch this! I shout as I toss an apple, and it flies into my hand midair. Sit down in the other chair. I've got enough fruit for both of you. I brought enough to last 4 days. I say as he sits down and starts eating desperately, like someone's gonna snatch the apple from his hands. Excuse me for my manners, he says once after finishing the apple, and I hand him another one to keep eating. Nothing's wrong, it's just normal after all. The prison where you were locked up didn't seem very welcoming either, I reply to Sirius, recalling my vision. How did you hear about Azkaban? He asked, puzzled. You escaped through my powers. In one of my visions I respond with the utmost naturalness. After all, the person before me is a mage. Got any visions? There hasn't been a single seer in the entire Potter family since 1300, I think. Sirius says, surprised by what I'm telling him. I'm not some psychic, at least not in the traditional sense. I just connect with the Force, and it shows me visions, I tell Sirius, which only adds to the confusion on his face. Wait, Force? Sirius asked. Strength is the power we can use to varying degrees, I begin explaining when Sirius interrupts me. Are you talking about magic? Sirius asked. No, I am not saying this with raised eyebrows. Feeling slighted by the comparison, what you call magic, in your so-called magical world, is actually using your inner powers. I respond briefly while trying to figure out how to explain it better. So isn't power your inner strength? Are there other powers that aren't internal? Sirius asked, completely lost in my words. Magic refers to the inner powers certain individuals can wield. To put it another way, a sorcerer might theoretically harness what you call magic to connect with the Force. The Force is an energy field created by all living beings. Plants, animals, humans. It generates life and sustains its growth. Its energy enveloping us all while keeping the world united. I explained to Sirius as he began to look thoughtful at my explanation. You speak like in the legends of magic's creation there are tales of powerful beings from Atlantis era, who claimed they could not only wield their own powers but even harness the magic of the world itself. Sirius says as we continue eating. The world has been waiting for your arrival since the prophecy made after the destruction of Atlantis. This line comes to mind from what Fawkes told me in the giant serpent's chamber. We can talk about strength another time. I've got more questions to ask you, but you can wait till tomorrow. Plus I need to head to the Katana Museum this morning, and you should rest up, I reply as Sirius, now full of stomachache, starts dozing off. I'm afraid there's only one bed. I can sleep on the floor, Sirius begins as he transforms into a dog and snuggles up to the heater, closing his eyes. I'll sleep in the bed until tomorrow, Sirius says as I collapse onto the bed, my eyes closing from the day's exhaustion. 2 men and a woman sat on the sofa in a house, while a baby slept peacefully in the nearby cradle. On the table were 2 cups of tea, along with crackers and pasta in a crystal pitcher. James, Lily, I've been thinking about using the Fidelius charm for hiding spots. But here's the thing, if I'm the secret guardian and the only one who knows where you're hiding, it'd be too obvious to everyone. So why don't we use Peter instead? Asks Sirius to Lily and James. That's not a bad idea. I've been having doubts lately about trusting Remus, Harry's father began to say. But can we trust Peter? He's been acting all weird lately, asks Harry's mother. He's had family issues, his mother has been ill, and besides the three others, he's the only one they'd never suspect. Sirius replies. Lily and James exchange a fleeting glance at the same time. After a few seconds, both nod their heads, as if expecting they've made the best call. All right then, Peter will be our secret keeper. But Sirius, I need you to promise me something if anything happens to Lily or me. Promise you'll protect Harry? James said to Sirius with a serious tone. Well, James, after all I'm Harry's godfather, Sirius says with a big smile at his friend. Two men were walking down the street when they saw people approaching from a distance. One was Sirius, the other a small, bald man with brown eyes. Why, Peter? Why did you reveal James and Lily's whereabouts to Voldemort? Sirius roared at the small man named Peter, his anger boiling over. You don't know the Dark Lord Sirius possessed. I had to do it, but now it doesn't matter, Peter replies as a few people start approaching the scene. Why, Sirius? Why did you betray the Potter? Peter shouts, pointing his wand at the crowd and casting a beam of light that sends several people flying backward. What are you saying? You've gone mad, Sirius exclaimed, utterly confused by his own actions. Crap, no, I'm just doing what I need to survive, Peter replies in a voice so low that only they can hear it. Now I can understand you, Peter roars again. Everything passes so swiftly that it barely registers. But suddenly a massive explosion pushes everyone nearby backward. Peter shoots another beam of light from his wand and cuts off a finger. But before anyone can even see him standing upright, he transforms into a rat and plunges into the sewers. Minutes later, as more mages arrive at the scene, Sirius, still reeling from what happened, stammers. It's my fault. Everything's my fault. They died because of me. I jerk awake, not from the visions of Sirius and my parents I just had, but from the screams Sirius is causing. My eyes quickly follow where I was sleeping, and I see Sirius unconsciously back in his human form, trembling on the floor with his eyes tightly shut, screaming in terror through the dream. He's terrified, trapped in a world of nightmares. I think as I approach Sirius and try to wake him up, I suddenly realize I can't rouse him by shaking him around, so I decide to use my powers to help. Harnessing the power of the world, I place my hand on Sirius' head. This is similar to how I induce a medical trance. I order Sirius's muscles to relax, and gradually I see him stop screaming and begin to calm down. But I don't stop there. I decide to delve deeper into his mind and try to figure out what's causing this terror. Sirius' mind isn't what it should be. His emotions and thoughts lack the clarity they ought to have, with certain areas remaining inaccessible like disjointed fragments of logic. It seems he's not fully intact, as if his mind had been shattered. Whatever happened in the prison where he was held must have nearly destroyed his mental state. Fortunately, he seems to have maintained enough sanity and memories to give the impression of being fine. I channel my powers into Sirius' memories and resolve to help reconstruct his mind. Though my abilities seem limited within Sirius' consciousness, after all, it's not my own mind. The Force compels me to assist him in every way possible, and I expand my powers to every accessible corner of his mind, like a wave of expansion pushing Sirius' pain out of his memories and thoughts, bringing to his subconscious any recollection that doesn't carry negative connotations for him. Though I can't see what those memories are, I sense Sirius' mind slipping back into deep sleep again, so I decide to sever the connection with his consciousness. That's it. With this, I should be able to sleep soundly until tomorrow. Still, I'll need to teach him meditation so he can piece his scattered thoughts back together. I think as I rise from the ground, watching Sirius' human form breathe peacefully in his dreams. I close my eyes for just a split second, then channel my powers toward Sirius's body. Feeling the Force envelop him, I slowly extend my hand and levitate Sirius onto the bed where I was sleeping. With great care, I let my powers guide him down onto the bed and wrap him in blankets. It's better to meditate for a while. I won't be able to sleep again. Besides, it's already 5 a.m. I just hope Sirius's shouts didn't wake anyone up. I thought as I sat cross-legged on the floor, diving into deep meditation with focused energy. It's 7 a.m., and through meditation I sense Sirius awakening from its slumber. I decide to step out of the. As Sirius gets up from bed, Startled, he begins to meditate gradually. What am I doing in bed? My godfather asks, looking puzzled as I stand up. I'll tell you about it on the way to the Katana Museum, I reply gently. But first, we need to get some clothes for you. Don't worry about that, Sirius replied, his eyes flickering with a hint of mischief. Just an hour later, I left the hotel alone. Sirius had already come out of his dog form 15 minutes before me, telling me we'd meet at the hotel exit. In Japanese, I politely say goodbye to the hotel receptionist and start walking toward the crowded street. No searching needed. Just 10 meters ahead, Sirius sits on a green bench in a suit with tie and jacket, looking like some high-profile business executive. As I approached him, he smiled back at me, though I could sense his slight discomfort with the outfit, as if he wasn't used to wearing that kind of clothing. His shower routine, sleep quality, meals, and overall appearance showed significant improvement compared to what he looked like the night before. He deduces that the clothes weren't bought, I tell Sirius as he stands up, and I start walking toward the nearest train station. No, I grabbed it from the laundry shop, he replies, visibly embarrassed by the theft. You wanted to know what happened last night, didn't you? He asked, changing the subject while deciding that given the circumstances I shouldn't say anything about it. Sirius nodded with a head shake as he explained how last night, after sleeping for hours, he found him sobbing and screaming on the floor from nightmares. I also recommend starting daily meditation to repair his mind, since his thoughts are already somewhat fractured. What do you mean by fractured? Sirius asks as he approaches the Katana Museum. It's weird, when I tried to unwind your mind with force, I realize some of your thoughts are like puzzle pieces missing from the whole picture. Even though your brain has done a great job filling in the gaps, there are still too many holes, I explained to Sirius, trying to make sense of what I felt when connecting with his mind. For several minutes, we remained silent before realizing we were at the entrance of the Katana Museum. I approached the ticket counter and paid for 2 tickets, a student ticket costing 315 yen and an adult ticket at 525 yen. As soon as we entered, I could see dozens of glass display cases showcasing thousands of katana swords. Amazing, so many swords, Sirius whispers. The katana, I'll gently correct you, is actually the reason I'm visiting Japan. I need ideas to create my own katana or sword, I reply to Sirius as we start exploring all the katanas in the museum. Why do you want to create your own sword? Sirius asked me once we were outside the museum and strolled through a nearby park. It's the final step in my learning journey, plus my inner drive is pushing me to do this, I reply briefly. I still don't quite get the whole power thing. It's kind of like magic, Sirius says thoughtfully. We can discuss the differences another day. If you don't mind, I've got some questions, I say seriously to Sirius, as my curiosity starts flooding my thoughts. Well, of course, whatever you want to know, Sirius replies, as if he'd been waiting for the perfect moment to spill everything. Let me start with what I know. I know you're my godfather, and I also know that a man named Peter, I think, set a trap for you, which is why they locked you up. But why didn't the truth come out during the trial? He asked with interest. There was no trial, no defense. They sent me straight to Azkaban prison for life. The Ministry of Magic accepted my guilt, given my family's history, while a shadow of anger flickered in his eyes. Your family's sins shouldn't be yours, I reply, flashing him a grin as Sirius relaxes his gaze. It's a shame the magical world doesn't see it that way, Sirius replies, returning my smile. What did they do to you in prison? What happened at Azkaban that left those mental scars? I ask, finally getting to the heart of what I want to know. Villains, they're the most terrifying magical beings that dwell on Earth. They feed on a person's happiness and memories, leaving behind only desolation and sorrow. Locked in my darkest memories day and night for 11 long years, Sirius replies, tightly closing his eyes as if trying to ward off some invisible thing. I place my hand on Sirius' shoulder and connect with his energy, sending a warm, joyful presence to both his body and conscious mind. Within seconds, I sense Sirius' emotional shift. Gradually, he regains his composure as his eyes begin to sparkle again. You've got some amazing powers, Sirius replies, locking eyes with me and flashing a proud glint in his eyes. How did you find me? He suddenly asked, changing the subject and smiling again as he thanked Sirius for the birthday celebration. That it's an ancient ritual called Patrinus Laqueus. It allows a godfather to locate the approximate location of his adopted son, I think it's an ancient Greek ritual if I'm not mistaken. Sirius replies. Could someone other than you locate me like that? I asked with curiosity. No, and the ritual only serves one purpose. It uses the residue from the magical bond of your godparentship that was established when you were born. I explain. For a few seconds, we fell completely silent. Both of us looked around at the park, but there was no one in sight. We were in a remote area far from the city center, with only trees surrounding us. Not even buildings could be seen. Suddenly, I feel an odd sensation overwhelming me. I collapse to the ground on my knees as Sirius, taken aback, tries to hold me up. My eyes close, and I realize I'm experiencing a vision of overwhelming power. Hikari in a tree climbing. A scream new. Light falling from the tree. People are approaching. There's a lot of blood. Gradually, I refocus on the park where I was and lock my gaze on Sirius, who's visibly shaken. I realize Sirius is terrified. He doesn't understand what's happening. But there's no time for explanations now. I must return to the village immediately, as Hikari is critically injured. I need to head back to the village. Someone's got an injury. I tell Sirius as I notice there's nobody around and the trees are shielding us from curious onlookers. Have you had any visions? How are we going to get there? Sirius asks seriously. I'll take both of us there, I say to Sirius as I grab his hand. Before he can even respond, I use my powers to teleport us both to the village. Note: a huge thanks to everyone for the reviews. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. It was one of the most challenging ones I've ever written. The Orange Pen. Disclaimer: neither Harry Potter nor Star Wars belong to me. The moment I sense the materializing power affecting both Sirius and myself, I realize something is terribly wrong. A wave of despair floods my mind like a tidal wave. I'm late, I mutter frantically as I open my eyes to the scene before me. Hikari lies motionless on the ground, a pool of blood oozing from his back while a streak of crimson liquid trails down the edge of his mouth. I see one of them. The village doctors are trying to help him while he's doing everything he can to stop the bleeding with his own hands. Without pausing for more thought, I release Sirius and crouch where Hikari stands. As I amplify my powers and connect with the energy, there's no time to induce him into a trance this time. Those few minutes could mean the difference between life and death. I can sense the erratic, feeble pulse of the person I've come to call my little brother. With strength as my ally, I focus on each wound of Hikari. Shattered organs, torn muscles, broken bones, blood loss, internal hemorrhages, blocked arteries. Impossible, that thought crosses my mind as I begin to try to fix it. Though only a few minutes have passed outside, it feels like hours of trying to heal her, individually treating each cell of Hikari's body, but this is too much. I can't keep my attention split between keeping Hikari alive and healing her cells. I feel my own exhaustion growing more pronounced with each passing moment. As my powers, even enhanced and amplified by the world's might, are reaching their limits, healing something of this magnitude, I sense Hikari's desperate struggle to stay alive, her heart still pounding fiercely, yet her body is too weak and she's lost far too much blood. Opening my eyes, I keep pressing my hands against Hikari's, as tears of helplessness stream down my face. My powers begin to fade, drained by this superhuman effort. At this very moment, the image of that woman I couldn't save in the temple comes flooding back to me again. I cried for days. I'm starting to lose hope. Maybe. No, he's too young. His heart and body are fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. I can't give up. I think again, trying to reignite hope. Help me! I screamed desperately through my mind as the child's vital energy began to fade away. Before my eyes blazes a fiery orange flame, and the majestic silhouette of a bird stares straight into my tearful eyes. Fox, she murmured softly in the mind of Tenio, the phoenix-born prophetic child. I have heard your cry through the energy of the world, says the phoenix as it rests its eyes on the small, wounded body of Hikari. Please help me, I beg, as I keep using the little strength I have left to try to keep the child alive. I fear my own powers aren't enough to heal you. There are too many wounds, the phoenix whispers in my mind with a mournful tone. There must be something we can do. I respond as Hikari's breathing grows increasingly erratic, yet I remain fully committed to curing the child. For what feels like an eternity, I sit watching Fox gaze at me with an intensity I've never felt before, as if his single glance could pierce through every emotion and thought I hold. There's a possibility we could unite our hopes and strength as one. Let our souls become sisters. Our hearts beat in unison, forming a bond between our essences through the energy of this world. In this way, you could temporarily channel the powers of both and heal him, Fox tells me. An emotional connection? I don't get it, I reply without fully grasping the explanation. But now that Hikari's life is slipping away, I realize I don't really care much about it anyway. If I help you, you must be careful, you might lose yourself. Fox replies in my mind, his words carrying an astonishing gravity. I don't care, I can't let him die, please. Fox, there's no time to think about it, I beg the Phoenix again. Whatever the case, prophetic child, perhaps this was destined from the moment you fled from your sisters. Mother, the Phoenix tells me. But before I could respond, an overwhelming pressure flooded every cell in my body. As the stunned villagers watched Hikari and Fox, we were enveloped by what seemed like a crimson fireball. Suddenly I realized that while my thoughts still belong to me, I'm not alone in them. I've stopped crying and it feels like time has frozen. Everyone else remains motionless. But I and Fox alone can see Hikari clearly. As for her power, vital is being absorbed by the world, the energy of the world, the power. It's awe-inspiring. Until now I could only see it with my powers, but it felt like glimpsing a shadow, a mere fragment of an artwork, seeing a star in the vastness of the universe. Yet for the first time, I realize I'm contemplating the full expanse of power, the every connection, every person, every animal, every being, every object bound to this force. This realization brings me comfort and terror, because its power is boundless in a way I never could have imagined, a power as ancient as the stars themselves. But there's more. The force brings thoughts and emotions. I can see a mother hugging her child as if their life depends on it. I can see a family fighting to stay united. I can see the love and kindness in everyone connected to the force, and that makes me smile, filling me with energy I never knew I had. But there's more. I see death and blood. I can hear sobs and pain and screams and death. I can sense millions of emotions intertwined, all the injustices of the world, every sorrow, every death. All of this could be stopped by using brute force to bend it under my will, a power within my grasp, a power that could be used to change so many things. Great power demands great responsibility. This thought strikes me as I witness the world's cruelty in the force. And that's when I finally grasp what Fox meant. The Phoenix is, to put it this way, a spirit of power, a being forged by force and directly connected to it. By uniting with Fox, I can contemplate his boundless grandeur. Yet I might also lose myself in delusions, wandering through fantasies, and I could become something worse than the dark entity that murdered my parents. I must focus my thoughts. Hikari, I think, as I stop gazing at the fullness of power, and for a fleeting moment I focus on the wounds I've come to call my little brothers. My hands begin to glow with a crimson light, driven by an awe-inspiring, indescribable force. Before I could react, I felt Hikari's presence grow stronger as his wounds began to close, healing in mere seconds as if they never existed. After what felt like a split second, I noticed Hikari's heart thumping steadily beneath my fingers, and with absolute certainty, I knew he was fully healed. This done, I hear another voice in my head, the voice of Fox. Having healed Hikari, I turn my gaze to Fox. Thank you for helping me. I mentally thank the Phoenix through the bond Fox has created. You shouldn't give them up, Tenyo. I must say you've truly surprised me. I'm glad you didn't lose yourself in the world's boundless energy. You genuinely have a pure heart and soul. Never let that go, because it's what will make you the one the world's been waiting for since Atlantis' destruction. Fox replies in my mind. Is that how you see the world? Seeing all the good and evil in everything at every moment? I asked, intrigued, brushing aside the Atlantis reference as something for another time. It's a burden we all carry as phoenixes since the dawn of time. Seeing evil in the world has become our specialty. To combat it with light, replies Fox. How do you do it? How do you stay sane while seeing everything? I'm not sure anyone could ever stay sane when seeing and feeling the world like you do. I ask again. Look beyond the evil and dig a little deeper, because what you've seen isn't just evil, it's also good. Fox replies. I know, but is it really enough? There will always be deaths and suffering. I asked, overwhelmed by what the force had taught me. Of course, There will always be evil and people who are evil, but as long as one person rises up to fight for the truth, for goodness, for what's right, there will always be hope. No matter how powerful evil may seem, Harry Potter, there will always be someone who can stop him in his tracks. Replies Fawkes. For a fleeting moment, I gaze at Fawkes in a way I've never done before, seeing in him wisdom as ancient as time itself. I perceive his compassion for humanity, his love for the world, and a phrase my Himalayan mentor often said comes to mind. The darkness always retreats before the purifying light, for shadows vanish with illumination. Disciple. Suddenly I remember my parents, how they gave their lives to save me. Then I realize there will always be hope as long as there's a shred of goodness left in this world. Never stop believing that kindness and love are the most powerful forces in the universe. Tenyo. Never lose hope, for that hope is your connection to the world, and this connection will determine your destiny and that of all humanity. Fawkes conveys to me how he explains an important lesson to a young child through the bond formed. After Fawkes' words, I feel the connection with him fade away, time returning to its essence. I sense this bond slipping into the deepest recesses of my mind, realizing that Phoenix is ending the union as time and the world return to normalcy. He's healed, I say in Japanese to the villagers with a small smile. He needs rest and time to recover, but he's safe. This time, I turn my gaze toward Hikarithe, old woman of the child, who quickly approaches to embrace the little one. I leave you a gift, Tenyo. I hope it helps you in your quest. Until we meet again, Harry Potter. As he vanished into a fiery blaze, leaving behind a crimson feather where the phoenix had perched. For several days, he had been meditating in a cave on the outskirts of the village, intensely focused on metal. He dismantled and reconstructed it at will, while the force compressed and shaped the metal into its proper form. It had taken him nearly 2 days to master manipulating matter at the subatomic level, breaking connections and rebuilding them anew. What he was actually doing was manipulating the metal at the molecular level, separating each particle into basic elements and reshaping them into the sword's hilt with enough space for the laser sword core. This space, there's no better term, for the core is completely invisible from the outside, as it's essentially a vacuum chamber inside the sword cylinder. Hour of the core, I still contemplate this in meditation, while calling upon the world's power to guide me toward my purpose. My mind conjures the gift of Fawkes the Phoenix, the crimson gold quill, and I begin to surround it with energy. The force whispers the word carbon. As one of my village teachers taught, carbon is an element abundantly present in nature, found in all organic life forms. That I take deep breaths and resolve to draw carbon toward the pen. As time drags on, seemingly hours, my pen grows heavier, to put it mildly, while I visualize millions of carbon molecules swirling around it. Once again, I call upon the power of force for the next step. The word diamond whispers with astonishing intensity through my mind, so powerful that I nearly break free from meditation. I breathe deeply and focus on what I must do. If I understand correctly what the force is trying to tell me, I must create a diamond using the carbon I've gathered, keeping Fawkes' quill firmly embedded at its core. If my knowledge is correct, I need to heat the carbon to over 3,500 degrees Celsius to turn it into a diamond, or at least that's what I hope, while also protecting the phoenix's gift of the feather. As I take deep breaths, I forcefully gather both the carbon and the feather with all my might. I realize what I'm trying to achieve demands intense focus. Even though the object I need to warm up is tiny, about the size of a walnut, it still requires me to engage all my senses. After hours of work, I feel the process is complete, yet my body grows increasingly weary. Still, there's one final step left. The strength keeps me going as I finish the task, transporting the diamond from Fawkes' quill into the sword's empty cavity. My mind floats freely through this. The sword's grip like a diamond. I position the diamond beside the metal. With deep breath and a burst of power, I make both elements resonate. Before I realize it, I feel the diamond entered the chamber left in the handle, leaving the outer metal completely intact. It's done, I think, as I feel the weight of my emptiness settling in, slowly opening my eyes. After a few seconds, I regain clarity and gaze at the cave. The fire I lit when I arrived days ago has gone out, while outside, rain pours down relentlessly. After a few minutes, I manage to get up and head over to my backpack, rummaging for something to eat and drink. Luckily, the fruit I brought is still in good shape. I start eating and drinking as much as my body allows until I'm completely full. With renewed energy, I turn toward the meditation zone and swiftly witness the gleaming metal of my forged sword. I briefly connect with the primal force, guiding the blade toward my hand. The instant it touches, I feel the cold metal of the hilt brushing against my skin. With no power button to activate it, I decided to trust the force and sent a small energy pulse toward the blade, but nothing seemed to happen. Determined to vent my frustration through the force, I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, praying for help. The only word that came to mind was inner power. Surprised by the response, he pressed again. Could any other human or mage wield this sword through its inner power? Though brief, the answer came clear. Nuth Corius united with you. Coming out of the trance, I realized this is actually a security measure designed to prevent other people, whether they have superpowers or not, from mishandling the weapon. With my trust in the power deep within me, after a few seconds I send a command to the sword, but this time using my inner power ENCIEND. A beam of light appears as soon as I issue the command, leaving me stunned as I gaze at the laser sword glowing with a yellow-orange hue. It's over, I say, a smile spreading across my face. Tenyo has vuelto. That's the first thing I hear as I enter Hikari's house, where the fully healed and smiling Hikari hugs me. Let him breathe, Hikari. He just arrived and looks completely exhausted. I hear Kohana's voice before I can respond. Sorry, says the little boy, bending his head. It's nothing. I can rest later, I say, trying to cheer up little Hikari while giving Kohana a reassuring look. Plus, I need to talk to Sensei. He's done with it. Finished, I say to both with a smug smile. The katana of light? Can I see it? Asks the young Hikari impatiently, while the grandmother lets out a sigh of disapproval at the boy's impatience. Later, Hikari, I promise you. First, I want to show him to the teacher. By the way, where's Sirius? He changed the subject, turning his gaze toward Kohana, this time walking in his animal form again. He's been so sad and impatient since you left. He doesn't understand our language. I think he misses you quite a bit, Kohana began telling me as we headed to the outdoor gardens to relax. Disclaimer. The partnership between Harry and Fox is reminiscent of Star Wars' iconic battle meditation, Repairing the Mind. Disclaimer. Neither Harry Potter nor Star Wars belong to me. I've uploaded the chapter again since I had already posted the version without fixing the flaws. Sorry for that. Close your eyes. Sirius. Take a deep breath, I say to Sirius as we sit on the ground. For weeks now, I've been trying to help Sirius relax and enter a meditative state where he can mend the mental fractures he developed after spending time in that horrific Azkaban prison. But the attempts haven't been going well. I notice Sirius breathing deeply and tries to follow my instructions. But his mind is a chaotic mess of conflicting thoughts that keep crashing into each other, making it impossible for him to relax. I can't, I'm sorry, Sirius said as he opened his eyes, my gaze falling on him with sorrow. Azkaban has changed me. I can't control my own mind anymore. I'm so sorry. He finished, slumping backward onto the floor with a wistful air of resignation. I let my frustration out in the wind as I watched Sirius sprawled on the grass, the breeze brushing against his hair. It seems Azkaban has affected him to such an extent that even I can't comprehend it. Just like my Himalayan master used to say, you can't fix what you don't understand, disciple. Tell me what happened in that magical prison. I say to Sirius as he opens his eyes in surprise at my request. But before he can protest, I finish. Not with words, but, it's the mind. Sit down this time. I'll meditate for both of you, I say as he sits upright again. I feel closer to Sirius, close enough to hold his hand while I take a deep breath. Close your eyes and focus solely on my voice, I say to Sirius as we both close our eyes. Just focus on my voice. I repeat this over and over while beginning to connect with the power, extending it around Sirius. Gradually, I feel myself losing my voice, while Sirius' thoughts begin to seep through. He too has lost his hearing, his mental chatter hard to digest. His mind erupts with renewed energy, like a sudden explosion. I notice his heart starts to slow, and an overwhelming lethargy grips our muscles. Show us the problem, He murmurs to the Force as our hearts resonate in unison and Sirius enters a state of heightened relaxation. I sense our collective rotation, and Sirius and I are returning to the past. As I slowly observe my surroundings, a cell materializes before me. Though Sirius remains in meditation, he no longer stands beside me instead. He crouches within the cell, in his own place within the vision. A strange noise pierces the air, and I turn toward the bars. I see a revolting creature towering like a giant, clad in black layers. Its hands, if they can be called hands, are skeletal. Though it's just a vision, I almost sense through the Force the mental terror this place's prisoners are unleashing. I hear Sirius screaming behind me, stammering as he collapses on the ground with his eyes shut from the creature's assault. It's my fault, it's my fault. Everything leaves its mark. I hear the Force whispering in my mind as I watch the scene unfold before me. And then I understand what I must do. Sirius isn't just trapped in his nightmares, reliving them, the dark power of those creatures. The Dementors binds his mind to negativity. Even when far from them, like a wound that can ache for years, I say with conviction. I sense a certain force nodding from within, and I decide to let myself go with the flow. My vision fades away as Sirius returns to the same state of relaxation he had when he began meditating, sitting beside me. Gradually, I begin to extend my power back into Sirius' mind rather than his body. For an extended period, I remain unaware of anything, neither the world around me nor the passage of time, not even whether I'm breathing. Yet I sense my energy reaching every thought, every crevice of his mind, even memories he himself might have forgotten. As if waiting for my guidance, I offer the advice I need. May the dark forces of the Dementors vanish from his Mindy suggest, as the power begins to flood every memory, every thought, and every corner of Sirius' psyche. I can almost see it as this strange dark mist that makes me think of those dreadful creatures, being dispelled, if there's no better word, from every mental connection. Even though their memories remain there, they start to become exactly that, mere memories, traumatic ones at that. But they're still memories. There's no power or magic that makes them different from others, only their content remains. I start feeling the cold creeping through my body, noticing my breathing becoming erratic. Gradually, I emerge from this trance with growing strength, as my mental connection to Sirius fades. Opening my eyes, I gaze at the starry sky that seems to return my gaze. Lying on the ground, completely drenched in sweat, as night spreads across the sky, I get up to fetch Sirius and find him lying on the ground, breathing deeply. I briefly activate my powers and sense he's in some form of therapeutic trance, though not consciously. My intuition tells me the Force has induced this state while his memories and thoughts reorganize. I can't tell how long this will last, so I'll have to carry him home on my back. Good thing it's light enough to carry home, I thought as I straightened up and set him down on my back. With Sirius slung over my shoulder, he headed toward Hikari's house. Sirius growled as his vision returned, breaking free from the drowsiness that had been numbing him. As his senses came back, he realized he wasn't feeling the grass beneath him. Instead, he was lying on what looked like a completely solid floor. With eyes wide open, Sirius gazed at the ancient Gryffindor Tower. The chimney glowing faintly cast its light, while the tapestries depicted Godric's battles against the dwarves. The armchairs where he had spent countless days plotting his pranks and schemes. What am I doing here? Sirius thought as he rose from the floor, entering the completely empty main hall of Gringotts Tower. Your mind brought you here while it's fixing itself, a voice says behind him, as Sirius warps into alertness and slowly turns, trying to formulate an escape plan if needed. But as Sirius turns around, his eyes meet someone he never thought he'd see again. James, Sirius murmurs, while an adult James Potter smiles at him like he's greeting a brother he hasn't seen in ages. What's this? Sirius stammers on. Old friend, how about we sit down and chat for a while? James began, clearly sensing Sirius' unease and confusion. You've probably noticed you can't use your Animagus form or any of your powers because we're not in the physical world, he concluded as he settled into a cozy armchair by the fireplace. For what seemed like an eternity, with Sirius' intense focus, he slowly approached the armchair opposite James, sitting right across from what appeared to be his friend. How did you end up here? Where is this place? Is this some trick from the Muggle Ministry or something? Sirius blurted out, his question cut short by James' raucous laugh. I don't see the point, Sirius shouted at the reply of James. Let's start with the basics. Sirius isn't some trickery by the Movers or the Ministry. If it were the Ministry of Magic, you'd be eaten by the Dementors and tortured to death by the Movers. They wouldn't even spare you a moment to chat with your old buddy. Besides, he says, glancing back at the Gryffindor Hall. Sirius turns his head to scrutinize the room, noting its incomplete state where a window with glass should be. There's a painted window where the entrance to the tower should be, only brick remains. That doesn't answer all my questions. How did you end up here? Where is this place? Sirius asked calmly, his gaze locked on James' eyes. Well, it's harder to explain. We're not anywhere. We're in your mind, Sirius. This place is a constructed memory. By your mind while it's repairing itself, James says to Sirius, who looks utterly baffled. The last thing you remember is meditating with Harry, right? James asks. Well, Sirius murmured in a low voice, meditation worked. Harry had uncovered the problem, the dark magic of Dementors. That lingering shadow of his dark power was still affecting you even after escaping that prison, clinging to your thoughts and memories in darkness and negativity. James explained patiently to Sirius. So after using your powers, I freed your mind from that dark energy echo. Now your mind is repairing itself, James concluded as Sirius finally calmed down. He lets it fall into the silo with a sigh. So this isn't real? Then who are you? You're not James, Sirius said, his voice tinged with pain. Is reality real, Sirius? If so, reality is something we can touch, see, and smell. It's not. But our senses and emotions are born from the mind, old friend. In James Potter, the James Potter your mind remembers, all the adventures you've had / we've had. Every feeling and memory of your best friend, coming together to shape who you are before you, James explains calmly to Sirius. Why are you here? Sirius asked, trying to process what was being said. I'm here to tell you what the real James would say if he were here. That Sirius, you're not to blame for what happened. You never were, James says to Sirius with a small smile. But it's my fault if I hadn't convinced you to use Peter. Sirius begins to justify himself when James suddenly stands up and hugs his friend for the first time in years. For what felt like an eternity, they clung together, their hearts beating in unison as Sirius's silent tears fell. James Potter, his closest friend and brother save for blood ties, gave him forgiveness. The man who would have died for, the one he'd risked his life for without a second thought. Gradually, they parted ways, and James returned to his armchair. As I told you, it might not be the real James, but that doesn't make what I'm saying wrong. You've never had any fault and you still have a promise to keep. Don't you? James said, smiling at Sirius, who returned the smile for the first time in their entire conversation. Yes, I must protect Harry no matter what. I promised you both, Lily and Macy. Sirius with unwavering determination, his face showing unshakable resolve. You've got your path, your goal, Sirius, and now it's time to return, James says as the Gryffindor Hall begins to fade away. Like a dream, your mind is repaired enough now. Remember, old friend, I'll stay with you in your memories. I've been practicing with Kaido Sensei on my new sword, but let's be real, it's not as easy as it looks. The blade itself weighs just about 50 grams, and while the movements seem smooth, they're actually pretty dangerous. If you drop the sword or don't grip it tight enough, you could easily cut off your hand or any part of your body. In fact, on the very first day we practiced, my sword slipped through my fingers. With the momentum of my movement, it sliced right through one of the walls of Kaido Sensei's dojo. Remember, the sword must be an extension of you. If you treat it like a weapon, you'll never truly master it. He reminds me during our training sessions, as he has done almost every afternoon for the past 3 months. You are one with the sword, I think, as I focus all my attention on what I'm doing, on the katas I'm practicing. Enough, Tenyo. I think your problem is trying to focus too much, explains Kaido Sensei as he lights out my sword. But if I don't focus, I might lose control of the sword's grip and hurt someone. I respond to Kaido Sensei, trying to explain my hesitation. You're afraid, scared of hurting someone, and that's what you need to overcome. You'll never be able to wield the sword as a weapon. Your skills and sword aren't up to the task, says Kaido Sensei as he approaches a dojo chest, opens it, and pulls out 2 identical katana blades. Unsheath your katana of light and grab one of these Tenyo. My sensei urges as I leave my laser sword at a corner and take the katana offered by Kaido Sensei with his hand. The moment I grab the katana, I realize it's neither a regular katana nor a basic training blade. It weighs barely 100,200 grams and has an ultra-slim grip for easy handling. I turn to my instructor to ask about this, but before I can, he suddenly pulls out a bandage and says, "Cover your eyes with this." Following his instructions, I wrap the bandage around my eyes and confirm the knot is securely tied at the back of my neck. As the dressing takes hold, I notice my remaining senses sharpen to compensate for what's missing my vision. Before I can speak, my sensei gives me another command. Connect with the power. This time you'll be fighting me, and prepare to defend yourself as if your life depends on it. Because there are no limits in this battle, I hear Kaido Sensei telling me in a deep, rough voice. A voice that's nothing like the gentle, friendly voice of the master, who teaches me twice a week. Guided swiftly by my master's command, I connect with the force and can hear, there's no better word, a cry of power shouting, "Be careful." But unfortunately, I don't have time to dodge the sword approaching my arm. I feel the cold steel of Kaido Sensei's katana slide across the outer layer of my skin, while noticing a tiny thread of blood seeping out. Stop thinking and start acting. Tenyo, Kaido Sensei warns as my ears catch the sound of his katana slicing through the air again. The next strike will be an artery. The left force alerts me swiftly. Though I try to dodge it and momentarily seem to have succeeded, my reaction was too slow. I feel the katana of Sensei Kaido's blade slicing through a portion of my lower tunica. "Tenyo, this isn't a joke. Stop thinking and just do it," Kaido Sensei repeats to me again. For a fleeting moment, I feel fear taking over my thoughts, just like when the echo of malice nearly consumed my body in that Himalayan hut, beside Master Sonam at Yen Rong Temple. As if I were by his side, I hear the words of my former teacher, just as he told me that day. Let go, trust in your power. I decide to release the breath I never knew I was holding, freeing myself from frustration, anguish, and fear of force. Down. Right, I hear his voice whispering in my mind, but my hand reacted as swiftly as his warning. Then I hear the two katana clash, stopping Kaido Sensei's attack. Up. Center me. Mind echoes this command again as my hand already swings the katana into a defensive stance. I realize my body is being guided by the same force that knows where the attacks will come from before I even know it. Though I can sense Kaido Sensei intensifying his attacks, both my katana and my body instinctively move on their own to the right spot. After a few more minutes, Sensei Kaido pauses his attacks and says in his usual pleasant and friendly tone, "That's enough for today. Tenyo, unfortunately I can't hear the rest because my boat is too exhausted, like with all my new skills, and am starting to faint right there on the spot. England, in an unknown place. But my lord, the boy vanished years ago. Could it be another bloodline used for?" says a man with a disheveled appearance and a chubby build, his scent strongly resembling that of a rat. "No. To make the resurrection ritual work properly, I need your blood," says a strange, deformed, baby-shaped creature. "My lord, I might have some good news," says another man with a peculiar twitch in his tongue. "Keep going, Barty, don't make me wait," the strange, deformed creature threatens. "You see, sir, I've managed to find an old teacher from the Hogwarts school. I've got a draft with her name, drawn by him himself, complete with his fist and handwriting. We could use it to trick the cauldron into picking him." But before he could finish speaking, a raucous laugh erupted from the little hunchback. "So Barty, that's why you're my most loyal and faithful follower, Lord Voldemort. You'll be rewarded once I return to fullness, when I rise again as the darkest and most terrifying dark wizard ever seen on Earth. Let this day mark the beginning of Lord Voldemort's return plan," says the little monster, almost screaming. I jerk awake from the vision I just had. Though some of the references I heard don't make sense to me, I know ignoring it would only cause trouble. I need to talk to Sirius, I think, as I dash out of the room in pursuit of him, nearly running into Hikari along the way. "I see," he said, "they'd be cheating the chalice with your signature?" Sirius asked for the 100th time. "Yes, that's what they call fooling the cup." That's exactly how he put it. I repeat this to Sirius. Gradually, I watch Sirius grow older before my eyes, revealing for the first time since I met him the fear that had never been seen or felt by him before. I'm not entirely sure Sirius began his explanation, but 700 years ago, a tournament was established to strengthen diplomatic relations. The three top wizarding schools in the world, Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Buxbüttel, competed in various magical skill tests and challenges. He concluded with a pause. What's this got to do with me? I asked Sirius, still not fully grasping the situation. You'll see, Harry, he said, his face pale as he continued. To avoid traps, I devised and created a powerful magical object called the Fire Cauldron. It has enough power to bind a wizard to an obligatory participation contract with just a handwritten paper in their own hand. What would happen without breaking the rule, or if I didn't participate? I asked, almost sensing the answer. You'd either lose your powers or die, depending on the punishment from the chalice. Even though your abilities are extraordinary, I don't know how it would affect you, Sirius explained, his voice filled with deep dread. The Fire Cup. Disclaimer. Thanks for letting me know about the grammar errors, so I can fix them. Exclusive. Breaking news from Hogwarts. The Boy Who Lived. Is he back from the tomb for the tournament? By Rita Skeeter, correspondent for Rumors del Profeta. Hold your wands tight. Dear readers, Halloween night at Hogwarts wasn't a sweet celebration, but a BF-worthy panic attack. What was supposed to be the grand kickoff of the Triwizard Tournament, complete with pomp and circumstance, has turned into the biggest scandal we've seen in decades. And who's at the epicenter of this drama explosion, emerging from the shadows of their own legend? Not just our supposed surviving boy, the headline-grabbing Phantom Harry Potter. For years, the magical community has been asking, where is Harry Potter? Did the earth swallow him whole? Did he go into exile? Or, as many whispered in the darkest corners, did he finally succumb to the shadow of his destiny, vanishing from the face of the earth without a trace? The answers from the masters have always been vague, just a simple he's safe. Ha! Well, while the venerable Fire Cauldron, the ancient relic supposedly chosen only by the most worthy wizards and witches, and especially those of full age, was making its final selection, the Great Hall of Hogwarts stood in stunned silence. After the predictable excitement of the champions from Bosbatten and Durmstrang, and yes, our own school too, the Callies decided to give us a surprise that even the most a lunatic would have dared to predict this. It blazed with such intensity that it nearly blinded us, and from its flames emerged a fourth name. And who was the lucky chosen for the world's most dangerous tournament in the magical realm? You guessed it, Harry Potter himself, the very one, missing, our little hero, barely 14 years old, who by explicit protocol was not even allowed to approach the firing line. What's even more shocking is that he's been absent from public life for years, a silent enigma shrouded in obscurity. Is it naivety, coincidence, or, as this humble pen might suggest, a brazen manipulation and a masterstroke worthy of a strategist? The so-called sources, and we all know their value, especially when they're as elusive as dormice in the Great Hall, whisper about dark conspiracies, involving magic so potent that even the most seasoned dare not name it. Is poor Harry just an innocent victim dragged into a doomed fate? Or perhaps, and this is just a question, his insatiable thirst for fame has driven him to outsmart the purest ancient magic, back in the headlines and make a miraculous comeback just in time for a global event. His sudden reappearance under these circumstances raises eyebrows more than a botched levitation spell ever could. While Director Dumbledore, with his trademark "I know everything, but I won't say a word" air, and the impeccable Minister Fudge, more concerned about their hats than a schoolboy's safety or the whereabouts of a missing hero, are respectively scratching their beards and mustaches, the truth lies outside. And I, Rita Skeeter, won't rest until I unravel every thread of this scandalous tapestry. Because when there's a mystery and Harry Potter is involved, you can bet your life that there's a far more juicy story waiting to be told. For days I'd been trying to dig deeper, but my mind felt stuck in a mental fog, like a thick veil blocking any connection. The exhaustion from daily training with Kaido Sensei was weighing on me, and frustration kept building up. Then, on the night of October 31st, Halloween night, while I was fast asleep, I suddenly felt transported. It wasn't a regular dream, the sensation was different. It was like grayish haze began to form around me, a haze that wasn't cold or warm, but a promise of something more. Gradually, the darkness in my room dissipated, and the shapes of that mist began to take real form, outlining a place I instantly recognized without knowing why. The office of the elder Dumbledore. A barely perceptible buzzing grew in my ears, and the air became heavy, filled with tension that could be felt in my very bones. Dumbledore's office was silent and gloomy, with only the occasional crackle of the fireplace fire breaking the palpable tension. A crumpled copy of the newspaper titled The Prophet, featuring Harry Potter's name prominently displayed in an obscene manner on the cover, lay on the desk. A man with greasy straight hair, an aquiline nose, and dark eyes that seemed to absorb all light stood motionless, his expression unreadable as he stared at the unusually gloomy old Dumbledore. Beside him, Minerva McGonagall stood by the window, her back stiff, the silence in the room mirroring her own dismay. Severus, Dumbledore began with a tense voice, his blue eyes fixed on the void before settling on the man with dark hair as he sought his gaze. The name of Harry in the chalice, it's a bold move, and completely impossible, if my deductions are correct. The man with greasy hair, whom Dumbledore had called Severus, responded with a barely audible snort. Habitual cold sarcasm. A bold and sinister scheme by the Dark Lord, Albus. What I find strange is what will happen now. Potter has been missing since he was 9 years old, and even our most potent spells couldn't locate him. How do we force him to come back? The word obligamos seemed to chill the air, but not for the man with dark hair, it was for Minerva. She abruptly turned away from the window, her face pale, lips pressed together, and eyes blazing with a cold fury she rarely showed when facing the prophet's news. "You must be serious, Albus?" McGonagall screamed, her voice trembling with fury beneath the whisper. "After all we've done to him? We left him with those people. Those monsters now in a muggle prison for abuse. The mental and physical torment they inflicted upon him. Now we're trying to force him into something more, a deadly tournament, just because some inexplicable artifact spat out his name? How outrageous!" A solitary tear, bright and desolate, rolled down his cheek. Dumbledore looked into her eyes, the pain mirrored in his own blue gaze. "Minerva, my dear, you're absolutely right. There's no justification for what he endured, nor for how we've been out of sight during these 5 years. I don't want to add more pain or burden his young life, but if we don't want him to suffer the consequences of not participating, losing his magic, even death, according to the chalice's legendswa, must try to find him, even if it's for his own good. It's an obligation that transcends us. I fear that at this critical juncture Harry's fate has been sealed in such an irreversible way that neither you nor I can reverse it without dire consequences. We must find him before the chalice demands its rightful claim in the most brutal manner possible." The office fell back into an oppressive silence, with only the wind's mournful howling against the windows adding to the suffocating atmosphere. The weight of the situation and Harry's guilt over the past weighed heavily on everyone. McGonagall's broken voice, Dumbledore's suppressed fury, the icy disdain of the greasy-haired man, and that dreadful, incomprehensible mention of my name and the chalice overwhelmed my mind. The buzzing in my ears intensified into a deafening roar. The shapes that formed the headmaster's office began to dissolve like wax melting in fire, colors turned blurred, and voices drowned out by distant echoes. The pressure in my chest intensified until it reached a point of anguish. Like with all my visions, I wake abruptly from the one ID just had, disoriented and unresponsive. For a few seconds, I keep my eyes shut to release emotions into the force. Dumbledore's desperation, McGonagall's fury, and that stranger's cold logic felt so real that the air in the room still seemed to carry their weight. An unshakable conviction took root in my mind. What I had just witnessed was real, a warning. I need to talk to Sirius. I think as I checked the time, 7 a.m., and with a quick thought, I realize he's still asleep. I decide it's the most logical thing to wake him up. I approach Sirius' bedroom door, which remains slightly ajar. Without hesitation, I push it open wide. The soft morning light filters into the room, illuminating Sirius as he lies sound asleep on his bed. "Sirius! Sirius, wake up!" I cried out, my voice hoarse from the urgency. He twirls around, blinking in confusion, and grunts something intelligible. Seeing me so agitated, his expression turns worried as he rises. "Hey Harry, what's up? You look ghostly pale, he asks, his voice raspy from sleep. Sirius, I had another vision, I say, my voice trembling as I recount everything I saw and heard. Dumbledore's office, the prophet's revelation about my name in that casket you mentioned before, McGonagall's fury over the Dursleys' situation and their revulsion, and Dumbledore's concern about my 5 years of absence. Sirius listens in silence, his face shifting from concern to an alarming pallor. Gradually, I watch him age before my eyes, revealing for the first time since I met him a fear on his face, a fear he had never seen or felt before. The information from the chalice and my involvement in it hit me like a kick. I'm bound to something I don't even understand. It's a trap, a well-crafted one. I think briefly as I release my frustration through sheer force. The chalice, you know what it means, Sirius murmured, his voice trembling as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. We need more information. There's someone we must contact, even if it puts both of us in danger. He still thinks I'm guilty, and if he escapes Azkaban, he could alert the Ministry or Dumbledore. Sirius pauses, his gaze drifting away. An old friend, a comrade from those days. His name is Remus Lupin. Someone you can trust completely, despite certain difficulties that make him a bit of a challenge. This could help us with this and plan the next step if we need to move forward. As Sirius calls Remus' name, a fleeting yet vivid image forms in my mind. A slender man with chestnut hair streaked with premature grays, his gaze kind yet weary, fine scars crisscrossing his face. He wears a hand-knit scarf that gives him an air of disheveled charm. It's a scene I've never seen before, but I can feel it in my heart. Strangely familiar, as if I'd known him in a past life. Though there's something more, something dangerous, not him himself, but Remus could give us more details. He's smart, discreet, and knows England's magical world inside out. Plus, we could meet him somewhere outside Europe but near the border. If needed, you could slip away, Sirius continued, snapping back to the conversation's reality. For a moment, I focus on the Force and notice her displeasure. This was clearly an unexpected turn of events. It's time to return to England for the first time since I was 9, and with the Force as my ally, I'll have to figure out if this is a trap or not, whether I can trust her or not. I'm not alone in this. Echoes of the Past. Chapter 16. Echoes of the Past. Remus Lupin sat at the small wooden table in his cabin, tucked away in a hidden corner of northern France, when a wax-sealed envelope fell through the chimney. The parchment was crumpled and stained from its journey, but the seal that emblem would recognize it anywhere, the Black family's crest. With trembling hands, he opened it. The letter, disorganized and nervous, was unmistakable. Remus, I don't know if you hate me, if you still think I'm guilty. I don't expect forgiveness, but I do need your attention. I know what happened between James and Lily broke everything down. It broke me too, but I wasn't the one who did it. Not me, Remus. I didn't betray James or Lily. I didn't sell out anyone. It was you who betrayed me, and I got locked away, silenced, branded as guilty for life. You don't have to believe me right now, but there's something you should know. I'm with Harry. Yes, our Harry. He's alive. He's okay. But more than that, he's something special. He grew up far from the magical world. He has abilities I don't fully grasp yet, but he's strong, intelligent, and above all, free. I don't ask you to trust me completely. Just read this letter with the heart you had before everything went down, before betrayal tore us apart. If any part of you thinks I might be telling the truth, please reach out to me. Not for me, for Harry. If you decide to do it, I suggest we meet at the Old Potter House, the very place where we spent that summer with James when we were 13. Remember it? Outside Europe, along the border, nestled among mountains and lakes that seemed straight out of a fairy tale. Not a single Ministry official, not even Dumbledore, remembers it. But I do. We'll be there in a week. Just once. Sirius. Remus read the letter 3 times. Then a 4th. Each word seemed to battle within him, as if his soul were torn between ancient rage and a hope he thought buried years ago. It can't be, he muttered, his voice rasping with disbelief. He'd hated Sirius Black for over a decade. Cursing his name, I was convinced he had betrayed James, Lily, all of them. And now this? He lifted his gaze, eyes half closed, struggling against the flood of memories. At that moment, something fell to the ground. An object that had been inside the envelope, hidden between the creases of the parchment. A common and ordinary photograph. He bent down to pick it up, and his heart suddenly turned upside down. Harry. Or at least that's what I thought. A teenager with intense eyes and disheveled hair, wearing a katana hanging from his back, dark tunics, and an almost impossible calmness for someone so young. Beside him, Sirius, more gaunt but clearly alive, was passing an arm around his shoulders. Remus let out a breath. A wave of emotions surged through his chest: surprise, doubt, and something like longing. Harry, for the first time in years, I didn't know what to believe. But for the first time, too, I wanted to believe. For the first time in years, Remus Lupin dared to entertain the unthinkable. Sirius Black might not have been the traitor after all. That maybe he was mistaken. For days, Sirius had scoured the rice fields, climbed village rooftops, and even reached out to lampposts, trying to lure or at least convince some winged creature to team up. He tried every trick in the book. Whistling, offering dried fish, and even casting discreet spells when nobody was watching. Hikari, with his red bicycle and wooden sword, followed him with devotion and laughter. You look more like a human dog than a real one. Sirius laughed as he stumbled over chasing a stubborn catbird that simply took flight and left him to munch on the dust. Sirius rose with a shiver, shaking off his feathers and mud, utterly undignified. If you laugh like that again, I'll make you fly off the handle, he growled, though not entirely angry. Yes, please. I want to fly, Hikari exclaimed, turning around with his arms outstretched, visibly excited. For days, Sirius had been the center of attention in the animal neighborhood. The birds ignored him, the pigeons avoided him, and even a rooster would steer clear of him. A motiveless apparent offense. From a distance, Harry watched patiently. He didn't mock him, but the smile still slipped through his lips. Would you like me to try it? He asked her one afternoon. Stop talking. This is personal, Sirius snapped, his resolve unshakable as he strategically placed crumbs of bread on the wall. But in the end, none of his tricks actually worked. One afternoon, having accepted defeat, Sirius sat on the porch, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. The sun was setting, casting amber hues across the sky. That's when the crow appeared. She stood gracefully on the railing, her charcoal black hair gleaming, her piercing eyes locked on him with unwavering focus. Sirius felt it before seeing him. He opened one eye. Are you here to make fun of me too? The crow remained motionless. Harry stepped out of the house, drying his hands with a cloth. In the end, it was the crow that found him, he remarked, not at all surprised. Sirius nodded slowly, as if he understood. Something about that creature felt familiar, serene, old, with a silent intelligence that didn't need explanation. He slowly joined in, locking eyes with him. I was waiting for you, he said simply, and the crow didn't leave. The crow soared into the sky without a sound. With a graceful, steady flap of its wing, it vanished among the village rooftops, heading westward. Sirius followed her gaze for a few seconds. Beside him, Harry stood in silence, watching the dark silhouette merge with the orange twilight sky. I hope it works, Sirius muttered, arms crossed and frowning. His voice sounded more vulnerable than he'd intended. Harry didn't respond immediately. He closed his eyes and surrendered to the force. It was but a fleeting moment, a mere whisper. Yet in his mind emerged a vivid image. Two men embracing, childhood friends weathered by time and pain, yet united by something stronger than resentment love. Harry smiled without opening his eyes. It's time to get moving, Sirius. Sirius nodded without asking. For the first time in ages he felt hope. November 3rd, the morning mist drifted through the rice fields like a sigh. From his small wooden house by the village edge, Harry watched the wet dirt paths and dark rooftops he had come to know so well. It was a simple place. Calm. Real. Master Kaido waited for him by the porch, arms crossed. His stance stood as rigid as a katana in its scabbard. Though hardened by habit, his face revealed only a fleeting glint of pride in his eyes. You don't need my blessing, Harry, he said in a deep voice, but I'll give it to you anyway. Not because of who you are, but because of who you've chosen to be. Harry bowed his head in deep respect. Thank you, teacher, for showing me how to wield the blade with purpose, and not to carry it in my soul. Kaito nodded. He handed him a discreetly elegant varnished wooden case. Your katana is sharp. Yours too. A few meters away from the house stood Koana, the elderly woman who had sheltered and provided tea during the winters. She waited there with a small package in her hands. Beside her, Hikarathir grandson struggled to appear brave, though his eyes still sparkled with unshakable courage. Take this, Koana said, handing him the cloth-wrapped package. Onigiri. I don't trust Western food, nor do I trust your cooking skills. Harry laughed and gave her a tender hug. Thanks, ma'am. I'll never forget this place. She gave him a gentle pat on the arm. Don't say nonsense. Sure, you'll forget it, but what truly matters is what stays in your heart, not in your head. Hikari approached slowly, clutching something hidden in her hands. Take it, he said without looking him in the eye. It's for you. It was a stone painted with what looked like a dragon or maybe a cat with wings. Harry smiled, taking it with solemnity. Is it a dragon? It's what you want it to be. The boy replied with a shy smile. But there's luck inside. Harry tucked it away among his belongings. Then he bent down and gently brushed his hair. Thanks, Hikari, for everything. The boy nodded, biting his lip. Then he ran to hide behind his grandmother. Sirius approached from the dirt path, hands in his pockets. He glanced at the house one last time before turning to Harry. Ready? Harry cast one final glance at the place where he had learned to live anew. With a reverent bow he responded, yes, it's time. A few minutes later, Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder. He closed his eyes. The image of the old house of the Potter, hidden among towering forests and mountains that touched the sky, surfaced in his mind. It wasn't a static image. It was living memory, transmitted through the Force. I wasn't thinking about the structure, but what it meant. Wet stone walls, old windows, the wind rustling through the trees, and James' laughter as he ran barefoot down a wooden corridor, tossing crumbs at Remus, who stood resigned to the scene. Harry received all this without uttering a word. He felt it flow toward him as if the house itself was calling, as if he had known it since before he even had his own memories. He closed his eyes, inspirited, and let the Force take over his body. First came the lightness, as if its weight had evaporated. The plants of his feet ceased to touch the earth, the expansion. Each heartbeat expanded, not in his chest, but in the world, as if he was no longer within time but above it. Then came the smoke.
No literal, no visible.
But that's how it felt. Like becoming smoke, warm mist guided by the body, consciousness, energy, everything floating and reformed elsewhere, as if distance dissolved when closing your eyes. There was no vertigo, there was no pain, just a whisper. In an instant, the air in the village grew colder and emptier. They had disappeared. Where the house remembers. Disclaimer. First off, I want to apologize for the delay with the fanfic. I had 5 chapters written, but I thought I'd lost them on an old USB drive and decided to rewrite them. I found them where I least expected. I've made some changes to steer the story in a new direction. The appearance was subtle, almost silent. The forest mist dissipated with the invisible impact of their arrival. There was no rustle or shuddering, only a faint tremor in the air, as if the world were exhaling. Amidst the clear light, surrounded by tall trees and thick moss, the house stood awaiting. Harry opened his eyes. Before him stood an ancient stone house partially hidden by vegetation, with a sloping roof, elongated windows, and a decayed wooden veranda. Vines climbed the walls like they wanted to embrace it or perhaps protect it. It's not the same, but it's still her, Sirius murmured, wearing a melancholic smile. He took a few steps forward. His foot touched the damp grass, and the sound carried him like an echo to another time. Harry watched in silence. The house wasn't grand, but it had a solar presence you can't see, yet you feel in your bones. Wasn't this where the Potters lived? Sirius nodded. They weren't exactly living there. It was a summer house, far from the ministry, far from prejudices, far from everything. The Potters had built it generations ago, near an old magical line. No one important knew about it, just friends. Only those they truly trusted. He stopped before the door. He touched it with his fingers, as if greeting a friendly ghost. Your family was different, Harry. Pure blood, yes, but never proud. Never obsessed with lineage. They were healers, defenders, rebels. If there was one thing that defined them, it was their defiance. They supported those who didn't fit in, not out of pity, but out of conviction. Harry looked at the place with fresh eyes. My dad? James loved this place. Here he learned to fly, here he met the elves his mother freed. Here we laughed like fools for an entire summer. You were barely months old the last time you came. You won't remember, but the house does remind you of you. Harry stepped forward. The breeze tousled his hair. Feels nice. Like I know you, Sirius smiled.
Tal vez lo hace.
He pushed the door open. The door creaked, but he couldn't resist. The interior was dusty yet intact, old wood, living stone, and dormant memories. As he stepped over the threshold, a warm gust of air brushed against his face. It wasn't from outside. The house seemed to breathe on its own. Harry stopped. He closed his eyes. Then he saw it, not as a vivid fantasy but as an emotional form. A fiery-haired woman with tender eyes and a radiant smile walked through the salon, cradling a giggling baby in her arms. Beside her, a bespectacled young man with infectious laughter made spoons levitate to entertain the child. James, Lily, dads, not martyrs, not symbols, just people. The image faded in seconds, like mist before the sun. But the heat stayed in his chest. They were here, Harry whispered, more to himself than to Sirius. Sirius stared at him in silence, without interrupting. And in some way they still are. Harry opened his eyes. The dust remained there. The silence persisted. But now he felt less alone. As Sirius rummaged through the upper-floor closets filled with dusty trunks and clothes from bygone eras, Harry sat down on the living room floor, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. The silence was nearly absolute, punctuated only by the occasional crack of wood and the distant echo of Sirius muttering soft curses under his breath as he opened a particularly stubborn trunk. Harry inspired, and he exhaled. The force came to him like a familiar breeze. But this time there was something different. It wasn't calm. Not exactly. There was noise, a persistent murmur, like many distant voices speaking simultaneously. Not dangerous but dense, more restless, as if in this part of the world where magic and magical history intertwine in chaotic ways, the force had to carve through layers of emotion, memory, and time. Harry pressed deeper, crossing the veil like diving into a rushing river. He offered no resistance, merely let it carry him away. He felt deep roots beneath the house, echoes of laughter, arguments, songs faded by the years, objects lying dormant, awaiting touch, secrets they never wanted to uncover, yet couldn't help remembering. This place isn't empty, he thought, not just because of what his family had lived here, but also because of everything the earth held, this land, this history. He slowly opened his eyes just as Sirius descended the stairs, a cloak draped over his shoulder. I found something you'll love, and it's completely free of bugs, I think, he said. Plus I've got some magic wands, I'm going to use them, and one of them seems to work with me. Harry nodded, still calm. This place is buzzing with voices, he muttered. Some of them are ancient. Sirius let out a hearty laugh as he smiled. It was hard to surprise Harry anyway. Welcome to the heart of ancient magic, Harry. Before he could respond, a slight yet distinct shiver ran through his spine like a ripple in water. What's going on? Sirius asked, noticing the shift in his expression. Harry didn't respond immediately. He closed his eyes again, sharpening his perception. An echo, a movement, a presence that had just pierced through the veil of the invisible. Someone just appeared not far away, he finally murmured. It's at the edge of the forest, to the west. Not hostile. Not yet. Sirius tensed up, though he didn't draw his wand. He just nodded. Do you recognize it? Harry nodded, but something felt familiar. A shadow of doubt. A weight in his chest that didn't belong to him. No, but it hurts. He hesitates. And a glimmer of hope he's trying not to shatter. Sirius slowly released the air. Remus, he murmured, turning his gaze toward the gardens. The forest greeted him in silence. Remus marched forward with determined steps, yet his body betrayed him. His stomach was a tight knot. The air between the trees was thick, heavy with moisture and carrying that distinctive earthy scent of old places, preserved only by time's passage. Every branch that creaked under his boots reminded him he was heading into uncharted territory. The worst part turned out to be exactly what I'd been dreading all this time. This could be a trap, he thought for the 100th time. And it wasn't paranoia, it was caution. The caution of a man who'd survived too many losses and half-truths. What if Sirius is still the same traitor he was 14 years ago? What if he had used Harry as bait? But there was something even more terrifying. What if I was wrong? And what if Dumbledore was too? Remus clenched his teeth. To think that was like betraying everything he'd held dear since that night. But the letter and the photo didn't lie. And though his mind kept screaming it might be a setup, that trusting anything inside him was too risky, something within him still clung to hope. He wanted it so desperately. It hurt. He emerged from the woods to the edge of the clearing, and there stood the house. Smaller than I remembered. More moss-covered. More weathered. Yet it still stood firm. With the same quiet dignity. As if memories had been left to dwell between stone and wood. He stopped at the edge of the garden. Hands in his pockets. The wand tucked into his sleeve just in case. If this is an illusion, it's perfect, he thought. He took a step, then another one. The heart pounded fiercely, not from fear, but from something older. The tension of a string that could snap or finally loosen. And then they saw them. Two silhouettes stood before the door. The taller one was slender, with a face I knew all too well but now more gaunt. The other younger, upright, with a katana at his belt and a gaze that belonged to someone who'd already faced things he shouldn't have. Remus stopped a few meters away, glancing at Sirius.
Luego a Harry.
He felt something inside him crumbling away. Sirius stood still. He didn't draw his wand. He didn't utter a word. Solo was just watching him. Remus swallowed hard. His voice dropped to a low, raspy tone. If this is a trap, if you brought me here to mock me or whatever it may be. Sirius nodded slowly. There's no trick, Moony. And he used the nickname, as if the years had never passed. As if pain could vanish with just a word. Remus lowered his gaze for a moment. I don't know what to believe, he confessed. But I'm here. Sirius took a deep breath and stepped forward. Just one step. Thank you for coming. That was all he said. Harry, who had remained silent until then, spoke with a calmness that belied his age. We were waiting for you. Remus looked at him. Though his heart was full of questions, he could only manage to murmur, Harry. The boy nodded. And at that moment, with the rustling of dry leaves beneath his feet and the scent of old-fashioned home floating in the air, Remus Lupin took the next step. Toward the truth. Or toward redemption. I didn't know it yet. But he delivered it. Sirius slowly raised his wand. Stay quiet, he whispered, not moving from the doorstep of the house. Just watch. He pressed it firmly against his chest and raised his voice, clear as a bell in the forest. I, Sirius Orion Black, swearing by the magic coursing through my veins and the blood I've shed, that I never betrayed James or Lily Potter. I swear I wasn't your informant. I swear by this magical oath that Peter Pettigrew was the one who sold them to Voldemort. If I lie, that my magic has abandoned me. A faint glow emerged from the wand. White, silent, like the radiance of truth revealed. The breeze in the open air seemed to pause. The leaves froze momentarily in the air. Remus stood motionless a few meters away, his wand pointed straight at the heart of his old friend. He didn't lower his arm. He didn't take a single step. But he didn't shoot. That doesn't prove anything, he whispered, though his voice trembled slightly. You can even lie with oaths if you know how. Then you try it yourself, Sirius retorted, remaining motionless. I swear it doesn't hurt that you believed me guilty. I swear you didn't feel guilty about not asking questions. I swear you never once suspected anything was off. Silence fell like a stone. Remus clenched his teeth. Sirius stared at him, dark eyes sunken and weary from years of hardship. Don't come here to beg for forgiveness, he said in the lowest voice. I'm here to tell the truth. And if that's not enough, beat me up now, Remus. But don't let Peter hide in lies again. From the threshold, Harry watched. Then he felt a gentle impulse, almost a whisper in the force. Move. And he knew exactly what he had to do. Harry descended the steps in silence. Approaching Remus with measured steps and without uttering a word, he extended his hand and gently placed it on the man's shoulder. Remus blinked in confusion. Before he could speak, Harry closed his eyes. Sirius watched from behind without intervening. His expression remained calm. He knew Harry was about to pull off something as spectacular as brilliant. If there was one lesson he'd learned living with him, it was never to underestimate him. The force moved with the gentle, deep, and dense flow of an ancient lake. There was no spell, no words, just an invisible current. And Remus felt it. At first, just a gentle tug, a current pulling him along. Then everything changed. A room, warm and inviting, bathed in the soft glow of a lamp. 3 cups of tea on a low table, with cookies in a crystal vase. A cradle where a baby sleeps peacefully. On the sofa, James, Lily, and Sirius. The scene was crystal clear, vividly as if I were experiencing it for the first time. James, Lily, Sirius said solemnly, elbows resting on his knees. I've been thinking about using the Fidelius charm to hide you too. It would be too obvious that I'm the secret guardian and the only one who knows where you're hiding. So why don't we use Peter instead? James looked at him, tilting his head. It's not a bad idea. I'm not sure I can trust Remus these days. Remus felt a dull throb in his chest. That phrase, spoken by James with contemplative tone and without malice, stung more than he'd expected. But can we trust Peter? He's been acting all different lately, Lily asked, a frown spreading between her brows. He's had family issues, his mother has been ill. Plus, out of the 3 of them, he'd be the only one they'd never suspect, Sirius replied. Lily and James locked eyes. It was just a second, a silent exchange brimming with history. They nodded in unison. All right, James finally said, Peter will be the guardian of our secret. There was a moment of silence. Then James turned to Sirius with a grave expression. Even so, Sirius, I want you to promise me something. If anything happens to Lily or me, make sure you'll take care of Harry. Sirius smiled, with tenderness and a hint of pride. Of course, James. After all, I'm Harry's godfather. The image faded away. Remus croaked, his face pale. Harry lowered his hand gently. I didn't tell you, he whispered. I showed it to you. Sirius didn't move, but his gaze remained fixed on his old friend. Remus remained silent at first. He simply closed his eyes for a moment, swallowing the weight of years and the decisions he'd made. All this time he finally murmured, and I never knew? Maybe you didn't want to know, Sirius replied. His eyes filled with pain, without a trace of reproach. Remus's arm trembled as he slowly lowered the wand. Hours later, the house breathed differently. The chimney crackled with freshly lit flames, while on a low table covered with a ragged tablecloth lay several sandwiches that looked questionable. Sirius had prepared them using ingredients dug up from the upper floor's farthest storage room. Don't ask what they're carrying, he'd say, shrugging his shoulders. The preservation spell probably worked. Remus had chosen one with great care, not out of hunger, but to maintain an air of nonchalance. Yet Harry sat calmly by the fire, munching on an apple with one leg crossed over his chest. He chewed slowly, savoring every fiber and trace of sweetness as if tasting each bite. Remus couldn't help but observe it. He was no longer the baby she remembered swaddled in blankets in Lily's arms. Not even a child anymore. A composed young man with measured movements and sharp eyes and an aura that commanded without seeking it. There was something about him that felt different. Something completely unrelated to Hogwarts, to wands, or to conventional magic. Harry, he finally said in a low voice, as if afraid to interrupt something. The old one. That vision. What you showed me. How did you do that? Harry looked up. He didn't seem surprised by the question. It wasn't magic. Not the kind you know. So what happened? Sirius leaned back in his chair, raising an eyebrow and managing a small smile. Tell him. His intellectual mind can't handle this anymore. Ha ha ha. Sirius laughed. Harry managed a barely visible smile. The Force. Remus blinked. What? The Force. It's an energy. It's everywhere. You don't cast spells with it or need a wand. You don't control it, you just listen to it. You serve it. Some are born with the ability to feel it. I have always heard it. Remus narrowed his eyes, intrigued. And that lets you into other people's minds? Harry nodded gently. I don't intrude. I connect. I don't invade. I just show what's already there if the other person allows it. Remus lowered his gaze for a moment, processing everything. Then he turned back to look at the young man. I don't even know if I understand half of what you're saying. You don't need to, Harry said. Just understand I didn't hurt you. That I never tried to manipulate you. Just that you came out the truth. Remus nodded slowly. V. Sirius cleared his throat and grabbed another sandwich, feigning indifference. By the way, I still don't get why you always end up eating an apple. Harry gave him a calm look. Because it's simple, Clara. And live until you let him feed you. Sirius lifted his hands. All right. Philosophical. You're getting too involved with old ghosts. Remus let out a brief laugh and shook his head. You're definitely not your average kid. It was never that, Sirius murmured, tilting his head to the side with a smile. The next morning, the sun was already high when the first sound shattered the silence. A wooden creak and a muffled curse as Sirius descended the stairs, disheveled and half-closed eyes. What time is it? He muttered, rubbing his neck. Late, came a voice from the makeshift kitchen. Remus was already standing up, sleeves rolled up and a crumpled package in his hand. On the table lay 2 emergency magic potions he'd brought along. Something that looked stewed but smelled faintly of mint, 2 energy bars, and a small thermos of bitter coffee. Did you bring that along? Sirius asked, raising an eyebrow. Ever wondered how hard it is to find decent food when you're constantly on the run? Remus said with a half-smile. These packs can last months. Though I won't promise the flavor. And that coffee? The preservation spell. Years of refinement. I need it more than the full moon. Sirius took a cup without hesitation. Harry appeared a few minutes later, barefoot and still with his hair damp. His steps were soft, almost imperceptible. Good morning, he greeted with a calm tone. Did you also sleep like a dead man? Sirius asked. Harry shook his head and sat down beside them. No. I meditated for a while, then fell asleep like a rock. Of course. Jedi, Sirius muttered with a playful smirk. Remus finished distributing the portions while dropping a crumpled copy of the Prophet onto the table. This is what I found this week. A gem from our dear Rita Skeeter, she remarked with a wry smile. Sirius made a gesture even more profound. Still not silenced her? On the contrary. It seems they've been given more space than ever before. They're talking about the Three Kings Cup as if it were the event of the century. And regarding Harry, well, let's just say rumors are already starting to circulate. Harry raised an eyebrow as he carefully picked up the newspaper. What kind of rumors? Remus observed him with a touch of irony. First off, you're alive. They're secretly training you. Maybe you'll return. Dumbledore knew everything. And my favorite, you're some kind of dark messiah raised by Dementors complete with illustrations and all. Sirius burst into laughter, almost spitting out his coffee. Muggles? Please, if someone approached him, Harry would split them in 2 with a single glance. Harry calmly read the newspaper today, scanning the sensational headlines. Ignorance is more dangerous than any wand, he muttered. That, or Rita Skeeter with ink, added Remus. The atmosphere relaxed into a warm, intimate space, the kind that emerges when the past fades from memory and the present begins to feel within reach. Outside, the forest whispered through its leaves. Inside, 3 men shared meals, stories, and something that felt remarkably like a family. Surprise visit to Hogwarts. Disclaimer. I still have 3 more episodes to upload after completing them, and the other 2 are halfway through. The fine rain pattered relentlessly against the glass windows of Hog's Head. Inside the tavern, the air was thick with smoke and the unmistakable scent of damp wool, tart beer, and aged wood. Aberforth Dumbledore, his trademark stern expression never wavered, was cleaning a glass for the 3rd time without any apparent reason. You shouldn't come here anymore, he grunted without looking. It doesn't make a difference. Albus Dumbledore sat on a windowsill in his dark blue robe, slightly drenched by the rain, without attempting to dry off completely. His face bore visible signs of exhaustion, more emotional than physical. "Yet I keep coming," he replied softly. Aberforth snorted. "What? Trying to convince me that everything you did was for the greater good? Another lecture about redemption? I'm not in the mood. I'm not here to justify myself, Aberforth. I'm here to see you, as always, because you're still my brother, even if you don't call me that." The tavern keeper threw the cloth over the bar. "I don't need a brother who plays God with other people's lives. Are you here to talk about Credence again? That poor kid you lost too? Or Harry, the one you manipulated since he was just a baby?" Albus lowered his gaze, painfully aware of every word. "Sometimes I think I'm destined to lose them all. Ariadne, Credence, and now Harry too. All the children I tried to protect but failed. Some didn't even get a chance to choose." Aberforth fell silent for a long moment. Then he served 2 goblets of honey wine. One for himself, the other he left before Albus. "Ariadne didn't die just because of your ambition. She died because we both left her alone. While you dreamed of changing the world, I was the one who did nothing to stop it." Albus closed his eyes for a moment. The rain on the windows suddenly sounded louder than before. "Still, I keep wishing it had been me, not her. Sometimes I think my whole life was just a way to seek forgiveness I'll never get." Aberforth looked him in the eye for the first time. "Yet you keep coming back, week after week. Is this redemption or punishment?" "Maybe both," Albus whispered. Silence returned, carrying unspoken words. Wounds too old to fully heal, yet too vivid to ignore. After a few minutes, Aberforth turned to him and whispered harshly, "You don't do anything here, Albus. You don't heal, you don't change, you don't fix. You just stir up what's already beyond repair. Go back to your castle, to your games with the students, to your future plans that always sacrifice someone. But don't come here seeking absolution. You won't find it here." Without warning, he hurled an empty bottle at Dumbledore. The wizard stood his ground, no wand raised. No attempt to dodge. The glass shattered against his coat, bouncing off with a sharp clang. A thin streak of blood began to trail down his arm, staining the soaked fabric dark. But what hurt wasn't the wound itself. What ached was the memory, the loss, the certainty that even now, I was still paying the price for decisions I could never undo. That night, like so many others, Albus Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts walking through the rain, his heart soaked as much as his robe. Yet perhaps with this sense that forgiveness doesn't always come where you expect it. Remus had been with them for a week now. During this time, he had spoken at length with Harry about various aspects of the magical world. From the organization of the Ministry to the old structures of the Wizengamot and the history of the War of Magic. Harry listened intently, absorbing each piece of information without interruption. But it wasn't until Remus mentioned how few wizards dared question the system that Harry responded with a brief remark, almost echoing the past. "If that's true, having power like yours and not using it to help the world is utterly selfish," he said, calmly repeating his master's words from the Himalayas, with the same sense of disappointment that had once been told to him. The phrase left Remus speechless, as if he didn't know whether to respond or accept the implied truth. The next day, in the quiet of the backyard courtyard, Harry sat on a moss-covered rock with his eyes closed, steady breathing. The meditation was profound, yet not entirely new. I already knew this path, yet the memories came back with a vengeance. Years ago, during one of his most intense visions, he had first glimpsed the magical world from the outside. It was strange. During that vision, one thing became clear. There existed another realm inhabited by people with special abilities and powers, but they didn't call them Force. They used different terms: magic, spells, enchantments. Though he could sense the presence of an elderly figure, Albusand, a sharp-witted woman, Minervasamething crucial, remained missing. There was no connection. The Force didn't flow through them. They weren't part of the river. They were islands. Why? Harry had asked during his meditation. Then, for the first time, the answer came clear like a whisper of wind between mountains. They don't know how. But without the connection to the Force, how do they know which path to take? How do they follow the will of the world? How do they know who to help? He asked again, lost in thought. This time, the answer arrived with a nearly painful sensation, a quiet disappointment that filled Harry's chest like a mist. They don't know. They don't guide them. They don't help. And at that moment, everything clicked into place. They were like children with powers but without a compass. Skills without purpose. Like forgotten tools left in a sealed box. Harry opened his eyes. The sky was clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Yet within it, the memory of that vision still burned fiercely. The force vibrated around him as always, but with an added layer of weight. The memory of all those who had no voice in the system Remus described with such meticulous detail. Harry didn't want to destroy the magical world, but I wasn't entirely sure I could live in it without trying to change it. And at that moment, with his eyes closed and sunlight filtering through the branches, he knew his visit to Hogwarts wouldn't just be for sightseeing. It would be to decide. He moved slowly, his gesture blending weariness with determination. He walked toward the courtyard's center, feeling the cold stones beneath his feet. In the absolute stillness of dawn, he murmured, "Great power comes with great responsibility." The phrase, simple yet powerful, lingered in the air for a moment. It echoed the old comic book Dudley used to toss aside. But now it carried deeper meaning. It was the foundation of an Electiona silent promise. It was night when Harry received the call. It wasn't a voice. Never was. It was something deeper. A vibration in the air. A subtle shift in the soul's temperature. The force didn't speak through words, but through pure emotions. Pain, despair, loneliness, an open wound echoing from some corner of the world. Harry was a sleeper, at least trying to be, when the impact. Emotionally shaken, he sat on the bed in a leap, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, eyes wide open before he even knew why. I didn't need to know who it was. I felt it before. This time it was different, yet familiar. Confusion, anger, deep disappointment. Beneath all this lay an ancient, raw sorrow that didn't belong to a child, but to a man broken by time, to a brother. He didn't see the argument. He didn't hear the words, but emotions came to him like echoes carried by the tide. Suppressed frustration, guilt, reproach, love buried under layers of resentment, and a bottle flying, and blood, not his own but familiar. The force was revealing a moment to him, a crucial one. Not for observation but for action. Harry rose silently without turning on the light. He grabbed his cloak, katana sword, and a small slip of paper. On it he wrote in bold strokes, "Sirius, Remus, don't worry. I'll follow the force's will. It's always guided me where I need to be." He didn't leave explanations. They didn't need them. They knew enough, and they'd known him well enough to trust that wherever he went, there was a reason. He crossed the living room without making a sound, the house asleep around him. Outside, the night breathed with a gentle breeze. A twinkle of stars sparkled between the tree canopies. Then he faded away, not with a magical flash, but with an impossible gentleness, as if reality itself gave way to his passing. The force guided him, and he didn't need to know where. He just needed someone who did. The plains between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts stretched under the rain like a gray, heavy cloak. The sky, low and oppressive, seemed to weigh on Albus Dumbledore's shoulders more than any other year he'd lived. He walked with difficulty, his drenched tunic clinging to his body, feeling the dull burning of the wound on his arm that he'd refused to heal. The blood, hidden by the rain, trickled silently, but he wasn't thinking about the pain. He only heard, over and over again, his brother's voice, "You're not doing anything here. Go back to your games." He was almost there. The castle's silhouette emerged through the mist. But then his steps faltered. The ground seemed to give way beneath him, and the night grew thicker, heavier. He stumbled. He fell to his knees, and before he could completely collapse, a hand held him up. A warm, firm hand, filled with energy unlike anything I'd ever known. It wasn't magic. Not exactly. He lifted his gaze through the haze of fatigue. For a fleeting moment he thought it was James. The figure stood tall in the rain, exuding an air of authority. Her stance was resolute, her posture relaxed, the kind of composure that comes from knowing who she is. But those eyes, they weren't the ones from James. They were green, radiant, shining with an innate radiance that couldn't be faked. The eyes of Lily. And then he understood, or believed he understood. Harry, he thought, but didn't say it out loud. The energy surrounding him wasn't ordinary magic. It was something far older, deeper. A force that in other times might have been called wild magic or ancient magic. The kind you don't control but rather serve. The young man remained silent at first, only resting his other hand on the wounded arm. Dumbledore felt the warmth coursing through his body as blood stopped flowing and the tissue closed without pain. But more than that, something within him, something that had been broken for far too long, seemed to calm down, even if only for a moment. "You're bleeding," the boy murmured calmly. "But that's not the real pain." Albus didn't respond. He couldn't. He just watched. He only felt. The boy reached out to help him stand up. As he did so, he didn't look like a student. Not even a mage. He was something else entirely. "Let's go to the castle," he said simply. He added with a slight smile, as if repeating something strange yet respectful.
Hogwarts, no?
Together, under the rain that kept falling, they walked toward the castle. The plains between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts were a sea of shadows and rain. The force had brought me here, and I only knew it had to be right here. The air was thick with not just moisture, but pain that wasn't physical. Felt denser, older. Like the world itself wept for someone who still didn't know how to heal. And then I saw it. He stumbled forward with difficulty. The weight of his soaked tunic paled in comparison to the weight on his shoulders. Every step felt like deliberate effort, and his arm was bleeding. Not much at first glance, but I could feel it. The open wound pulsed like a silent scream. The old man of Dumbledore. I sensed her aura like a turbulent current. Powerful, yes, but fragmented. Crumbling from within. It wasn't a sinister or dark energy. Just weary. She carried the pain with her as if it belonged to her. As if she couldn't live without it. Trotted. Without even thinking about it, I was already by his side. I held it before it hit the ground. Its body felt lighter than I'd expected. As if time had drained more than just energy. I didn't say anything right away. I simply established it. I guided him toward a nearby clearing, without him putting up any resistance. I closed my eyes, resting my hand on his wounded arm. The force responded to me with the same familiarity as always. I didn't need to summon it. Just listen. Just open myself up. Like in the temple, when peasants arrived with broken bones or incurable diseases they couldn't afford. Like that woman we extracted a bullet from without a scalpel, just with intent and energy. "It's not about you," my teacher said. "It's about healing the world, one person at a time." And that's what I did. The energy flowed, not as a spell, not as an act of power, but as a dialogue with life's very fabric. The wound closed without pain. The inflammation subsided. The skin was stitched with barely visible stitches, almost like a token of apology. But I also felt something else. Deep within him lay a shattered space, an ancient wound that kept choking his breath. This pain couldn't be healed so easily. But for a fleeting moment I sensed it began to subside. "You're bleeding?" I murmured, keeping my eyes shut. But that wasn't the real pain. He didn't say anything. He only looked at me, like I was seeing a memory of someone who could no longer be real. "James?" I thought I saw him, but it wasn't him. "I'm not him." Still I caught a glimpse in his eyes. Something like relief. I held out my hand. When she accepted it, I noticed her trembling, barely not from the cold, but from all that had been left unsaid for so long. "Let's go to the castle," I finally said. Then, to break the silence with a touch of humanity, I added with a light smile, "Hogwarts, right? We're walking together." The rain kept falling, but it didn't weigh on me as much anymore. We walked silently through the fields, under the persistent rain that now seemed more part of the landscape than a nuisance. With each step, the castle's silhouette grew clearer. Hogwarts, a strange name for a place that was even stranger. Dumbledore remained by my side, now more resolute though still silent. He didn't ask who I was or why I was there. Perhaps he didn't want to disrupt the moment. Maybe he still believed it was just a Visiona mirage of the storm. We came to a massive iron gate, its iron bars barely ajar enough to remind us that even in the magical realm, there are limits. The old man stepped forward slowly, raised his wand, his hand trembling slightly, and murmured words in a low voice. I didn't understand what he was saying, but I felt it. It wasn't like force. It was more concrete, more mechanical, a pattern of words and will that interwove into a formula. Precise, ancient, effective. Golden runes shimmered faintly across the stone. The hinges creaked not from physical strain, but from the weight of the spell that had just dissolved. The door opened. For a moment, I stood there staring at her, utterly captivated. Is that magic? I asked, without judgment, just genuine curiosity. Dumbledore shot me a sidelong glance. He nodded faintly. Magic, yes, in its most elemental form. A spell of access tied to the castle's security. It looks too structured, I remarked, more to myself than to him. Like a lock with a password. Dumbledore let out a soft snort. In a way, it is. I didn't say anything more, but I kept thinking about everything my teacher said about the difference between channeling what is and controlling what one believes should be. I wondered how many times the magic of this world had closed more doors than it opened. We crossed the threshold together. For the first time ever, I felt the heartbeat of Hogwarts. Not as a place brimming with power, but like a sleeping creature that still hasn't decided to open its eyes. A fragment in the shadows. Disclaimer. I still have 2 more episodes to upload after completing them, and 2 others are halfway through. The sound of Hogwarts' door closing behind us reverberated like a solemn echo. Dumbledore moved forward silently, but I stopped in my tracks. The stone beneath my feet pulsed with a rhythm I recognized. It was more than magic, it was life, memories, purpose. The force, as present as the damp air, flowed through the castle walls, pillars, and towers like a symphony of centuries.
Cerré los ojos.
And I felt it. It was as if every brick, every step, every room echoed with an ancient reverberation. For generations, countless hands had played an invisible orchestra, and for the first time, I could hear its full symphony. The force whispered to me, listen, observe, protect. I let myself be carried away. I merged with the castle's heartbeat. I sensed the defensive spells, those ancient barriers woven by wizards and witches to protect this sanctuary. But among its notes something felt off. A dissonance, a mistake in the score. The force narrowed, as if pointing to an invisible fissure. Not physical but spiritual, like the castle itself was trying to protect itself. My attention was drawn to that anomaly, a hidden realm, profound, shrouded in layers of illusory magic, yet still vulnerable. A nest of darkness. My scar still beats, not for pain but for recognition. I slowly opened my eyes. Dumbledore was watching me from a few steps away. He didn't ask any questions, but his gaze told the whole story. He'd seen something, and he wanted to understand it. There's something here, I murmured. Something that shouldn't be here. Something that's been hidden behind these walls for years. The word came to me effortlessly, as if it had always been there, waiting. And Horcrux. Dumbledore remained motionless, though his face tensed. He understood, at least in part. Where? He asked in a low voice. I didn't answer immediately. I closed my eyes again, sharpening my perception. The force guided me, not with a map, but with direction. No doubt about it. I stumbled over my heels. One step, another. Follow me, I said, and started walking. I could sense the dark trail like a thread in the air. Hidden, yes, but not invisible to me. The force couldn't tolerate it. It rejected it. It guided me. As we wandered through the ancient corridors, I realized that this object, whatever it was, wasn't just corroding Hogwarts magic. I was waiting to be found. We walked in silence. The damp stones on the ground mirrored the torchlight, and my footsteps echoed softly, guided by something greater than myself. The Fusaya primal current that propelled me forward with the certainty of someone who knows the path, even if they've never walked it themselves. I could feel Dumbledore beside me, growing increasingly attentive and tense. Though he remained silent, his eyes never left my side. He knew this wasn't just a casual walk. He suddenly stopped and raised his wand. "We can't risk anyone seeing us," he muttered. He raised his voice and declared firmly, "Obscuratio silentium totalis." A pale flash spread around us like an invisible bubble. Our footsteps faded instantly, swallowed by the light. With another flick of his wand, he cast a soft glow over the walls, and I knew our eyes would now avoid us too. A time-honored combination, he murmured, as if speaking to himself. Complete silence. Passive invisibility. They won't hear us. They won't see us. They won't know we're here. Not even the teachers. I asked. "Even I wouldn't have known I was by your side if I didn't know it." He replied with a half-smile, though his eyes still held concern. "We keep walking." Every corridor we passed vibrated differently. The castle's magic wasn't uniform. Hogwarts had consciousness that was clear, yet it also had dormant zones, forgotten corners. Within them, like echoes, I sensed this discord, that darkness. The Force was guiding me with greater urgency now. It wasn't a straight path. We turned corners, descended hidden staircases, crossed passageways that seemed to vanish between each other, as if the castle itself would open its way for us, yet simultaneously refuse to acknowledge the very core of its own corruption. "Where are we headed?" Dumbledore finally asked. "No words," I replied, "but the Force is with me, and when we arrive I'll know." We stood before a stone wall, lifeless, smooth.
No doors.
"Here," I murmured. I closed my eyes. The stone responded to my thought. The Force whispered, "I need to uncover what's hidden, what doesn't want to be found." And then the wall began to transform, to undergo a metamorphosis. Because the Minister's Hall only reveals itself to those who truly know what they need. And at that moment, I needed to uncover the core of the poison still clinging to this world. Dumbledore watched in silence, his eyes glowing with something not fear but a childlike wonder. As if, for the first time in decades, I was witnessing magic that defied explanation. The door of the Minister's Hall swung open without a sound, as if it had been waiting for them all along. Harry entered first, guided by the Force. The room was empty, yet not entirely silent. Not really. Beneath the murmurs of the stone and the windless air, something else vibrated, like an invisible thread of tension, a latent presence. Dumbledore crossed behind him without a word, his eyes fixed on the boy. In those steady movements, in how he seemed to feel more than see, as if the entire castle spoke through him. And then Harry stopped. "Here," she whispered. The air shifted. A shiver ran through the hall, as if something had been hidden behind the walls themselves, behind the castle's years of accumulated history. Something dormant, something concealed. The Force pulsed around her, powerful, restless. With it came the memory of that temple experience. The same darkness clinging to the scar, the same devouring force from within. She didn't need to see it. She knew it all too well. "It's here," Harry whispered. "And he knows it." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, but before he could ask, a freezing gust swept through the room. Not in physics, not visible, but real. Then, at the center of the hall, the stone shifted. It didn't move, it didn't transform. But something began to take shape in the air, not through magic, not through spells, but through memories. The first was a laugh. Young, arrogant, so familiar as if ancient. "Remember, Albus?" A soft, seductive voice emerged from the stone itself. For the greater good, hadn't that been it? Dumbledore tensed up. He didn't respond. Before their eyes and Harry's images surfaced, faint as shadows on a fogged-up mirror. In the depths of Grindelwald, smiling, taking his hand, a pact sealed with dreams that are too grand, too perilous. Then the voice changed. It grew sharper, more fractured. "Then me," a girl murmured. Her voice cut through the air like wind. "Ariana." Small and fragile, she sat on the ground with wandering eyes. Her gaze flickered like a candle about to go out. "You left me alone." Dumbledore took a step back. Harry felt it. He couldn't see it, but he sensed it. The tremor within him, that raw, old guilt, deep and alive, stirred like ashes still burning beneath the surface. "This isn't real," Harry muttered to himself. "It's just a fragment." He's trying to, but it was already late. The shadows kept whispering. Grindelwald laughed again. Ariana wept. Then another figure emerged between them. Tom Riddle. Teenage. Perfect. Cold. See, Albus? The dark boy's voice echoed. You always fail those you love. You failed your sister. You failed the world. You failed Harry. You left him alone. Just like always, Harry felt the rage. Not his own. From the Horcrux. A venom of emotions that didn't belong to him, yet tried to invade him. To push him, just like before. Like that time in the chamber. The force gathered around him. Not aggressive but protective. Don't listen, he whispered, extending his hand toward Dumbledore. It's not her. It's not them. Just an echo. Parasite. Dumbledore didn't respond. But his eyes remained fixed on his sister's figure. So small, so real. Harry then closed his eyes. And the force responded. Pure, direct impulse. Light. No words. No violence. And as dawn dispels the mist, visions began to fade away. The voices died out. The room was once again stone and silent. Only 2 breaths remained. One old and restless, the other serene. Harry slowly lowered his hand. He opened his eyes. Dumbledore remained standing. But now he looked at me not with surprise but with a mix of fear and silent gratitude. And at that moment, Harry knew the battle had just begun. But he also realized they were no longer alone. And then Harry knew the battle had just begun. But also that they were no longer alone. The room fell silent. The air hung still, tense with anticipation. But the force didn't retreat. Not entirely. He stayed there.
Presente.
Tensa.
Alerta.
It's still here, Harry murmured as he slowly turned around.
Ya no había visiones.
But the poison persisted. Invisible. Hidden behind the stone and illusion. Then he felt it. Not with the eyes. Not with reason. With something older, more instinctive. He slowly bent down and placed his palm on the stone floor. Closing his eyes, he allowed the force to guide him, as it had done countless times before. And there she was. A metal box. Tiny. Hidden within the castle walls. Invisible to ordinary magic. Covered in barriers, seals, and concealments. But not for him. Here, she whispered. Dumbledore knelt beside him without asking how he knew. He simply watched as Harry extended his hand. No spells were cast. No words were spoken. Only the force. The stone cracked with a soft pop. And there it emerged. A black reliquary, worn and weathered, bearing a silver serpent's mark. To the touch, it pulsed with an eerie, sickly Energyne unnatural force that defied the natural world. Dumbledore raised his wand instinctively, but Harry shook his head in refusal. No, this time I'll do it myself. He took the reliquary into his hands. The Horcrux trembled, as if recognizing the enemy, as if understanding that this time it couldn't lie, hide, or cast shadows of the past. Enough, Harry whispered. No more. Then the force flowed. Pure. Radiant. Like a river of light. Harry didn't scream. He didn't tremble. He simply channeled. Through their hands, through their spirit. Without hatred. Without fear. Only determination. The reliquary resisted. Screamed. A final image emerged. A lingering echo of voices. Voldemort. Laughing. Defying. Begging. But Harry didn't hesitate. The light intensified. The stone trembled. In an instant the Horcrux shattered. A shrill cry neither human nor animal tore through the air and died instantly. Only the reliquary remained, split in two. Hollow. Silent. Dead. Harry exhaled slowly. Dumbledore remained kneeling beside him, motionless as if he had just witnessed the trial of an ancient force too powerful to name. The silence that followed wasn't one of fear or tension, it was reverent. As if even the castle itself held its breath. Then Dumbledore finally spoke. His voice was low, carrying a strange blend of respect and vulnerability. It looks like we've got a lot to talk about, Harry. It was the first time he spoke his name without distance, without weight, just as one would name someone they truly begin to see. Harry nodded, finally sensing that something had come into alignment. It was like a door had swung open not just in the living room, but in something far more expansive. But right then, amidst that newborn gravity, his stomach growled. A long, treacherous roar that came at the worst possible moment. Dumbledore looked at him, and the old man laughed. Not the boisterous laughter of speeches or sarcasm. A genuine laugh. Brief. Sincere. "All right," he said, still smiling. "After this wild adventure, I think we should grab something to eat." They had walked through Hogwarts' dark corridors without meeting a soul. Dumbledore's spell Obscurus Obvolvo enveloped them like a magical mist, blocking prying eyes, footsteps, and ears. Not a single word had been exchanged throughout their journey. Dumbledore was too absorbed in what they just experienced, while Harry, utterly drained. Every step felt like a single step struggles upward against the weight of force still resonating within. The director's office opened without anyone touching it. Harry recognized its aura. Every object, every piece of furniture, every portrait seemed to hold a living story. But all that vanished the moment he saw it. "Fawkes!" he exclaimed with sudden delight, his warm and vibrant voice like a flame in the fireplace. The phoenix, resting peacefully on its pedestal, turned its head with a slow, majestic motion. Its eyes met Harry's, and something more happened. A soft, lingering trill filled the hall. Fawkes extended his wings for a moment, as if greeting him too. Harry approached without hesitation, his steps steady and smile broad. He placed his hand on the bird's chest with familiar ease, and the phoenix tilted its head to meet the touch. The connection was immediate and profound, forged in the past, now renewed. Dumbledore frowned slightly, not out of annoyance, but of astonishment. "I see you know them," he murmured cautiously. Harry kept his eyes on the bird as he replied, "Yes, Fawkes has helped me before, several times at crucial moments. I owe him more than words can express." Fawkes emitted another sound, this time deeper, as if to confirm it. Dumbledore seemed surprised. His voice slowed this time, as if weighing the weight of each word. "I never imagined he'd choose to meet you on his own." Harry finally turned to him, his eyes still shining with determination. "The Force brought him to me. Maybe he's part of it too, or he listens to it in his own way." Dumbledore didn't respond immediately. He walked to his desk with measured steps, as if he hadn't fully realized the world he'd just entered. He poured himself a cup of tea but didn't drink it. "I must admit that I have more questions than answers, Harry, but perhaps for the first time in a long while, I also feel like we haven't lost everything yet." Just then, a thunderous roar shattered the silence. Harry glanced down at his own stomach and shrunk his shoulders with a grin. Dumbledore looked at him and laughed a light, unexpected laugh. "It seems the stomach always gets things back into perspective," he said. Harry nodded, returning the smile. "There's no war won by hunger. Truth will set you free." Disclaimer: I still have one more episode to upload after completing it, and 2 others are halfway through. The fire crackled softly in the fireplace of Dumbledore's office, casting dancing shadows over the sleeping portraits of former directors. Harry stood still, one hand still stroking the soft quills of Fawkes. Dumbledore, seated without leaning forward, watched him from across the desk, his blue eyes fixed on the young man. "I have doubts," the old man finally said in a deep voice. "Harry, I know I must answer them. You deserve them. But first I need some answers myself." Harry lifted his gaze. There was no reproach in his eyes, only weariness. "What were you doing out there?" Dumbledore asked with genuine concern. "Where did you go when you ran away from your aunt and uncle's house? Who taught you all that?" The pause was dense, yet not hostile. Felt heavy, as if it contained months of history. "Why are you here now?" the director pressed. "Why now, right when the magical world is starting to crack?" Then his voice grew sharper, barely a whisper, brimming with surprise. "And how did you even know what a Horcrux is?" The silence that followed was absolute. Not even the office clocks dared to strike. Harry took a deep breath. His fingers finally parted from the warm, feathered mantle of Fawkes. He turned completely toward Dumbledore. "Because I've already destroyed 2 of them." Dumbledore's eyes twitched slightly. Just a hint, but enough to show he hadn't anticipated it. Harry stepped forward. not defiantly but calmly. The first one was in me, he said, pointing to his forehead right above the scar. Felt like poison, sleeping, but alive. He tried to possess me, take my body, grow. But the Force saved me, guided me, taught me to stop fighting and to release. Dumbledore swallowed his saliva with deliberate restraint, not out of fear, but from memory, as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Then what about the second one? He asked, barely managing a thread of voice. The newspaper, Harry replied. I found it in the chamber. When he was still missing. There was a girl with him. Ginny. I destroyed it with the Force. Dumbledore finally sat down carefully, as if every word Harry spoke would chip away at his footing. You know more than I ever imagined, he said, but less than you'll ever want to know. Harry took another step closer. I'm here to listen, he began, hesitating for the first time. He wasn't sure how to approach the man standing before him. For years, he'd been just a name in others' stories, a symbol, a distant figure. How would they speak to him now, face to face? Dumbledore seemed to sense the tension in his eyes. With a gentle gesture of his hand, he invited him to continue. You can call me Albus, he said in a calm, almost friendly voice. If you prefer that, of course. Harry nodded slowly. All right, Albus tried the name with some respect, though not exactly reverence. Start wherever you like. But I do have questions too, Harry said, his thoughts now focused on the Dursleys. The old wizard lowered his gaze for a moment, perhaps imagining the boy's thoughts, maybe out of shame, maybe out of sorrow. Then, lifting his eyes toward the fire, he began to speak. Harry's stomach growled softly, shattering the moment with unexpected humanity. Fawkes flapped his wings with a gentle, almost playful hum. Dumbledore lifted his gaze and smiled. It looks like we've got a lot to talk about, Harry, he said with a warmer tone. But first, let's get something to eat. You should never go hungry. Harry smiled too. For the first time in ages, Dumbledore's office felt alive. The tray with food still steaming on the table remained ignored by both of them. Dumbledore held a teacup between his hands, though he didn't drink. He gazed at Harry with serene expression, yet his eyes sparkled with something more ancient than weariness memory. I bet you're curious, he began in a low voice. What you saw in the room, what that thing showed you, and how I found myself in this mess. Harry didn't say a word. He just kept his gaze fixed. That was enough. We'll start there. Because I can't ask you to trust me if I don't trust you first. He paused briefly, yet the moment was charged with meaning. What you saw wasn't just a random illusion. It was a trap crafted from my own sins. And to understand it you need to know two names. Grindelwald and Ariana. The silence in the office grew thicker. Fawkes tilted his head, as if he too could hear. Gellert Grindelwald was my best friend. Maybe even more than that, though I never had the courage to admit it out loud. We coincided during a summer when we were both young, brilliant, and reckless. Together we dreamed of a new order for the magical world, just one, by our own standards. For the greater good, we used to say. Harry furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard those words before. But there was a price. There always is, Dumbledore continued, his eyes fixed on the flames. In our case, the price was my sister, Ariana. He paused, this time longer. Then he continued, lower. Ariana was special. As a child, she was attacked by muggles. She never recovered. Something in her magic had broken. She couldn't, to control her. Sometimes she was sweet. Sometimes dangerous. When my parents died, I took charge of her. I didn't do it right, Harry. I was angry, tired, dreaming of changing the world, not tending to my sick sister. Harry swallowed hard, silently, and then Grindelwald appeared. Albus continued. Charismatic, intelligent, and free-spirited. He offered me an escape disguised as a purposeful scheme. We dreamed of reorganizing the world, to create a system where the powerful would protect the weak even without asking if they wanted protection. A shadow crossed his eyes. My brother Aberforth stood against me. We argued. We shouted. We fought. And in the midst of that argument a duel erupted. Terrible one. Between Grindelwald, Aberforth, and me. And Ariana. Harry already sensed how it was ending. He died, the old man said without emotion. We don't know who cast the spell. Maybe me. Maybe him. Maybe it was the chaos we created ourselves. There was a long silence. Harry blinked. And in that instant the flames flickered with him. The room vanished. No with violence. No with noise. Just it changed. He was no longer in Dumbledore's office, but in an open field bathed in the golden glow of twilight. 3 figures were engaged in heated debate, not through clear words, but with emotions that pulsed like a storm on the verge of erupting. One of them, a young man with a stern expression, a wounded gaze, and clenched fists, was named by a soft murmur in Harry's mind. Aberforth. The tall figure in a flawless tunic, eyes blazing with a mix of love and ambition, knew without hesitation. Albus. And the third, arrogant, beautiful, dangerous, with a cruel and defiant smile. From him, the Force uttered the name as if spitting out an ancient poison. Grindelwald. I warned you, Aberforth roared, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. You're playing with lives you don't even understand. I'm trying to build a future, Grindelwald replied with icy calm. You can't start a revolution without making sacrifices. Pop. Blue light, golden sparks. The clash erupted between them like a raging storm. Cross spells. Fury, fear, guilt. The air split with each magical explosion. Then a scream. Not of anger,
sino de dolor.
Ariana. Harry turned around, though he hadn't truly moved. He saw her. Small, fragile, pale, eyes wide open, gazing at the sky, yet seeing nothing. And there the Force spoke. Not with words. Without a doubt. No, it wasn't Albus. Harry felt it as clearly as his own existence. Albus didn't cast the spell. It wasn't him who killed his sister. But he didn't realize it then either. Years later, he kept blaming himself for a mistake he knew wasn't his fault. Dumbledore's youthful face, in the vision radiant yet shattered, trembled with an impossible blend of emotions. Horror, disbelief, and guilt. And Grindelwald vanished. He didn't walk away. He didn't flee. Simply, he dissipated like a shadow torn apart by light. Harry fell to his knees. Not physically, but he felt it. Like his soul had bowed down. When Harry came to, the room suddenly buzzed with life and warmth. The sandwich he'd been holding had fallen to the floor, its contents of crumbs and cheese scattered about. Dumbledore stared at him with wide eyes, his face a mix of surprise, worry, and fear. Harry, he murmured, still seated in his chair without moving. Harry rubbed his hand to his forehead, closing his eyes for a second as he tried to catch his breath. Shut up, Albus, he finally said, half smiling with a weary expression. It's just how my visions work. I never expected to lose control, but honestly, I'm too exhausted today to manage them. Dumbledore straightened up slightly, his eyes never leaving the boy. Vision, he repeated, though already sensing the answer. Harry nodded slowly, still seated on the edge of the chair. I saw it, he whispered. I witnessed what happened to Grindelwald. With your sister. With your brother. The old man closed his eyes for a moment. His breath cut off abruptly, as if he had feared those words more than anything else. Did you see everything? Harry hesitated for a moment. Then he nodded again. It wasn't your fault, he added firmly, almost in a whisper. The Force showed it to me. You didn't cast that spell. Dumbledore slowly lifted his head, his eyes glowing with more than just emotion. Can you? He stammered, his voice barely audible. Could you show me? Harry stared at him for a long time, like a man broken, tired, and finally willing to see. Yes, he replied simply. Close your eyes, Albus. Then he reached out his hand toward him. The Force, as always, was ready. So I imagine Remus and Sirius must be worried about you right now. The office had been bathed in golden hues. The first rays of dawn filtered through the stained glass windows, bathing portraits of former directors in a warm, hushed glow. Many still pretended to sleep, though some were clearly faking it. Harry shrugged his shoulders with a weary smile. I left a note before I left. Sirius is calm, and Remus, well, he's a bit more nervous, Harry says, sensing the emotions of both in the Force, even though they're hundreds of kilometers away. Dumbledore nodded with a faint smile. They let me down too, the old man muttered, barely realizing it. Both of them. You're not the only one who's made mistakes, Harry replied, neither harsh nor soft, but with firmness. They had spent hours talking. Not everything, not yet, but enough. Harry had shared his departure from Privet Drive, the beginning of his journey to Tibet, the temple, the monastic training, the healing, the first time he felt the Force. He also recounted his trip to Japan, the dreams, the trials, and the dark echo he tried to grasp. As they barely touched upon the topic of the Force, Harry sensed Dumbledore wanted to delve deeper into it once he had digested what happened that night. Then, with a touch of caution, he spoke of Sirius. That night at the Tokyo Hotel, when he saw him through the Force without masks or shadows, and knew with deep certainty and instinct that he was telling the truth, that he was innocent. And finally he spoke of Remus, of their unexpected reunion, of the questions, of the answers, of the calm he found in his company, even if only for a few days. Dumbledore had listened to everything without interrupting, taking each word as if it were a delicate piece of truth he dared not break. As the light slowly filled the office, it seemed older than ever yet somehow lighter at the same time. "Thank you for telling me," Harry finally said, his voice deep yet sincere. "I don't know if I can fix everything I left behind, but at least I want to try." Harry looked at him with a mix of respect and sadness. "You don't need to be perfect," he replied. The phrase hung in the air like a final note of a symphony. Dumbledore didn't respond immediately. He stared at the dying embers of the fireplace, as if answers could be written there amidst the crackling flames. "Sirius," he finally murmured, barely exhaling. "I thought I knew him, that I understood who he was. I looked into his eyes that day, Harry. I saw rage, yes, despair. But I also saw the face of a guilty man, or so I tried to believe." Harry watched silently, letting him speak. The Force told him that this wasn't the time for correction or consolation, it was simply to allow the truth to emerge. "I'd lost Lily and James," Dumbledore continued, as if speaking to himself. "And in my grief I needed a scapegoat. Someone to take the blame for my own helplessness. Sirius was too easy to handle." He pressed his fingers against the armrest of the sofa, keeping his eyes away from Harry. "I never asked, never doubted the verdict. I believed it was justice. I thought I was doing the right thing." A long silence hung in the air. Only the distant chirping of a newly awakened nightingale filled the space. Harry realized they were no longer just talking about Sirius, their own past and Ariadne were now part of the conversation. "It wasn't your spell," Harry said softly yet firmly. "In that duel with your brother, with Grindelwald, the spell that struck her wasn't yours." Dumbledore looked up in surprise. Harry had already noticed his thoughts. "You saw it with your own eyes. With the Force. Ariadne, she didn't die because of you, Albus." Dumbledore closed his eyes. For a moment, he didn't look like the headmaster of Hogwarts or the most powerful wizard of the century. Just an older man, tired and profoundly sad. "All my life I've lived believing I did it. That I was the one. That through my arrogance, my ambition, and my failure to make timely choices I killed my sister." "You didn't choose the spell," Harry said, "but you chose silence. Sometimes that hurts more." The phrase wasn't a rebuke, it was simply the truth. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "And with Sirius it was the same. I chose not to see, not to ask. I thought protecting the world was more important than protecting the few who lived in it." Fawkes emitted a faint sound, like the whisper of feathers. "I know now," Dumbledore added in a low voice, "and if there's still anything I can do to repair, to heal, I'll do it. Even if it's too late." Harry didn't respond, but the Force around him grew warmer, not indulgent, but open and ready. Outside, the sun was already touching the treetops. In the heart of Hogwarts, 2 generations, the one that had failed and the other still had much to do, finally shared the truth. "And the truth is, as promised, I started to free them." Harry stretched lazily, feeling the weariness creeping through every muscle. The night had been long and revealing. "Well," he said with a weary smile, "I think it's time to head back. I still have some doubts about the chalice thing, but you can wait. I need to rest and recharge my batteries." Dumbledore nodded, his face still carrying a hint of astonishment, yet also sparking a renewed spark of understanding. "If you think it's okay," he said as he walked toward his desk, "I might come to the house tonight. Talk to Remus and Sirius with you." The four of us. In peace. Harry nodded, still bearing the weight of the night on his shoulders. Perfect for me. I'm sure they have questions too. Dumbledore stepped into the room and walked toward a small silver box on the shelf. Then I'll get you a transporter, he said. Nothing complicated, just something simple so that— Transporter? Harry interrupted, tilting his head in a gesture of unfamiliarity. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. How did you come here if not? Even if it were through apparition, Hogwarts doesn't allow people to appear and disappear from the grounds or castle. Harry smiled, his eyes glowing with a quiet yet profound light. Let's say the Force makes its own way. Before departing, his footsteps led him back to Fawkes. The Phoenix watched him motionless, yet its golden eyes glowed with an intensity beyond this world. I'm so glad to see you again, Fawkes. I get it, what's yours for the time being? Harry mused, his smile soft and gentle. A warm note, almost like a fiery sigh, echoed in his mind. For a while, he still needs guidance. You do too. And the music, it's not over yet. With tender affection, Harry lowered his gaze and placed a hand on the soft feathers of the Phoenix's breast. Thanks, old friend. Always, Tenyo. Fawkes answered in his mind, using that old name he knew only himself. Their connection was fleeting yet profound, a silent melody of trust, shared promises, and paths intertwined. Then Harry closed his eyes. The air hummed gently around him, like a taut string releasing its note. And without a sound, no burst of light, no magical boom, simply it vanished. Dumbledore stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the empty space where Harry had been. Not only had he vanished from Hogwarts, not something that, in theory, was impossible within his limits, but moreover, if his intuition hadn't deceived him, he had communicated with his Phoenix in some way. Fawkes emitted a soft hum from its perch, a deep, melodic sound almost contemplative. The bird tilted its head, surveying the empty space. You and you, little traveling companion, Dumbledore murmured with a faint smile. You've got way more secrets than you'd ever tell, right? Fawkes spread his wings with graceful elegance, the shimmering feathers glistening in the dawn's light, letting out a second triumphant hum, this time higher than ever, like a resounding declaration, as if he knew something others still hadn't uncovered. Dumbledore propped his elbows on the desk, interlocked his fingers before his face, and his eyes sparkled behind the crescent-shaped glasses. Definitely we have a lot to learn. As the first sunlight pierced through the glass windows of the office, Hogwarts awoke once more to a world that was no longer the same. Breakfasts and dinnings. Disclaimer. The other 2 episodes are still halfway through. In the mountain porch, the air was crisp, cold, and still. The altitude kept the distant world at bay, as if Hogwarts and its troubles were trapped in another dimension. Only the chirping of Tibetan birds broke the silence. The sun slowly dipped behind snow-capped peaks, casting amber hues over the white stones of the house. In the dark wooden porch, 2 figures awaited. Sirius stood slightly on his heels with arms crossed, his expression a mix of irritation and pride. Remus, more composed, observed the invisible path between the rocks where footsteps remained silent. I told you, Remus, Sirius murmured, eyes glued to the horizon. It would work. It always does. Remus didn't respond immediately. The wind carried something not entirely physical, a vibration and presence. Aura. Trust Harry and his powers, Sirius insisted, now standing lower. You don't know him the way I do. I know he's strong, but I don't know if he's still a child, Remus whispered. Not exactly. Not for a long time. Then they saw him. Harry emerged from the shadows of the grooves, walking with a slow yet steady pace. He wore gray linen robes draped with the austere precision of temple monks. Behind him, the hilt of a katana flashed briefly in the sunset's reflection. Though his posture was upright, the drooping shoulders and shadow beneath his eyes betrayed a night without rest. It didn't seem invincible, felt real, exhausted yet alive, broken yet standing. Sirius finally broke the silence with a light smile. See? He murmured, eyes glued to him. I told you it would be fine. Breakfast. The aroma of freshly baked bread and apple wafted through the air, mingled with the subtle steam of ginger tea. The stone kitchen, simple yet inviting, was bathed in the first sunlight filtering through the mountains. Harry sat cross-legged on the wooden bench, still wrapped in his gray robes. His linen belt hung loosely at his side, and the katana blade rested against the wall as part of his attire. In his hand was a bright red apple, one he particularly enjoyed. Remus kept his hands around a steaming mug. Sirius sipped quietly from the other side of the table. Remus finally whispered, "How was the night?" Harry lifted his gaze. Though exhausted, he remained calm, more at peace than anyone could have imagined. "Intense," she replied with a slight smile. "I met Dumbledore and I was at Hogwarts." Crash! Remus' cup slipped from his fingers and shattered on the floor. Sirius dropped the toast he'd just started eating, frozen in shock. "What?" they exclaimed in near unison. Harry remained motionless. He took another bite of his apple with complete calmness. "I'm fine," he said softly, setting the fruit on the plate. "I came back because the Force led me to him. Something was off and I sensed it." Remus and Sirius fell silent, studying every expression on his face for clues of what he hadn't said. "I found him outside the castle, alone. Injured," he continued. "Not physically, or not just physically. I helped him get back. And together we uncovered something he'd been hiding for far too long." Sirius narrowed his eyes. "Something? You mean one of those fragments?" Harry nodded. "Yes, another one. It was hidden in the Hall of the Ministers. An ancient reliquary. Dark. It was destroyed." Remus furrowed his brow, still not fully understanding. "Harry, what exactly did you find? I don't get it." Sirius shot Remus a quick glance, signaling it wasn't the time for complicated questions. But Harry responded. Harry took a deep breath and looked calmly at Remus. "Remus, what I found isn't something easy to explain," he began. "It's a dark presentia fragment of someone who separated from themselves to avoid death." Remus furrowed his brow, trying to make sense of it. "Fragment of what? From whom?" "A soul," Harry continued. "Someone decided to split their soul into pieces to stay tied to this world. Not by natural choice, but through dark deeds that disrupt life's balance." Remus listened intently, his eyes never leaving the scene. "That fragmentation that Horcrux," Harry said, "is a wound. An evil echo that corrupts whatever it touches. That's why it must be destroyed to restore balance." Sirius remained silent, absorbing every word. "It's not just magic," Harry added. "It's a profound distortion. Confronting it requires more than mere power. It demands peace and determination." Remus nodded slowly, showing respect and a touch of concern. "Thanks for explaining this to me, Harry. I didn't know it was like this." Harry took a sip of tea, his gaze calm. "You know why I couldn't just leave it there now?" A heavy silence settled over the kitchen. No one moved, not even Sirius. "Are you okay?" Remus finally asked, lowering his voice. Harry looked at him, not as a child seeking approval, but as an adult sharing the truth. "Yes, we're both doing well." Sirius took a deep breath, stood up, and brushed his hair with the palm of his hand as if he were 10 years old. "Maldito Creo." Harry smiled, calmly. Remus carefully gathered the shards from his cup this time, keeping the silence intact. Meanwhile, Harry returned to his apple tree. Suspicion in the grand dining room. Hogwarts, midday. Great Hall. Minerva McGonagall arched an eyebrow while sipping her mint tea with dignity. From the central position of the faculty table, her gaze locked onto the elderly man seated to her left. Albus Dumbledore was smiling, excessively. "What the hell," he muttered to himself, watching the director give small claps to the air as if conducting an imaginary orchestra. Every now and then, he'd let out a marvelous, at the most mundane part of lunch. In fact, I'd heard him exclaim, "What exquisite roast chicken!" And this jelly vibrates with the grace of a happy hippogriff. McGonagall closed her eyes. "Albus, how are you?" he asked, suspicion etched across his face. "Really?"
I'm absolutely radiant, darling Minerva,"
he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as if he just discovered that socks were the secret to universal happiness. "Have you changed the sugar level in your tea?" "Oh no, no, no. Today is simply a great day." Minerva watched him as if he'd sprouted wings. Dumbledore winked at him. This time, McGonagall raised both eyebrows. Can you tell me what's going on? Oh, nothing. I can't wait for dinner to start. Those exciting things, you know, old friendships, new conversations, shifts in the flow of the impossible. Minerva blinked slowly. Albus, are you going to summon a spirit? Organize a chess game with portraits? Or simply break the laws of spacetime tonight? The director smiled so intensely that, for a moment, McGonagall feared she might have triggered fireworks just by smiling. Oh, Minerva, what a wild imagination. Tonight I'll just have dinner. Nothing more, nothing less. As he resumed his salad like a divine delicacy, McGonagall made a sharp mental note. Check Albus's tea before dinner. And maybe stash the sour candies in the office. Dinner at the Mountain House. The house stood still and quiet, its stone walls bathed in warm golden light from lamps casting soft illumination. Sirius and Remus carefully arranged the table, placing plates, glasses, and cutlery with deliberate focus. There was no discomfort or tension, only a serene anticipation that lingered in the air. In the garden, Harry sat cross-legged in his gray robes, lost in deep meditation. His breath was slow and steady, as he felt the force flowing around him and through him like a calm river, preparing his mind and spirit for the coming encounter. It was around 8 p.m. when Albus Dumbledore appeared near the house, accompanied by a faint, barely perceptible sound. He approached slowly, taking in the quiet and beauty of the place, silently recognizing the peace that enveloped everything around him. He gently knocked on the door. Sirius opened the door with ease, exchanging a silent nod of welcome with Dumbledore, brimming with mutual respect. From his desk, Remus offered a discreet yet warm smile. Albus Dumbledore, Sirius said, his voice trembling slightly as he recalled the long years he'd spent in Azkaban. Come on, please. Harry's in the back garden, deep in thought. He'll be with us soon. Dumbledore nodded silently and stepped over the threshold. He paused momentarily, as if trying to soak up every nuance of the surroundings. The warmth of the stone, the distant whisper of the wind, the aroma of freshly baked bread. It wasn't a castle. It wasn't an office. It was a home. Thank you, he finally said, his voice softening. Sirius returned to the table. Remus offered him a cup of hot wine, which the old man accepted with a slow, deliberate gesture. He slipped through the back door without a second thought. The garden was bathed in deep shadows, and the air carried a crisp mountain breeze. There, on the grass, Harry stood motionless. The young man opened his eyes as he sensed someone approaching. He didn't need to turn around to recognize who it was. Albus, he said calmly. When they finished dinner, Dumbledore left the trophy on the table without glancing at anyone. The room was thick with silence, as if even the air seemed to be waiting alongside them. Harry looked at him with a serious expression. Then, am I obligated to participate? He asked in a low voice. Dumbledore held his gaze, and in his eyes burned a sorrow of ancient times. Yes, he replied bluntly. If you refuse, the magic will abandon you. And what's worse, you could die. For a few seconds, Harry closed his eyes and plunged into the Force. I sensed her presence alive in that place, whispering ancient truths while unraveling mysteries beyond the visible. He knew the fire vase threat wouldn't affect him as much as it would others. Maybe, Tal perhaps, if he ever did that. But he also knew it wasn't the time to trust. That not everything in magic followed logic or power. It was time to return to the magical world. To raise one's voice. To make their opinion heard. The Dragon Trainer. Disclaimer. This chapter was half-written when I made several adjustments because some plot twists didn't quite sit right with me. As you've asked in private, I did switch between first and third person in many scenes. While I'm finding it harder to stick strictly to the first-person perspective, there will still be occasional instances where I'll maintain that approach. Between the broad trunks standing like pillars and intertwining branches resembling ancient fingers, the world seemed to hold its breath. Light filtered through in scattered beams, as if the sun itself was awaiting what was to come. Then came a sound. Soft, rhythmic.
Top, top, top.
It wasn't the frantic trot of an injured beast or the crunch of snapped twigs. It was the deliberate, unhurried touch of leather sandals, clean and sturdy, like those worn by monks in stone temples that guard silence. Each step, a steady pulse against the damp earth, heralding an outsider's presence beyond haste and clamor. Harry walked straight through the heart of the forest, wrapped in his raw linen cloak, the color of snowless mountains. He didn't need an external guide. The force that whisper he seemed to hear alone, that invisible river pulling him along, guided him with the patience of someone who knows the end but cherishes every step of the journey. Behind him, the perfectly secured grip of a short katana briefly shimmered in the sunset's reflection. Unadorned, it was more than just a weapon. It was a symbol, a tool, a meditation in metal. Though not supported by a wand, every gesture carried the precision of a sorcerer or something older, a silent dance with the air. His footsteps never interrupted the forest. He traversed it like a moonlight beam that leaves no trace. The animals sensed him. A herd of deer halted and bowed their heads in reverence. A fox, hidden in the undergrowth, didn't flee but watched with curious eyes. Even the ancient, gnarled trees seemed to tilt their branches subtly as they passed, as if recognizing something within him. Harry didn't stop. He didn't look around. Every step was the present, the only truth. And then the forest opened up. The forest transformed into a vast, vibrant expanse of artificial magic. The tournament stadium stretched across the earth like a colossal scar. Flags bearing unknown emblems fluttered violently in the wind. The stands, packed to the last seat, trembled with the clamor of thousands of excited voices, a dense buzz of anticipation and fear. Magic. He sensed it everywhere. Not the force, not the one he knew, but raw energy unleashed and woven with clamorous wills. Beneath it all, flowing from the stands, from every wizard and witch, the force transmitted a whirlwind of emotions. The anxious dread of those waiting, the overflowing euphoria of the bettors, the acute tension of the competitors, the latent frustration of the clueless, the gleam of anticipation, and beneath it all, a layer of resentment toward the unknown. At it was a chaotic murmur, dense and almost overwhelming. Harry lifted his gaze, not out of fear, nor with arrogance, with understanding, with the calm of someone processing a chaotic symphony. That wasn't his world. That wasn't his way. But he had come, not for glory, not for the golden egg, not because the force present in every corner of existence had brought him here. As always, top, top, top. The footsteps of the stranger first echoed at the stadium's edge, shattering the cacophony and drawing curious glances. And no one, not even, knew his name. POV platform of the judges. From the judges' platform, Albus Dumbledore gazed at the overcast sky with an expression that oscillated between serene calm and the weight of an ancestral duty. The wind played with the ends of his silver beard, as if trying to rip away secrets he refused to reveal. The clamor around him grew louder, a restless murmur swelling in the air. "Where's the fourth room, Albus?" Ludo Bagman asked cheerfully, his voice tinged with a restless, calculating gleam. The wait was starting to feel like a chore. "Yeah, this is highly irregular," grunted Barty Crouch, nervously adjusting the collar of his robe. "If the boy doesn't show up, he'll be disqualified. We can't wait forever. This is a tournament, not a kid's game." Dumbledore didn't respond immediately. He simply remained silent, a faint smile playing on his lips as he said, "He'll come. Trust me." Minerva McGonagall stood beside him, frowning as she scanned the sand with her gaze, the tension in her shoulders palpable. "Are you sure, Albus? Is it really him? After all this time?" "Yes," Dumbledore responded softly, opening his eyes and locking eyes with the forest edge. "He'll come. He always does." The students in the stands grew increasingly restless. The commotion grew louder. Some nervously laughed, caught up in the anticipation. Others screamed with mockery, feeling the adrenaline rush of the unknown. "The fourth champion is invisible. He must have gone back on his word. What a coward! Could it be a mistake by the Kellys? An unexpected name nobody expected." Yet Dumbledore remained calm, an aura of serenity emanating from his very being. He knew Harry would come after all, as the boy had told him days earlier during dinner. "The force is guiding me, and so far it hasn't led me where I shouldn't have gone." The certainty Harry held resonated in the old director's mind, a truth as unshakable as the stars themselves.
Top.
Dumbledore turned around, and a faint, melancholic smile almost like a silent triumph softened his lips. He had sensed it. He understood the meaning behind those footsteps. "It's here," he murmured, his voice barely audible amidst the clamor of the crowd, yet brimming with absolute certainty. The others followed his gaze, skeptical, searching through the stadium's mist. A figure glided along the edge of the vast clearing. It didn't emerge from the golden-gilded gates of officialdom, nor did it appear from behind magical curtains or a cloud of smoke. Emerging straight from the forest itself, as if nature had brought it to theme, a whisper of ancient origins materialized before their eyes. "Who?" Fleur Delacour murmured, lowering her wand slightly, the astonishment and curiosity coloring her voice that was usually distant. "Is that Potter?" Victor Krum grunted, his dark eyes fixed on the approaching figure with a mix of astonishment and skepticism. The usual sternness in his expression had softened into utter bewilderment. Tall and clad in a rustic linen robe that fluttered gently in the wind, Harry moved with an almost unnatural calm. Every gesture radiated unshakable serenity, a profound composure that starkly contrasted with the frenetic energy of the stands. This wasn't the calm of apathy, but the serenity of a mind anchored to a greater purpose. He emitted an eerie power deep and silent that none of the wizards present could comprehend or define through their own concepts. His steps were steady, his sandals tapping the ground with a calm, almost meditative rhythm, while the katana's grip rested naturally on his back, a perfect complement to his silhouette. Though not seeking attention, his eyes seemed to see everything without judgment, as if the clamor of the crowd, shouts, applause, and boos didn't exist in his own world. "Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth champion has arrived. Harry Potter," Ludo Bagman told the audience. The name fell like a stone into the lake of voices, and the silence that followed was more deafening than any scream. A muddled murmur began to spread, a mix of surprise, disbelief, and curiosity. From a high press platform, Rita Skeeter lifted her gaze above her crescent-shaped glasses, tilting her head like a religious mantis poised to pounce on its prey. Her quill trembled as it danced across the parchment, as if questioning what it saw, while her eyes fixed Harry with predatory intensity. A linen tunic, not a single visible seam. Not English magic.
Aveapum visible katana, no runes, no vand.
Eyes empty or profound, is this isolation disorder? Or a cult? The pen spun wildly, its ink streaks racing across the page, as if eager to bite into the story's core. "Is this the famous Harry Potter?" he whispered, his crooked smile barely reaching his eyes. "Oh, this is going to be juicy." In the stands, Hogwarts students watched him as if he had just emerged from the Black Lake, like some otherworldly creature. "Is that even real?" a Ravenclaw boy muttered, his glasses sliding down his nose. "Is that Harry Potter? The kid who survived?" "But he doesn't look like a wizard," said a Hufflepuff girl, her face wrinkled with confusion. "He doesn't even seem to be carrying a wand." "Wait, that sword? Is that even allowed? This is a magical tournament, not some muggle brawl. Looks more like, well, let me put it this way, a ninja monk with hero complex," a Ravenclaw boy said, wrinkling his nose with disdain. "And why is he so calm? Doesn't he know there's a dragon inside? Is he crazy?" Yet no one could look away from him. Harry's serene and unchanging presence became an irresistible magnet for all eyes. Harry stood rooted to the sand, gazing at the stadium's boundless expanse. The crowd's faces swirled like storm clouds, emotions surging through him like a whirlwind. He briefly closed his eyes and connected with the force, not to fight or defend, but to release the overwhelming emotions that gripped him. He allowed the crowd's whirlwind of fears and hopes to flow through him, letting them pass without clinging or being swept away. He transformed into a conduit, letting go of what didn't belong to him while purifying his inner space. His mind became clear, anchored in the calm that only the Force could offer. The judges exchanged puzzled glances, their furrowed brows mirroring the collective disbelief in the room. "Where's your wand?" Barty Crouch whispered, his trademark stiff expression frozen in surprise. "Is he coming unarmed?" Madame Maxime hissed, clearly offended by the casual and confrontational way she looked. To her, it was a blatant disrespect to the tournament. Bagman swallowed hard, his small, lively eyes darting around. He forced a smile, struggling to keep his composure. Well, good, what an unexpected entry. The fourth champion is here, and it seems he has a very unique style. Rita Skeeter, content, picked up her pen with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Potter, the wizard without magic. Hero or heretic. Provisional title brilliant. The magical world would be divided. In the center of the arena, as other champions exchanged puzzled glances and analyzed the situation, Harry closed his eyes for a moment, respected him, profundo. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath with him. The other champions had sweated, screamed, and bled. Some barely survived. The crowd had already witnessed 3 dragon duels, each more spectacular and boisterous than the last. Yet now that the final dragon awaited behind the iron gates, the murmurs among the spectators were not of excitement but of growing uncertainty. Because the fourth champion didn't have a wand. Harry stood motionless on the sandy ground, hands crossed in front of his abdomen, katana still clutched to his back. His flowing robe fluttered gently in the wind. He had closed his eyes not out of fear, but in deep concentration. He hadn't cast any spells. He hadn't asked for instructions. Solo he listened, and he felt it. He sensed the vast web of force stretching around him and through the dragon. It wasn't just an animal, it was a creature born from earth and fire, connected to the planet's elemental currents. Through the force, Harry could sense its fury and fear, primarily their territorial instincts. These weren't chaotic emotions like those of the crowd, they were pure, ancient, like the wind in the mountains. He could sense the heat from its core, the pounding of its colossal heart, echoes of centuries of untamed existence. The force revealed the energy lines pulsating through the dragon's scales, the points connecting to life around it, the tension in its muscles, and the latent pain of a creature trapped. The judges exchanged worried glances, whispering urgently. Bagman was muttering something under his breath, anxiety evident on his face. Crouch had already leaned toward Dumbledore twice, clearly intending to declare disqualification, his voice a muffled growl of irritation. But Dumbledore simply said with an unshakable calm, "Esperad." Then the doors creaked, a metallic and ominous sound that reverberated through the entire stadium. An ancient roar, a lament of millennia-old fury, pierced through the sand, sending the stands shuddering. The dragon emerged, black and silver, an awe-inspiring Hungarian Calicorno, a type of horned beast, exhaling columns of heat and fury with every stride. Its body was a fusion of muscle, scales, and concentrated rage. Yet its eyes were something else entirely, vibrant pools of burning ferocity that sought their target. Until they encountered Harry's team. And through the force, they met the mind that had been waiting for him with calm. Then something changed. The Hungarian Calicorno roared before him, massive and powerful, each breath an exhalation of living heat. Its half-unfurling wings stirred up dust. Its claws could split a bull, but their eyes, Harry stared at them intently, not with defiance, but with absolute truth. Within his mind, projected as a wordless breeze, echoed the voice of the boy, "I'm not here to take what's yours." The dragon didn't retreat, but it didn't strike. The mental silence was filled with more than mere fear, a palpable vibration, a lingering doubt. Harry walked slowly until he was just a few steps away from the stone pedestal. On it, several eggs gleamed with golden reflections. All but one were fake, but Harry didn't extend his hand. Instead, he tilted his head slightly toward the dragon and closed his eyes. His breathing grew slower. His mind opened wider. Then, within the shared space, he thought softly, "One of these doesn't belong to you." The dragon blinked. A moment of tension rippled through its veins as its scales quivered slightly. Its neck rose slowly, its pupils narrowing like it was processing some unexpected truth. Then he felt it. Through her innate magic, the beast recognized the differentia mere egg. It wasn't real. It didn't glow. It lacked life like any other. A fraud. With a near-ceremonial gesture, The dragon turned its snout and thrust the fake egg toward Harry with its claws. As I said, take that. It doesn't deserve to be among the real ones. Harry picked him up with both hands. He didn't run away. No huyo. He bowed only to the beast with a profound reverence. Thank you, she murmured, though she knew the dragon didn't need words, only the resonance of the force. He watched the horn trail away, motionless, not out of weakness, by choice, out of respect for a bond that transcended mere magic. The Prophet, special edition breaking news scandal, the Dragon Master, the mysterious Potter and the power beyond magic. Harry Potter reappears after years of disappearance and talks to the beasts. The return of the old legends. What's Going On, Ministry? By Rita Skeeter, exclusive world premiere for El Profeta. The magical world has been shaken to its core today. Dear readers, all thanks to the most unexpected and frankly unsettling return of the legendary, now enigmatic Harry Potter. Forget dramatic entrances or heroic speeches. Our surviving boy has reappeared at the Three Kings Tournament arena dressed as an Eastern monk with a sword slung across his back. Yes, a sword, but the real shock wasn't his streetwear, nor the obvious disdain for the magic wand that every worthy wizard should possess. That name, Nu. The young Potter has faced a Hungarian Horcrux, a beast that sent the stands into shock and put even the most seasoned champions on the back foot, yet he hasn't fired off a single spell. We witnessed with our own eyes how this nightmare creature, whose breath was pure hell, halted its attack. What's even more chilling is that the boy, with a calm bordering on the inhuman, communicated with it. Yes, you read that right. Communication. Magic without a wand? Total charlatanism. The stunned spectators' murmurs and the judge's own astonishment left no room for doubt. It's not magic. It's something else strange. A judge murmured. I can't reveal his name, but his pale face told the whole story. I don't know what it is, but it gave me goosebumps, said a Slytherin student, her words brimming with palpable fear. It was like speaking to him without speaking. The dragon understood, declared a foreign champion, his face etched with the look of someone who had witnessed the impossible. And the trial, the coveted golden egg, was conducted without violence. Oh no! Our enigmatic Potter, with an odd reverence, persuaded the beast to hand over a fake egg that the dragon apparently convinced himself to yield. Who is this Harry Potter really? Could he be the reemergence of ancient forgotten Eastern legends, those mystical warrior myths claiming to require no wands but rather inner powers or invisible forces? A messiah of a new age, or a dangerous impostor with abilities so perilous that even the ministry dares not utter his name? For while the public was still reeling from the shock, panic had already spread through the corridors of the Ministry of Magic. Reliable and trembling, sources have confirmed to me that the highest echelons are in permanent emergency session. The question echoing through every office is, if it's not traditional magic, how do we control it? And that, dear readers, is what truly reveals itself. Because you can't register a sword, you can't regulate a gaze, and you can't disarm someone who's never held a wand, or whose power doesn't stem from the magical discipline we know. While the venerable Albus Dumbledore maintains an impenetrable silence, his enigmatic smile understood only by him, the dragon trainer has vanished once more. Yes, he's disappeared from the Caslia place where, according to magical laws, appearances and disappearances are impossible. Where has the young Potter gone? What else could this Knight of the Force do besides play by our rules? We'll keep you updated, well informed. And you, dear readers, better not blink.
Hogwarts esa misma tarde.
The night enveloped Hogwarts in its ancient weight. The towers lay dormant beneath low-hanging clouds. The corridors hung in a profound silence, while candles burned slowly in floating lamps, casting dancing shadows that danced across the air. In the upper office of the North Tower, Dumbledore gazed at the sky through the window. A lone star glowed over the lake, solitary and stubborn, reflecting its own quietude. After him, Minerva McGonagall entered without announcing herself. Her presence, always commanding, now became a whirlwind of suppressed emotions. No gritted his teeth, but he shut the door with more force than necessary, the blow reverberating in the silence like a rebuke. Albus. Minerva. She stood straight, lips tense, eyes fixed on the director's back. He's alive. Dumbledore didn't respond immediately. A barely audible sigh escaped his lips. We'd been searching for years since he escaped. Ever since the word Dursley stuck in his throat, barely worth uttering, had him caged like an animal. Remember what the Aurors said when they found them? They said it was sheer luck the young Potter had survived and hadn't become an obscurial, that he barely held on. I remember it. Dumbledore's voice was soft, carrying an ancient sense of guilt, and he vanished. Completely. Not a trace left. And you, Albus, you told me you knew nothing, that you couldn't find him. Dumbledore slowly turned, his blue eyes devoid of the playful sparkle they once held. Only weariness remained, and a quiet sorrow, because it was real Minerva. I didn't know. I couldn't find it. There was no traceable magic to follow. No signs, no letters, no clues. Nothing. It was as if he had vanished from the magical world without leaving a ripple. McGonagall studied him, searching for cracks in his sincerity, a hidden detail that Dumbledore always seemed to keep under wraps. But this time, Dumbledore met the gaze with the simplest honesty. Until early November of this year, he finally said, his voice barely a murmur, I didn't know if Harry was alive or dead. That completely took him out of it. The tension slipped from his shoulders as he slowly settled into a chair facing the desk, the wood's grains scraping against the stone floor with a rhythmic clatter. Then how did you know? He asked, almost in a whisper. Dumbledore smiled gently, almost tenderly, as a complex light flickered in his eyes, a blend of wonder and gratitude. For he came to me, right when I needed help the most. He saved me in more ways than one. Minerva, it wasn't just a random apparition. He materialized at Hogwarts gates as if the earth itself had delivered him. I wasn't okay. My mind was shattered. I was haunted by echoes of my past. Harry helped me. He helped me become myself again. Minerva. To reconnect with who I was. To restore peace where there used to be only guilt. Not just that. While I was in that state, dazed and vulnerable, sensed something. A darkness hidden within the castle itself. Something corrupting Hogwarts' ancient defenses. And he guided me. Together we eliminated it. It was a necessary purge. Dumbledore looked at Minerva, his eyes shining with deep conviction. He didn't just save me. He freed a fragment of my soul from the darkness I couldn't even see. Today, Minerva the dragon recognized him. It's not magic, not like we know it. It's something more. Connection. A harmony. He is what we needed. What this era required.
Ministerio al día siguiente.
Cornelius Fudge's office was filled with the scent of fresh paper, ink, and a hint of power that seemed to be overextended. The curtains were drawn shut. The fireplace burned bright, though the air held no chill. The Minister of Magic paced back and forth, hat in hand. His brow furrowed as if the very air itself defied him, a shadow of invisible worries clinging to his forehead like a shadowy nest. Albus, we can't just let this slide. Dumbledore sat in an armchair with leather backrest, observing the minister with the same patience. He had shared this conversation countless times. Calmness that irritated Fudge. Let it pass, Cornelius? Boy, Potter. Show yourself after 7 years. After running away, vanishing, breaking every child's magical protection rule, and now you're supposed to control dragons with your eyes without a wand. What am I supposed to tell the press? Rita Skeeter's already sharpening her claws. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow slightly, without showing any change in expression. You could start with the truth, Cornelius. Fudge snorted, brushing his hand across the sparse strands of hair he had left, his face flushing red. The truth doesn't sell security, Albus. The truth creates chaos. And this boy, this dragon trainer, as Skeeter calls him, this is total chaos with a tunic.
No lo es.
We don't know him. He's never been to Hogwarts. He hasn't been trained, tested, certified, or monitored. We have no idea what he is. He's an unstoppable threat. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his voice deep and unhurried yet carrying an unmistakable authority. Yet, it still remains Harry Potter. The child this ministry failed to protect. The boy who chose to vanish rather than let them break him. And now it's back. Not to destroy, but to remind us of what we never wanted to see. Fudge froze mid-step, her eyes fixed on Dumbledore as a cold sweat trickled down her neck. What do you expect him to do? Declare him a free citizen without oversight? Grant him unrestricted access to magic? Let him walk down Diagon Alley with a katana and a zen-like smile? Like some mystical guru from nowhere? Dumbledore smiled faintly. A small smile, yet brimming with ancestral wisdom. You should stop following rumors and gossip, Cornelius. I assure you Dumbledore thought about how Harry, with a calmness beyond human measure, had faced the darkness that corrupted the ancient barriers of Hogwarts, and in the wisdom, the very essence Harry displayed in every act, you shouldn't fear anything about the young Potter. His calm demeanor and worldview aren't weaknesses but strengths. He operates by principles, a code of conduct, and a conviction rooted in a discipline that values truth, honor, respect, loyalty, and compassion, much like the ancient Bushido that guided the noblest warriors. He doesn't act out of malice, but for balance. Fudge stared at him for a long time, without blinking, the information struggling to fit into his structured mind. This guy's gonna change things, right? Yes, Dumbledore replied, gazing skyward beyond the glass, as if foreseeing a distant future. And that's what scares you the most. Potter's summer house breakfast. The morning air carried the scent of freshly baked bread, jasmine-infused tea, and damp earth mingled with pine from the nearby woods. The Potter family's summer cottage, nearly forgotten by the world and nestled among the dense trees of a hillside, resembled more sanctuary than home. Stone walls were draped with wild vines, while open windows let in cool breezes that made the weathered floorboards creak softly. In the kitchen, the table stretched out long and unevenly, warm to the touch. Breakfast was laid out. Bowls of rice, fresh fruit, buttered toast, and an iron teapot that simmered unhurriedly. Harry sat barefoot this time, wearing a light ivory-colored tunic, legs crossed over the bench as he watched the steam rising from his cup with the same intense focus others give to watching battles unfold. To his left, Sirius was devouring his third scone, as if he hadn't eaten in a week. To his right, Remus Lupin was quietly flipping through a notebook, glasses perched on his nose with that rare expression of genuine peace he rarely showed. No one was talking much. There was no need. Then the door creaked open, and Dumbledore entered. He wore his signature dark blue robe embroidered with stars, eyes gleaming behind the crescent glasses, and as expected, a morning edition of the Prophet tucked under his arm. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said cheerfully, as if he hadn't just crossed half the continent. "I thought you might want to read today's news." With a theatrical gesture, he unfurled the newspaper and dropped it onto the table. The headline dominated half the front page, its letters as large as Rita Skeeter's ego. "The Dragon Trainer. Harry Potter reappears and masters magical beasts without a wand." Sirius burst into laughter even before finishing reading. "Dragon Tamer. Look at that, Harry. Is this what educated kids in the Himalayas do these days?" Harry smiled slightly, keeping his eyes on the cup he was holding. "I didn't tame anything. I just spoke with him." "Well, according to this lady," Remus said, reading the subtitle with a raised eyebrow, "you're on the verge of becoming either a legend or a public danger. Hero, heretic, or weapon out of control. What a diplomatic move. He has an extraordinary talent for saying everything without understanding anything," murmured Harry. "Yet he writes as if he knows everything," Dumbledore added with a patricidal smile. "A dangerous skill, but sometimes useful." Harry finally lifted his gaze and locked eyes with the directors. "Are you worried about them?" "To them, yes," Dumbledore replied calmly. "To me, not." Silence fell. Outside, birds were chirping. A cloud drifted across the sun. "The Ministry is restless," Remus added. "They don't know how to classify you or control you." Sirius shrugged his shoulders. "Go for it. They have no clue who Harry is or what happened. They think anything weird is dangerous." Dumbledore nodded gently. "Yet history isn't written by the wise. It's penned by the fearful or those who sell newspapers." Harry picked a fruit from the orchard. He twirled it in his hand like pondering its shape, then gave it a rhythmic bite. The crisp sound filled the stillness. "A legend is just a story others tell," Harry whispered, his gaze fixed on the horizon beyond the window. My path is my own choice, not imposed on me. Truth doesn't need headlines. That's right, Dumbledore said, his smile now wider than ever, eyes sparkling with approval. That's right, Harry. 2 days later, Hogwarts. 2 days after the unexpected and sensational twist that Harry Potter had given the Triwizard Tournament, life at Hogwarts seemed to be trying to get back on track. The dinner in the Great Hall began like any other. The candlesticks floated, casting golden light across the 4 long tables of the houses, illuminating the animated faces of hundreds of students. The soft murmurs of laughter, chatter, and clinking tableware filled the air with the warm familiarity of secure days, the unshakable routine of school life. The students no longer talked about the tournament with the same fervor. They now focused on trivial matters. Homework assignments for Transfiguration, internal bets about Quidditch matches, and who would throw the next enchanted cake at Filch's face. A bubble of normalcy was trying to reseal them in its protective shell. Everything was normal, perfectly normal, until the solid door of the great dining room swung open. No grand announcement.
No ceremonial fanfare.
No hurried steps to push her forward. The door creaked open. With a faint, barely audible hiss, 3 figures stepped inside. A man with a kind face and a worn tunic, exuding both weariness and serenity. Remus Lupin. Beside him stood a massive black dog, its alert and lively gaze piercing the air. A tongue hung down with proud mischief, while its tail wagged in a delight so subtle it might have been missed. And a young man, clad in a dark tunic plain and unadorned, this understated outfit stood in stark contrast to the opulence of the great hall. He moved with quiet, deliberate steps, each motion flowing without haste. His eyes, as deep as dark lakes, held their own gaze without demanding attention. There was no arrogance in his bearing, only an undeniable presence. First, no one spoke. They just stared. The conversation died down. The dishes paused mid-course. Hundreds of heads turned, following the newcomer's advance. Then someone whispered, "Who?" It was the first time Harry Potter had been seen by hundreds of people, all watching him walk with the composure and calmness of a Jedi Master. As his teacher used to say in the Himalayas, the true measure of self-worth lies in maintaining composure amidst storms, not in the size of waves you create. Harry embodied serenity, standing as an unshakable anchor in the vast sea of gazes. He didn't seek attention, but his mere presence commanded it all. The dog trotted cheerfully, oblivious to the stunned silence, until it reached the edge of the teacher's table and sat down with a sigh, as if it had always belonged there. Dumbledore was already standing up, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Teachers, students," he said softly, his voice effortlessly silencing the entire dining room down to its last corner. "Tonight we have a special guest with us." The murmurs began, soft as the rustle of leaves stirred by curiosity's wind. Dumbledore continued, his voice carrying a meaning that only a few could grasp. "A name that's been around for years, maybe forgotten by some in recent times but never lost. Harry Potter." The silence fell instantly, thicker than ever before absolute stillness. Then came the whispers, this time brimming with surprise and disbelief. "What? Is that Potter? Really? But how?" Harry tilted his head slightly, a gesture of greeting that was both humble and dignified. It wasn't a formal bow, but a heartfelt nod from the heart, a recognition of space and people, a deeply rooted habit from his years in the Himalayas, where respect was shown through subtle gestures rather than grandiose displays. After that, he sat down beside Dumbledore with such natural ease that it left everyone puzzled. The plates didn't move immediately. The magic's grip seemed to falter. Even the spark in the portrait's eyes appeared to fade momentarily. McGonagall gazed at him with restrained intensity, a mix of relief, concern, and profound astonishment. Snape's brow furrowed more than ever, as if the very air had turned offensive. Flitwick blinked rapidly, trying to recall a formula to process reality. Sprout tilted his head thoughtfully, as if evaluating a new botanical species. Trelawney's eyes were already clouded with tears, murmuring about ancient signs and an unfathomable future. Dinner reappeared on the plates, as if conjured by magic to remind everyone that life must go on. and life slowly began moving again in the great dining hall. Dumbledore looked at him with a small smile, not pressuring but clearly filled with anticipation. Harry was the first to speak, his calm voice shattering the tense silence still clinging to the main table. "There are plenty of seats available here," Harry said, his gaze sweeping across the teacher's table without a hint of judgment, just observation. "Is someone missing?" Dumbledore nodded with a slightly sad smile. "It's a shame you didn't meet Professor Moody today, Harry. He knew your parents very well. He's been away for personal reasons, or so he told me." "Then is it true you were in Tibet when you were young?" Harry asked, changing the subject. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, his face glowing with genuine delight. "Remus told me," Harry clarified with a small smile, a hint of mischief barely perceptible in his eyes. "Yes," Dumbledore replied, his gaze drifting toward the ceiling of the great hall as if the embroidered stars were weaving memories. "Between 30 and 40. A member of the International Confederation of Mages delegation. I spent 2 winters in Lhasa. I was in a village where they lived with a group of golden yaks. They weren't magics, but they treated them like they were. It was one of my best experiences. A lesson in humility and connection. Sometimes the magic matters less than simply being present and showing respect to all living beings." First days at Hogwarts. Disclaimer: writing this chapter has been a unique challenge. Since I started this fanfic, my writing style has evolved, which required extra effort to maintain consistency while incorporating new ideas. Moreover, this chapter serves as a vital bridge between the magical world and the new Harry, laying the groundwork for the dilemmas he faces and the key figures he needs to meet during this phase. Thank you for your patience, and I hope you enjoy this chapter of the story. I felt compelled to use more bold text in this chapter. The Force, Harry's thoughts, his emotions, it's like a whirlwind, and sometimes it gets tricky to tell where each part starts and ends. Bold text, I think, will help you see things more clearly. Breakfast Grand Commodore. The great dining hall hummed with low murmurs and the scent of freshly baked bread. Harry sat beside Remus and the relaxed Sirius in his canine form, barely touching his breakfast. The Force remained restless. Something in the atmosphere pulsed with discordant notes, as if someone had gone out of tune on an orchestra's perfect ensemble. And then he saw it. The dining room doors swung open with a sharp screech. A man entered, heavy clothing, a leg dragging behind, a scar dividing his face, and a magical eye that spun without stopping. Descanso. The room fell into immediate silence. A few students whispered to each other, "It's Ojaloco Moody. Where have you been? You haven't shown up for days since the first test." Harry, however, felt an internal jolt. No fear.
No magic.
Just a jarring sense of disarray. The man walked, but his soul refused to follow. The Force stirred like a forest warding off an intruder. Harry narrowed his eyes. It wasn't a vision, nor was it a warning. It was a discord in the flow of life. "Remus," he murmured in a low voice. "That man isn't who he seems." Remus slowly turned his head toward the new professor. Sirius growled low. Harry stood up. The supposed Moody had already reached the teacher's table, but he stopped in his tracks when he saw Harry walking forward. "Any issues, Potter?" he asked in a raspy, slightly strained voice. Harry didn't respond immediately. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The Force passed through him, and he saw it. A spell of transformation, a stolen essence, a mind that didn't fit, the soul of a man trapped in a mask. "Viva. I don't know who you are," Harry finally said, opening his eyes, "but I know that body it's not yours." A murmur rippled through the hall. The imposter frowned. "What are you saying, kid?" Harry raised his hand, very slowly, not as an attack, but as the one holding the word that nobody dares to utter. "The Force never lies. You're not who you appear to be. 2 personas reside within you, yet one is already crumbling." And then she showed it.
No wand. No spells.
From his open palm, a vibration rippled through the dining room. It wasn't light, it was clarity. A subtle, ancient energy wave, like the air clearing away, causing what shouldn't have been there to begin dissolving. The magic I spun and failed. The metal leg trembled and snapped with a crackling sound. And the face of Ojaloco slowly distorted, like a painting losing its color in the rain. A new face emerged, pale, broken, with a nervous twitch at the corner of his lip. Barty Crouch Jr., McGonagall shouted as she stood up. Dumbledore emerged from the entrance, his robe still loosely draped from the haste. His gaze locked onto the impostor, then immediately shifted to Harry. There was something in his expression that wasn't surprise but confirmation. The cafeteria erupted in shouts as students jostled chairs and jumped up. But Harry didn't budge. He just slowly lowered his hand. Everything was returning to balance. A fraud had been exposed without violence. A lie shattered by the truth. On the ground, the true face of betrayal breathed with difficulty, trembling. "How did you find out?" Crouch whispered, his voice laced with hatred. Harry met his gaze with restrained compassion. "Because it doesn't matter what you mimic externally, the Force always knows who you truly are from within." The Great Hall was on the brink of panic as they watched the unfolding scene, trying to make sense of what was happening. Meanwhile, McGonagall kept her wand raised high. Flitwick calls out a shield. Dumbledore strides forward with a stern expression. At the heart of the whirlwind, Barty Crouch Jr. stands exposed. Sweat trickled down his forehead. The magical cloak shattered, his limbs trembling from the exhaustion of the multi-jug potion, his eyes like those of a cornered beast. Harry watched him, motionless, serene, present, and that's why he felt it more than anyone else before. A surge of impulse, a desperate decision, a spell that had yet to be spoken. Crouch's lips curved. "Hey there." He turned to a student, trying to gain an advantage or perhaps a shield to escape Hogwarts. A second-year girl from Ravenclaw's back row shot forward toward him, as if swept away by an invisible hook.
"No,"
someone shouted, probably her own voice. But the girl didn't reach his arms. He froze midair, half a meter from Crouch, flotating, supported by an invisible, vibrant, golden force. The Fuerza. Crouch's eyes snapped wide open. What? Harry had only one arm outstretched. He hadn't shouted. He hadn't pointed any wand. He was just breathing. His gaze remained fixed on Crouch, yet his soul was deeply connected to the fabric of that moment, to the girl.
"Al panic."
At the truth. With a gentle gesture, as if closing a book, he lowered his hand. The girl descended slowly, unharmed, until she sat down on the ground, stunned yet safe. Crouch tried to move. Harry raised the other hand.
"Basta."
Barty's body bent like a sapless branch. No pain.
"No screaming."
Only deactivated. His legs gave way. His arms hung limply. The Force had severed his will from his body, not as punishment, but as pure containment. Dumbledore approached him and silently examined him. "He's conscious," he murmured. "He won't be able to move for a few hours." Harry finally lowered both hands. Sirius, still in his canine form, stood guard beside him. Remus breathed heavily, as if he'd just completed a marathon. Dumbledore looked at Harry, not with fear, not with authority, but with respect. McGonagall turned to the students who were still frozen in place. Everyone to their common rooms. Now, the dining room began to empty. A low murmur of fear, astonishment, and questions. Harry stood calmly amidst a sea of hurried footsteps and sidelong glances. I never sought that moment, but the Force did. Later, when the clamor had died down and the Great Hall was empty, Harry quietly slipped out toward the West Wing gardens. I needed to catch my breath, not from physical exhaustion, but from the intense vibration that still lingered in her chest. Unmasking someone wasn't the same as saving them. What he saw in Barty Crouch Jr. wasn't just darkness, it was loss. He sat beneath an ancient oak tree. He closed his eyes not to meditate, but to listen. The wind whirled through the branches. Though Hogwarts spoke not in words, the castle's stone bore witness, and the trees stood as silent witnesses. Then he heard footsteps, soft, irregular, like someone not walking to arrive, but dancing with the moment. He opened his eyes. A young woman with pale blonde hair and dreamy eyes watched him, tilting her head slightly as a feather adorned her tresses. Her voice was soft, almost like a whisper. "Did you know?" he said softly, as if speaking to the tree instead of himself. Sometimes things don't break, they just bend in another direction. Harry didn't respond immediately, but the force stirred. Not as an alarm, but as an echo. Are you saying it today? He asked. No, the blue-eyed girl replied, her smile revealing something he didn't know. I'm saying this for you. Harry studied her in silence, not with judgment, but with focused attention. And he felt it. It wasn't darkness. It wasn't imbalance. It was like she existed between the loose threads of the world. Not just there, but in every possible there that could have been. Your energy is strange, Harry said, more to himself than to her. Luna sat beside him on the grass, crossing her legs. My mother used to say that some people have a thread of reality sewn crookedly, like when you accidentally sew backwards and the pattern shows through. Harry closed his eyes and looked again with the force, and he saw versions of her. She with short hair. She in a dark corridor. She surrounded by books. She wore a silver tunic in a world that wasn't this one. I see echoes when I look at you. Possibilities that never came to pass yet they resonate with you as if they were waiting. Yes, she said simply. I see them sometimes too. That's why I can't tell if I've lived through something or if I'm about to. It's confusing but beautiful. Harry felt a chill that wasn't fear, it was reverence. You're a crack in the force, she whispered, but not in the bad sense. More like an opening. Like the universe uses your soul to see its own reflections. The blonde-haired young woman nodded, as if that made perfect sense to her. Does it bother you? No, Harry said with a slight smile. It reminds me that not everything is written in stone. Silence. Then she asked in a very low voice, Hey, can you see your own echo? Harry froze in place. He hadn't considered that. He hadn't dared. And the force whispered an image to him in that instant. He stood alone, clad in black robes, without a sword, wielding a wand. Dalido, a Harry Potter without strength, without training, without balance. A Harry who screamed and destroyed. He closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. I saw it, Harry said. I don't want to be him, he thought to himself. With a tender gaze, she stood up as if having just completed an invisible ritual. You won't be that way. By the way, I'm Luna Lovegood. We'll meet again, Harry Potter. He departed, leaving behind the scent of dew and a tiny red feather on the grass. Only the peculiar girl named Luna had vanished into the garden's shrubs when a faint rustle of branches signaled another presence. Harry didn't need to turn around. You can stay, he said calmly. But don't whine. Don't groan. And most importantly, don't make that sneaky snort you do when pretending to sleep. The large black dog stopped a few meters away, tilting its head. Sirius wagged its tail, once seemingly accepting the condition, and lay down beside a thick root, head between its paws. Harry barely smiled. Then he closed his eyes again. He took a deep breath. One inhalation, one exhalation. The force did not rise as a power to conquer. It offered itself as profound silence, as the contained vibration within every particle of the world. It was neither light nor darkness. It was presence. The tension in his body began to ease, as if the air were caressing his muscles from within. His mind, initially agitated by memories of Crouch, Luna, and the shattered mirror of himself, started to clear. It wasn't about stopping the thoughts, but rather letting go of them altogether. He let them pass by like leaves drifting downstream. Sirius felt his warmth and the rhythm of his breath. He sensed Luna beyond the thorny bushes, pulsating like a nexus between worlds. He felt the castle, the stones, the roots, the echo of someone who didn't want to interrupt him. Flitwick, stopping at a safe distance. And at its core he felt its essence. Not its magic, not in his past, not in his name, just his being. And there, in that silent core, the force enveloped him. Not with answers, but with peace. Harry took a deep breath, and he fell inward. Not out of fear, not from pain, but with the will to see beyond. The force didn't drag him. It guided him. First came sounds, soft echoes like whispers from a sleeping forest. Then came images, fragments of what never happened, what might have been. Finally, a vision crystallized. It was London, more gray, more harsh, more filthy. Under the rain-soaked roof, A young man with vacant eyes watched the alleyway like a hunter. Harry. But not him. A version without sonum. Without inner light. Without force. This other Harry cast spells with icy precision. He never screamed. Never hesitated. His gestures were effective. Soulless. I witnessed him apprehend a fugitive sorcerer, slam him against a wall with a depulso, read his mind through forced legerdemains, and violently dig into his body. The most disturbing part was that he didn't seem to enjoy it. He was just going through the motions, as if the world owed him answers, and he was willing to break everything down the drain to get them. Then he saw himself, that other self, in a solitary office at the ministry. A cup of cold tea. Empty walls.
No photographs. No Thais.
A file bearing Azkaban's emblem. The door bore an engraved title. Special Security Department. Harry Potter, Executive Officer. That Harry didn't have time for friendships. Not even for questions. Just orders. And results. Then, in the vision, the other Harry stopped before a mirror. Harry the real approached from meditation. He couldn't touch him, but he could observe. The reflection spoke without opening its lips. You weren't the one who won. You were the one who fled. Harry held his breath. What are you? The other didn't respond with words. He simply turned and walked away, wand in hand, his cloak floating like a heavy shadow. The force withdrew. The vision dissolved. And Harry returned. He opened his eyes slowly. The sky remained clear. Sirius was sleeping again, snoring under the tree. Harry placed a hand on the grass. The world remained the same. Him not. Because now he knew what that other Harry didn't. That without inner connection, power becomes imprisonment. And that not knowing the force was the true tragedy of that other self. First person Filius Flitwick. I watched from the shadow of the eastern wing, standing beside an arched structure whose stones still retained the warmth of the sun. Harry Potter meditated, but not like the wizards meditate. Not like we teach to channel energy for smoother spells or more precise duels. Their approach was entirely different. His body remained motionless. Yet the air around him pulsed as if the castle itself were listening. I felt it. Not through my mage senses, but through others. Those that stem from my mixed heritage. The side the purists despise. The goblin side. Humans perceive magic as a lightning bolt coursing from within to without. We experience it as a river flowing through everything. At that very moment, Harry wasn't doing magic. A stab was in it. The earth, the wind, the bricks of the wall, everything seemed to hold its breath. Then his eyes opened, and I knew he had returned from a place most wizards wouldn't even suspect. God, a long sigh. Not from exhaustion. I took a step forward. The branch cracked slightly. He turned around. He didn't flinch. He didn't ask. Just stared straight at me, with those eyes green as lilies. I didn't mean to interrupt, I said, with a more solemn tone than I'd intended. You didn't do that, did you, Professor Flitwick? Harry asked, recalling the breakfast scene. I nodded and stepped closer. The air still felt different, not heavy, but filled with an odd sense of meaning. And then I spoke up. Because I had to. You have your mother's gaze, but that's not all you possess her compassion too. He once asked me why house elves couldn't attend classes, why goblins couldn't vote, why someone like me could teach here but couldn't join the Wisengamot. I shrugged my shoulders, and I didn't know how to answer him. Harry furrowed his brow. Not out of anger, but out of recognition. Because there's no good answer. Exactly. I sat down on a root, facing him. I felt the weight of years in my bones, but also in my words. Harry, the magical world is sick. Not poisoned by open malice yet, but consumed by an ancestral pride. Like the wizards were chosen ones, the pinnacle of power, Harry muttered. All the others as mere decorative servitude. I nodded. Pure blood. Dirty blood. Powerful. Invisible. I looked up at him. I'm half goblin, and there are still people who don't call me by my name. The silence thickened, but not uncomfortable. It was simply necessary. Harry lowered his head. His hands rested firmly on his knees, anchored in place. We both fell silent as the sun dipped below the horizon. I walked away without waiting for an answer to a question I hadn't even asked. Hogwarts Library. As Harry walked through the corridors, the soft crunch of his sandals on the stone floor was nearly the only sound in Hogwarts' quiet night. The air, thick with centuries of magic, differed from any energy Head ever sensed before, noisier, more chaotic, yet no less captivating. He thought about Dumbledore's invitation, how the old headmaster had urged them to stay at the castle with a smile that hid more than it revealed, that he stayed not to find a temporary shelter, but because he felt an unwavering conviction that he must transform the magical world and steer it toward something different. Finally, the murmurs of the corridors gave way to an even deeper silence as they reached the library. At this hour, the place smelled of old paper, dust that had been enchanted, and wood creaking from knowing too much. Harry moved through the silent shelves, guided by the folded note Dumbledore had slipped into his pocket before leaving the dining hall. The note simply read, Passage 12C, 4th shelf, Forgotten Voices. When he arrived, the book was there. It didn't gleam. It didn't float. It wasn't protected by curses. It was gray, ancient, without a title on its cover. But when he touched it, the air temperature shifted, as if the castle itself had suddenly realized something. He settled at a table by the window where moonlight filtered through medieval stained glass. With the reverence of one awakening from slumber, he opened the tome, and the book breathed. Not literally, but the first page moved on its own, transitioning to the prologue. Before names, before houses, even before spells, there was balance. Harry read silently. Each line seemed written not with ink, but with purpose. It didn't spell out spell-sit explained principles. Stories of wizards who wielded not magic wands but their voices. Creators of life who knew when to let it fade. Merlin and Morgana, not as adversaries, but as two sides of the same purpose, preserving the sacred flow between creation and dissolution. One of the passages read, The greatest mistake of modern magic was believing that being born with power was a blessing. The true blessing is knowing when not to. Use Arlo. Another one, marked by a star, almost faded away. Death is not the enemy, it's the other side of life's cycle. Those who seek to overcome it break the circle, and by breaking it they destabilize everything. Harry froze, completely still. The force within him stirred not with alarm, but with recognition. It was as if this book didn't explain the force itself, yet spoke its very language. Then he saw it, a print at the end of a chapter. A circle split in two, a snake devouring its own tail. At the center, a figure standing upright, arms outstretched between light and shadow. The guardian of the limits, the one who doesn't enforce, the one who makes choices. This was inscribed in Old English. The engraving of the divided circle, the serpent devouring its own tail, the solitary guardian between light and shadow. Harry ran his fingertips across the page. Something stirred within him. It wasn't a vision. It wasn't the force itself speaking to him. It was a memory sealed deep in his heart, so intense that he could barely recall it without trembling. Japan. Blood stains the ground. Hikari on his deathbed. He saw him again. The small, motionless body trembling between life and death. Blood-stained hands. A silent cry to the force. Then came the fire. Fawkes. His breath caught. He remembered the warmth of that union. The overwhelming weight of feeling the world's soul coursing through him. The infinite and the danger. Hope and temptation. Everything could come to a halt if you simply commanded it. If you could just control it. If only, but he didn't do it. He chose healing. He chose balance, not power. Harry closed his eyes. The scene from the book The Guardian between life and death was him. Or at least he was beginning to feel like it. Not a wizard. Not a warrior. Not a symbol. But a bridge. Harry thought to himself, when I opened my eyes, the book seemed clearer. As if I understood it from a different perspective. Who challenges death with love does not deny it. That is honor. Then he remembered something more. The final whisper of Fawkes, never lose hope, for that hope is your bond with the world. Harry placed both hands on the book, not out of exhaustion, but by a promise. The magical world spoke of immortality as a conquest. He had learned that life is honored more when you let it go than when you snatch it from death's grasp. Harry still had his fingers on the page when he felt it. It wasn't a noise. It was an echo in the force, like tension disguised as perfection, pride as a shield, loneliness disguised as self-sufficiency. The presence moved between shelves like a perfectly calibrated pendulum, yet something within it trembled with pain. Harry raised his gaze just as a slender figure turned the corner. His chestnut hair was tangled and straight. He stood upright, clutching a stack of books against his chest with such strength that the trembling he barely noticed went unnoticed by others. The Force wanted to show him a vision or perhaps something more. What seemed like mere seconds to Harry closed his eyes and surrendered. Then came the images, not just images, but sensations, echoes of another life pulsing with my own heartbeat. Hermione Granger called out to her while holding a parchment. A little girl with messy hair sits on a bench, an old talking hat covering her. The powerful voice roared, "Gryffindor," her face, Hermione's, glowing with immense relief and pride. Then came the darkness, a gloomy bath, the same girl, now curled up, sobbing. A colossal shadow with a vengeful grip clamped down on her terror. Later, a nursing room, a bandaged loneliness, and flashes of his days. Books forever, answers always perfect, but often alone whispers, stifled laughter behind her Sabolotto. The Force revealed the loneliness that drove me, the yearning to be accepted beneath that dazzling facade. When they reopened them, mere seconds had passed before the rest of the world. "Yala," he whispered again before Hermione could speak. "That book isn't in the library's catalog," Hermione said with a firm tone. "Not out of authority, but to keep tabs on something, whatever it might be." Harry didn't respond immediately. He calmly closed the book. "You shouldn't be here at this hour either," Hermione frowned. "I'm a prefect. I have permission." Harry smiled gently. "I too." There was a silence. She assessed it swiftly, not as a threat, but as a contradiction. "You're Harry Potter," he finally said. But it didn't sound like certainty, it sounded like confusion. As if what I saw didn't match what I knew. "Are you reading a lot?" he asked. "Extremely. It's the best way to stay prepared." "Does it help you?" Hermione tensed up. "Of course. Knowing how everything works. Understanding the rules. That gives me how survive in a system that dictates your worth for something you didn't choose." She fell silent. Not because she lacked a response, but because her answer was all too familiar. Harry rose calmly. "Knowledge is power," he said. "But if you can't breathe with it, it's just another fancy chain." Hermione pressed the books against her chest, as if they were a shield and home. "You think you're different," he finally said. "I am. And you too. But that doesn't make us better. We're just responsible." She lifted her chin. "What? To prevent what they did to us from shaping who we are," Harry responded, his mind racing as he recalled the images he'd just seen in the Force. Hermione blinked. For a moment, something in her eyes shattered. Not completely, but enough to silence the voice within her. "Why are you saying that to me?" Harry didn't respond immediately. He looked beyond her, as if speaking to someone who wasn't there. "For the Force has brought me to you." Hermione didn't understand, but she sensed it wasn't a lie. "You're not what everyone thinks." Harry nodded. "You too." He left the book on the table without any grandiose words. "What you seek isn't in the pages. It's in how you choose to see yourself when nobody's watching." He turned and walked toward the exit. The library fell silent once more. Hermione stayed still, feeling seen for the first time, not as a checklist, nor as an annoying presence, nor as a flawless specimen. As a person. And the Force flowed again in peace, though only briefly. The Prophet Special Edition. Havoc at Hogwarts. Potter exposes imposter in castle, by Rita Skeeter. In a surprising plot twist, Harry Potter, the enigmatic unregistered participant in the Triwizard Tournament, has become embroiled in another scandal, capturing a wanted criminal right within Hogwarts Castle itself. According to close sources and highly reliable ones, Professor Ojaloko Moody, the former famous Aurora known for his paranoia, turned out to be someone else than he claimed. Yes, dear readers, a multi-gold potion and a stolen wand were enough to conceal his true identity for months on end. Imposter? None other than Barty Crouch Jr., the former executioner and fugitive from the Ministry of Magic, officially dead until now. And who discovered it? It wasn't a teacher. It wasn't an aurora. It was Harry Potter. Through an undisclosed method some witnesses described as a sort of magical trance or even mind-reading without a wand, the young Potter immobilized the imposter during Thursday morning's breakfast, creating a scene that was both sudden and bewildering. Since then, the ministry has remained tight-lipped. Cornelius Fudge hasn't given any statements, and rumors are swirling about an internal purge within the Department of Magical Security. Can we still trust the Guardians of Hogwarts? Or should we thank Harry Potter for exposing a new security hole in our world? The truth is, the boy most sought after by the press and most avoided by authorities has once again outpaced everyone else. It wasn't a feat, I just did what was right, Potter would have said, according to one of the students who witnessed the scene. But many are asking, where does Harry Potter get this power that others can't comprehend? Is it just ordinary magic or something more? In the corridors, whispers circulate about a strange power surrounding Potter. Some call it luck, others destiny, and this medium, of course, will continue its investigation. Additional explanations. The young woman Harry meets in the garden is Luna Lovegood. During the vision granted by the Force, Harry recognized Hermione's name. Professor Moody, portrayed by Barty Crouch Jr., has been absent from the castle since Harry's first encounter with the dragon during the first trial. The magic of goblins and half-goblins like Phileas Flitwick is more instinctive and grounded in the earth, akin to elves' innate sensitivity. This explains why Flitwick perceives a distinct and deeper magic within Harry, one that transcends traditional forms of magic. What the Force whispered. Disclaimer. Neither Harry Potter nor Star Wars belong to me. The Hogwarts breeze carried a different essence in that forbidden woodland's hidden corner. No trails marked the path, no towers stood tall. Only a whispering clearing where trees bowed in reverence and animals seemed unafraid of human voices. Harry had arrived there without seeking it out. Or perhaps he did, guided by the Force. His body moved silently, yet his mind pulsed with life. That clear space had become his temporary sanctuary during those first weeks in the castle. Far from the clamor, far from the gazes, even distant from the echo of his own name, the air felt crisp and clean. The world stood still. He sat cross-legged on a massive moss-covered rock. He breathed. Not deeply, not rapidly, just breathing. Meditation wasn't about searching, but surrendering. And that day, the Force whispered in a low yet persistent voice. Until the fire came, there was no sound, just light. A golden glow illuminated the clear sky, followed by a presence so familiar that Harry's soul reacted before his eyes. He turned without alarm. He'd sensed it before seeing him. Fawkes, the phoenix, descended enveloped in flames that didn't consume but instead purified the air's darkness. It perched on a nearby branch, its feathers glowing with red and golden sparks like burning coals. The dancers. He didn't speak immediately. He just stared at him. Harry realized the conversation had already begun. Has come. The Force, as you call it, brought me to you. And you called without knowing it. Tenyo. Fawkes' mental voice wasn't a voice at a lit, was a sensation wrapped in flames. A profound thought that vibrated more than spoke. Harry lowered his gaze, breathing in the moment. This is the first time since Japan, aside from our brief greeting in Dumbledore's office. And it won't be the last. A warm silence filled the open space. Fawkes tilted his head. You've used the gift, Fawkes remarked with a tone almost cheerful, though tinged with gravity that only centuries could impart. They can give. I can feel his heartbeat since I crossed the sky. Like a part of me is burning inside you. Harry slowly nodded and gently drew the sword hilt he had forged weeks ago. He hadn't shown it to anyone at Hogwarts yet. Remus had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the blade. The quill embedded in his heart glowed as if responding to its owner's fire. The grip is part of me, and the core. He's alive, Fawkes concluded. You didn't forge a weapon. You forged a bond. Harry closed his eyes. He saw the process in the cave. The concentration, the heat, the emptiness. The word whispered by the Force. Diamond. The fusion of the feather with carbon. Then came the inner command. It ignited. Never merely a tool, it became an extension of his soul. When I use it, he finally said, I feel something inside me that watches. like the sword is remembering something I still don't understand. Fawkes didn't respond immediately. The wind played with the leaves as the phoenix lowered its gaze toward him. There are ancient memories within the energy that surrounds you. Voices from times before time itself. Some stay with you, others wait. And one, in particular, is awakening. Harry inspired. He didn't want to ask directly, but the question was already in the air. The Atlantis prophecy you mentioned when the Hikari accident, is it real? Fawkes didn't respond immediately. He flapped his wings once, and the clear air seemed to grow even quieter, as if even the trees wanted to hear what he was saying through their telepathic connection. Many have spoken of Atlantis without truly understanding it. It wasn't just a city, nor was it merely magic. It represented a form of Balancia cycle where knowledge and humility walked hand in hand, until they stopped walking together. Harry didn't interrupt. The phoenix spoke as if pouring out memories that weighed heavily. The Greeks lost sight of harmony. They turned magic into a mirror for their egos. The Egyptians sealed knowledge in tombs that no longer spoke. And Atlantis fell not through a curse, but through a choice. What choice? Harry asked, intrigued and terrified at the same time. Fawkes fell silent for a moment. He lowered his gaze, as if centuries of weight had settled upon his plumage, diminishing its vibrancy. They believed controlling the cycle meant understanding it. They sought to conquer death, erase pain, and purify souls by decree. But in that quest they shattered the balance. Harry felt the tension in his chest, like an invisible thread straining between desire and peril. It was a subtle yet persistent pressure, born from that inner urgency to comprehend, to unveil the hidden, to tear away layers of mystery until reaching the core of absolute truth. Yet beneath that primal need, a darker temptation pulsed within. The craving to comprehend everything not through wisdom, but through control driven by the illusion of absolute certainty that absolute knowledge offers. And the prophecy? Fawkes raised his gaze with a solemn slowness, as if the very gesture carried the weight of countless generations. His eyes burned not from fire but from memory, glowing with ancient Compass Iona's serene flame that never judged, yet had witnessed it all. Empires rising and falling, wizards lost in their arrogance, hearts shattered trying to do what was right. It was the look of someone who had burned 1,000 times and still believed in the possibility of rebirth. You're not the heir to a promise. You're the chance that this time the fire won't consume you. The phrase fell like a feather onto water without thunder or urgency, but with the delicate precision that makes the surface tremble. It was a murmur needing no elevation to be heard, a truth wrapped in silence whose depth stems not from its volume, but from the echo it leaves when gently sinking into the very heart of the soul. So I'm not meant for anything? Harry asked, utterly baffled by what Fawkes was explaining to him. You're destined to choose. That's more powerful than any legacy. Fawkes concluded, as if he'd seen too many times. Destinations forged by inertia, and he knows true greatness isn't born from what you inherit, but from what you choose to uphold when nobody else forces you to do so. Harry lowered his head. The clear sky seemed to hold the entire world. Deer peered out from between the trees. A deer was dozing beneath a shrub, and the phoenix, majestic and unapologetic, kept staring at him with unwavering eyes. The magic of the wizards, Harry murmured. Sometimes I feel they've forgotten the soul of the world, because they confused power with truth. Fawkes replied with a tender smile. But don't judge them. Some tried it. Some still do. Dumbledore? Harry asked, intrigued by his ability to comprehend things. He sees. Not always right, but he sees. Like you, Fawkes added, letting the air settle for a moment before continuing. Though his vision is marked by time and fear of repeating past mistakes. He observes, yes, but doesn't always understand. And though he senses the force, he can't connect with it as you do because he doesn't feel it, just interprets it. A pause. Then Fawkes' voice softened. You chose healing. You chose salvation when you could have conquered. That has already changed the flow of many things. Harry closed his eyes, and in an instant, the world around him seemed to dissolve. He no longer heard the wind rustling through the trees or the soft crunch of leaves beneath his boots. All that remained was his mind, where he stood alone. where Hikari's image emerged with a clarity that stung. He saw him small and fragile, sprawled on the ground of that distant village. He remembered the tremors in his own fingers, the cold sweat on his forehead, the frenetic pulse of force overflowing its limits. He watched the flame die out in the child's chest, that frozen moment when the universe seemed to hold its breath. Then, like a pure note resonating beyond silence, life returned. Not as a miracle, but as an answer. As if the world had heard the plea of his soul and had said yes. For a fleeting moment, amidst the distant clarity and the calm of force, Harry, though thousands of kilometers away from Japan, could sense Hikari. Not seeing him, not hearing him, but something deeper. His subtle presence, his measured breathing, the tranquil rhythm of a child sleeping without fear. It was like an invisible thread weaving between two souls that had touched across time and space. In that instant, Harry knew he was safe. Hikari lay in bed, embraced by the peace he himself had helped restore. Fawkes slowly ascended into the air, circling over the clear sky. The second test is approaching, and with it comes a decision not about the tournament, but about who you're willing to be when nobody's watching. The phoenix hovered suspended in the air. It neither descended nor sang. Majestically it floated, as if time itself had paused to behold its form. Its wings remained spread wide, its gaze burning with the calm of one who has witnessed 1,000 endings yet still believes in beginnings. Don't chase after all the answers. Listen to the questions the world asks you. With a quiet whoosh, Fawkes vanished. The forest fell silent after Fawkes' departure, as if the entire woodland had held its breath and was now slowly beginning to breathe again. Harry stood for a few seconds, gazing at the sky where the phoenix had vanished, before returning to sit on the moss-covered rock. He crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He didn't do it to invoke or seek guidance, but simply to be present, to anchor himself in the moment as a living part of that secluded corner of the world. The force responded gently, slipping through his being like the quiet echo of an unspoken truth, the certainty needing neither form nor urgency. For another fleeting moment, everything remained in balance, and the universe seemed to remember how existence itself could be. Days later, in the same clearing. It was early morning. The sun barely grazed the treetops of the Forbidden Forest when Harry arrived at the clearing. That corner, the very spot where he'd spoken with Fawkes, had become his practice space. A silent extension of his mind where he could immerse himself in movement and the force. That morning he didn't carry his laser sword. He had brought the wooden one, meticulously carved to match the balance and weight of his actual weapon. The training wasn't just physical, it was mental. It was spirit. Every strike, every spin, every stance became part of a meditative movement. He slowly unwrapped the wooden sword. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The first movement was a salutia gesture of respect for space, for force, and for themselves. Then came the strikes, high, low, diagonal. They weren't seeking an enemy, but rather alignment between intention and gesture, between breath and flow. The deer at the edge of the clearing didn't move away. A pair of foxes watched from a nearby rock. Even the birds perched on the branches seemed to follow the rhythm of the wooden katana. While Luna Lovegood sat atop a root as if she'd been there since the beginning, her eyes wide open and head tilted slightly, like someone listening to a symphony that only she could fully comprehend. "Your movements are beautiful," he whispered, as if afraid of disrupting the moment's harmony. "They don't seem to be for fighting. They appear to be for remembering." Harry halted his sword mid-circumstance. He opened his eyes and lowered the weapon with deliberate ease, taking a deep breath before responding. "That's exactly it. They're meant to stay in your memory."
Luna nodded.
She didn't ask what she should remember. It just seemed like she understood. A faint rustle rippled through the trees as a majestic figure emerged from the shadows. A pale-skinned centaur with an ancient gaze and a graceful stride. "Master Florence," Luna murmured, tilting her head slightly as if greeting not just a centaur but an ancient presence worthy of more than words. Her voice carried the reverence of someone who knew they were facing someone who had lived through experiences others only read about in dusty books. Florence returned his gaze with the serene solemnity befitting her kind. Though she said nothing, A slight nod confirmed that she recognized and honored him too. He didn't speak immediately. He walked calmly until he was just a few meters away from them, his measured steps leaving barely any trace on the damp grass. His helmet remained silent, his body tense yet peaceful, as if the forest itself welcomed him without resistance. He observed Harry with a mix of respect and curiosity, his eyes gleaming with that star-like brilliance that seemed to contain centuries of wisdom and caution. "I hadn't seen a human move like that in generations," he finally said, his voice swirling through the trees like wind dense and measured, woven with echoes of starry nights and ancient visions. "Not with a weapon but with the soul." Harry tilted his head slightly in respect. Florence took another step closer. "The wood doesn't cut," he continued, "but it shows the intent. When you train like that, Harry Potter, who are you training for? For yourself or for the world to come?" Harry pondered the question. He didn't answer immediately. "Both of us," he finally said, "because if I don't change, nothing will change. And if I'm not ready, when the time comes someone else will suffer." Florence observed him for a long time. Then she turned her head slightly toward Luna, who remained seated with hands crossed over her lap. "You see it, don't you, Moon Maiden?" the centaur asked softly. "I see him," she replied. "He doesn't train to be strong. He trains to stay unbroken when everything else breaks."
Firenze nodded slowly.
Then he gazed at the sky, as if reading invisible stars in broad daylight. "The signs are shifting," he said. "The stars whisper truths forgotten for centuries. And you, Harry Potter, stand at the heart of these tales not as a hero, but as their intersection." Harry put the wooden sword back on his arm. The clear figure remained calm. "Then what should I do?" he asked. "Wait, should he keep training? Or start acting?" Florence looked at him with a calm, serious expression. "Stay attuned to the energy around you, to your footsteps, to the silence between words. The moment will come, and you'll recognize it," Florence said, his voice no longer sounding solely his own but echoing from something ancient, as if repeating a wisdom passed down through generations of celestial sages. A gentle breeze caressed the clear air at that moment, swaying the tall leaves of the trees as if the forest silently approved. The air carried moss and sap, life contained within. Florence took a step back without breaking eye contact, then slowly turned around, entering the woods with the same solemnity she had arrived with. Shadows embraced him without resistance, as if the forest was calling him back. Luna rose with an unusual grace, almost floating as if gravity itself loosened its grip. She gently shook her robe, letting a leaf that had settled on her hair fall, then walked softly to Harry's side. Without uttering a word, she simply stood shoulder to shoulder beside him, gazing into the same space he held. "What are you listening to now?" he finally asked, his voice more curious than persistent, more companionly than guiding. Harry closed his eyes. He felt the weight of the wooden sword on his waist, the damp sweat cooling on his forehead, his heart still racing from training. He also sensed the echoes of Florence's words lingering in his memory like faint notes that wouldn't fade completely. Behind all this, or perhaps beneath it, felt the force, not as power but as presence, like a silent river that flows ceaselessly, though no one watches. "It's not over yet," he finally said, his voice calm but firm. "But for today, that's fine." Without further words, they stood in the open. Luna, hands clasped behind her back, gazed at the tree canopies. Harry, eyes drifting toward the hazy horizon, took deep breaths. The day moved leisurely, as if aware there were still many more days to come. The forest, ancient and patient, kept watching. Harry wasn't in that courtyard by chance. He'd spent the entire morning wandering through Hogwarts corridors, guided by an indescribable urge. The force didn't speak to him with words or give orders, yet it whispered persistently, creating a constant buzzing in his mind that compelled him to keep moving, refusing to remain still. It wasn't anxiety, it was anticipation. I had traversed towers, staircases, and corridors still sealed by the castle's gates, exploring corners that seemed to have slumbered for centuries. Yet the more I walked, the clearer it grew. Something was happening. Something was about to shatter, not in stone or wood, but in spirit. A dissonance. A crack. The force didn't always reveal danger through lightning. Sometimes it signaled its presence with sudden chills in a windowless corridor, or with footsteps echoing differently than usual. It was this intuition, more instinct than thought, that drove him out of the castle and toward the Eastern Wings gardens. The air there felt thicker, heavier, as if the very day itself held the breath. Harry stood in one of the castle's side courtyards, where the grass grew unevenly and the walls were covered with a thick ivy that whispered with every breeze. The sky was gray, but not threatening. Something seemed suspended in the air, as if the day was wavering between rain and calm. He sat on a rock, his practiced sort of dark wooden replica with balanced proportions resting on his legs. The remnants of morning training still lingered on his clothes. Dirt at the hem of his tunic, sweat on his nape, a small splinter embedded in his palm. He didn't mind. It was part of the process, part of being present. Then he heard it, not the sound itself, but the discord in the energy surrounding him. Something was off. "You don't have the right to be here." A shrill voice rose, trembling more from rage than resolve. Harry slowly rose to his feet. He walked toward the source of the noise without haste, guided not only by the sound itself, but also by an aura of tension that the force revealed as a thread binding souls together. As he turned the corner of the thicket, he saw 3 older Gryffindors, likely 4th or 5th years, surrounding 2 smaller Slytherins. One had his face partially hidden behind a scarf. The other tried to speak but couldn't. His wand had been hurled away. Among the 3 Gryffindors, one stood out. Ron Weasley, red-haired, leaning forward like a young wolf trying to act alpha. Not with cruelty, not with laughter, but with something harder to fight: justification. He was convinced he was doing the right thing. "What's going on here?" Harry asked in a low voice. The calm was more disruptive than a scream. Ron stared at him. He recognized him instantly, not from rumors, but because he'd seen him at the 3 Magi tournament. He recalled that moment with a mix of amazement and confusion. The sand, the oppressive silence was broken by that young stranger who had walked like he came from another world, wielding a katana and radiating an aura that defied all magical logic. His expression tensed, blending suspicion, unease, and something akin to wounded pride. The one who never attended classes. The one who appeared and vanished on tournament day without explanation. The one who had exposed Junior Crouch and detained him as if nothing had happened. None of your business. Those Slytherin guys were sneaking around where they shouldn't be, Ron said, crossing his arms. Harry watched the children. One had his tunic torn. The other rubbed his arm, its surface still marked with reddish scars. "Where exactly?" he asked without confrontation. "In the corridor on this 3rd floor. The one that hasn't reopened yet. They said they were lost, but we all know what that means." Harry frowned at him, his face etched with bewilderment as if trying to read beyond the words, scrutinizing Ron's soul with a mix of intuition and wonder. Around him, the force allowed him to sense the latent panic in the children, the barely contained desperation beneath their expressions. "So that gives you the right to hit them? To surround them like prisoners?" Harry asked, momentarily recalling the bullying he endured from Dudley before leaving his aunt's house at age 9. The same suffocating feeling, the same unjust siege of misinterpreted force. Ron furrowed his brow. "You, and who are you to tell us what to do? You don't even own a house, do you? Do you think you can lecture us in a monk's robe with a sword?" Silence. Harry didn't respond immediately. He looked at the boy named Ron Weasley, the brother of the girl he'd saved without being seen. A deep-seated pain surged through his gaze. It was something that went beyond mere fear or ignorance. "I don't know if your sister remembers how she was saved," Harry finally said. "But someone came because they heard the world's cry. Not for their home, not for their bloodline. Just for her." Ron lowered his head slightly, confused and uneasy. The other 2 Gryffindors exchanged glances. One muttered something, and both took a step back. It seemed the authority they tried to impose dissipated at Harry's appearance, as if lighting a lamp in a dark room made the noises stop sounding scary. Harry approached the Slytherin. He helped one of them retrieve their wand. "Are you okay?" The children nodded in silence. trembling yet unharmed. Go back to your bedroom, he said softly. And remember, even when no one is speaking, the walls can hear. The children hurried off. Harry turned to Ron again. There was no anger on his face, just a calm that, in another context, might have seemed like compassion. Darkness doesn't begin with unforgivable curses. It starts when we justify the unjustifiable. Even out of fear, even out of love for those closest to us, Harry said without judgment. Ron looked wounded, not by the words themselves, but by how they were spoken. It was as if someone had removed a bandage he didn't even know he wore. Who do you think you are to lecture me? You have no idea what the Slytherins did, who do you know? Ron started, but Harry cut him off with a voice that creaked like a branch bent under too much pressure. Kids shouldn't be held responsible for adults' mistakes, Harry said finally, his voice steady but firm as he'd learned to tell justice from revenge. You can't fix the past by punishing the present. Ron pressed his lips together. He said nothing. Something in his gaze cracked slightly, not like shattered glass, but like a scab that begins to peel away as it heals. He observed it in silence, as if trying to read what even Ron didn't know he carried within. Then he turned around calmly, returning along the path he had come from, with the wooden sword resting on his back not as a threat, but as an extension of himself, to teach without causing harm. Not through shouting, not through physical force, not through fear, but with steadfast presence and words born of compassion. To protect without destroying, like a flower shielding itself from the wind, carefully placing itself between the ground that sustains it and the world that might tear it away. The sky began to clear up, and with it some things started to thaw inside Ron Weasley too. As he wandered through the castle corridors in the quiet twilight light, guided more by instinct than thought, he returned to his room with Sirius now lying sound asleep at the foot of the bed in his dog form, and Remus, who sat calmly by the window reading. He sensed two figures following him, not by the sound of footsteps, but by a subtle shift in the atmosphere, like a disturbance in the force's flow. Two familiar presences trailed them through the soft shadows of the corridors. Luna and Hermione had witnessed the entire scene with Ron. He too had sensed them, though not with his eyes. It was like hearing a familiar melody echo from another room, the certainty that he wasn't completely alone in his position. They said nothing at that moment. Neither did he. Yet something invisible had begun to weave between the three of them. Luna and Hermione had broken free from the invisibility spell that had concealed them. Though they remained silent, their faces showed no surprise at the sight. Hermione lifted her gaze, her eyes carrying a blend of weariness and resignation. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, he whispered. There's way more to it than meets the eye. It's been going on for ages. This isn't just this year's issue, nor is it limited to Slytherin. Harry stopped before them. He studied them for a few seconds without uttering a word, then nodded slightly. Then he asked, "Is that why you hide in books?" Hermione blinked in surprise at the question's precision. But she didn't answer. Not yet. They're the Nargles, Luna interjected with a distracted tone, as if talking about the rain or the color of the sky. Harry gazed at her with curiosity, not just with his eyes. He sensed something, tension, an echo hidden behind his words. He closed his eyes for a moment and let the Force speak for her. Then, in that fleeting instant, a fleeting image flashed through his mind. A group of older students laughing, hiding their wands, while Luna stood alone beneath the snow, searching for a shoe that never returned. He opened his eyes. Luna kept smiling, but it was a smile like moonlight on a frozen lake, beautiful yet not warm. They weren't Nargles, Harry said softly. For the first time, Luna didn't respond. She just stared at him, silently grateful. It was as if someone had finally seen through the true nature of things. A fleeting vision flashed through Harry's mind like a memory he didn't truly own, yet the Force allowed him to sense it. He saw Hermione in first year, trembling as older students hurled spells that made her stutter whenever she tried to answer questions in class. He witnessed how they hid her books, pushed her through corridors, and called her Sabelotodo, not with playful teasing, but with venomous intent. Then the image faded, and another appeared. Luna, even smaller, with wet shoes, hair caked in ink, and a backpack overturned in the great hall as laughter filled the room. She saw someone stealing her handmade bracelet, another mimicking her voice with mocking tones. They surrounded her, but she didn't move. She didn't cry. Neither of them did it. But that only made it more insupportable. The fleeting sparks of visions came and went like a blink, as if the outside world had merely passed through in an instant. I can't change Hogwarts in a day, Harry said, almost to himself. But I'm not going to stay idle either. That evening, during dinner, the fireplace fire cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Remus was rummaging through a tattered copy of Arcane Containment Strategies and its ethics. Forgotten, he frowned, occasionally muttering fragments that seemed to puzzle him. Sirius, in his canine form, snuggled close to the home, snoring softly as if the world had nothing to worry about. Harry merely touched his food. His thoughts whirled like leaves caught in a whirlwind, still haunted by that afternoon's events. The clamor of the great hall, the chatter of other students, everything felt distant, as if he existed on a different frequency. For the first time in ages, he felt grounded in his place yet still lost, not knowing the map of the path he needed to follow. That night, after a brief meditation in the sunlight, Harry asked for an audience. Not as a Hogwarts student, since he wasn't one in any formal sense, but as someone who had seen too much. As someone who had lived beyond those walls and carried a truth different, urgent, impossible to ignore. Flitwick was the first to reach the office. He observed with his characteristic calmness, though his eyes gleamed with that distinctive light Harry recognized in those who had grasped truths others merely avoided. Then came Professor McGonagall, her demeanor always composed, though the weariness in her pupils betrayed the exhaustion of someone who had to oversee a structure too vast for one person alone. Dumbledore closed the door with a quiet silence. He sat down, as if he already knew this conversation wouldn't be trivial. Harry spoke, not with anger, not with demands, but with truth. I've seen so much since I arrived, Harry began, his voice calm yet resolute. But what weighs most isn't the dragons or the trials. It's what nobody mentions: the students who have no voice. Those who cower in the hallways. Those who lower their gaze not out of shyness but fear. Those who remain silent because they believe there's no hope left. Because they think nobody sees them. And that, teachers, this weighs heavier on me than any physical or magical challenge you've ever thrown my way. Harry began recounting the events of that afternoon. He described how he had found the Slytherin kids cornered by Ron Weasley and a couple of other students, and how he had intervened without raising his voice, simply with an aura that dissolved the conflict like light dissolving shadows. He spoke of the tension on their faces, Ron's confusion, and how he didn't need to raise his voice to stop the abuse. Then he mentioned Luna and Hermione. He didn't elaborate on their words, since there were hardly any, instead focusing on their presence. How Hermione, with her silent contemplation, and Luna, with her truth disguised as fantasy, had been witnesses and participants without needing to take center stage. They had been there, observing, understanding. He also spoke of what remained unsaid. The weight of years spent under scrutiny, exclusion, and long corridors walked alone. Of the invisible scars carried by those who become easy targets for collective scorn. He didn't call for vengeance. Just that they never turned away again. Dumbledore clasped his hands on the desk without breaking the silence. McGonagall pressed her lips together, a mix of suppressed anger and barely concealed worry. Flitwick lowered his head slightly, but his knuckles tightened against the cane, as if an old man long pent up inside was stirring within him. I don't ask for punishments or immediate reforms. I just want you to listen. At least one of you should walk the halls without seeking flaws or wounds. Let them see it. This situation could spiral out of control if we don't act soon. A growing tide of pain that, if left unchecked, might shatter what little trust remains in this place. We had no clue if we'd known, McGonagall said, her voice tinged with both sorrow and bewilderment. I'm not here to pin the blame on anyone, but to propose a change, Harry said, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the gravity of his words. I don't want to create factions or organize rebellions. What I'm suggesting is simple. Be present. Listen. Walk alongside those who've been overlooked. Be an unwavering presence, steadfast as a candle that never goes out even in darkness. A resistance without banners, yet real. One that acts through daily life. From the invisible. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Flitwick barely smiled. McGonagall turned her gaze toward the window. Night had fallen upon the castle. Yet in that office, a lit candle seemed to burn with even greater intensity. "I'll talk to Ron Weasley and the Slytherin students," he said. McGonagall spoke with a firm voice, though a hint of concern lingered on her face. "I'll talk to Hermione and Luna. I'll personally track down every item stolen from Miss Lovegood, even if it means crawling through the stone castle stone by stone," Flitwick declared with determination, his gray eyebrows twitching as his eyes sparkled. "How about a secret reporting system?" Harry suggested. "A safe space where students can openly share their experiences without fear of retaliation. Some Muggle schools have listening boxes, not perfect solutions, but they help bring to light what often remains hidden." "It's an excellent idea," Dumbledore replied. Though his voice remained calm, there was a subtle excitement in it, as if something he had been waiting for so long was finally beginning to take shape. Without another word, Harry stood up. No one stopped him. No one asked for an explanation, because deep down they knew he was right.